job, lady, with your pronouns just as much as we. Ramblin' wreck, kids. Ramblin' wreck. The funniest shit of all time. Okay, here it's 101. No.
these are jobs that are available. And it's not at all that what's happening now is any bigger or faster or harder to cope with than past jobs. It is a popular notion in today's public discourse that automation is going to have a huge impact on the job market. Now, there is something transformational. Can you talk about that? Elaborate a little bit more. Do you not see the software revolution happening now? With machine learning, availability of data, that kind of automation, being able to sort of process, clean, find patterns of data, and you don't see that disrupting one sector to a point where there's a lost jobs. Some machine translate perfect. There are some kinds of things that are, but not overall productivity has actually low. It's not much lower than some. So the idea that automation is taking away all the jobs, counterpart would be able to produce stuff with many fewer workers. That's not happening. There are a few isolated sectors that are some kinds of jobs that they're going with, but that's not happening. New York City, you have thousands of longshoremen stop off. So you bring them on ships. They're almost all gone now. Now you have these crane Arizona, Elizabeth, New Jersey. That's not robots. Doesn't sound high tech, but it actually pretty much destroyed an operation. Well, it wasn't fun for the longshoremen to say the least, but it's not. We cope, and that sort of thing happens all the time. Farmers, we used to be a nation of farmers. There are now very few farmers left, and not something that's farming becomes so we don't need a lot of farmers. Cope with that too. So the idea that there's something qualitatively different about what's happening now, so far as your intuition is there is going to be lots of jobs, but it's just that it continues. There's nothing qualitative different. Some jobs will be lost, others will be created, as has always been so far. Maybe there's a singularity. There's a moment when machines get smarter than we are, and high-tech kills us all or something, right? But that's not visible in anything we're seeing now. You mentioned metric of productivity. Can you explain that a little bit? Because it's been really interesting. I've heard you mention that before, the connection with automation. So what is that metric, and there is something qualitatively which would mean that metric? Well, okay, productivity, first of all, production. You have a measure of the total production, which is a little bit of a construct because quite literally adding apples and oranges. So we have to add together basically by using market price, which are place. But it's kind of a reasonable measure of how much the economy is producing. Goods is starting to grow, services, everything. Productivity is divide total output by the number of hours worked. So we're basically asking how much stuff does average worker produce work. And if you're seeing rapid technological progress, you'd expect to see productivity rising rapidly. What we did for generation after World War II, productivity percent a year on a sustained basis. Dropped down for a while, then for the kind of a decade, fairly rapid growth in the 90s, 2000, and then it dropped off again. Not impressive right now. So you're just not seeing an epic shift. Let me then ask you about the psychology. You wrote interesting discussion. But one thing that struck me was how many of us assume that robots are part of the problem. Machines have taken away the good jobs in general. For the most part, this wasn't even presented as a hypothesis, part of what else. Yeah. So why psychoanalyze or lecturers or economists or us actually, general public, why this happened? Why this? Couple. One is that the particular technologies that are advancing now are ones that are a lot more visible to the chattering class. When you had when standardization did away with the jobs of longshoremen, well, not a whole lot of college professors are close friends with longshoremen, right? And so we see this one. Then there's the second thing, which is we just went through massive crisis, a period of very high unemployment, finally come down. There's really no question that that high unemployment was about macroeconomics, about a failure of the. But macroeconomics is not intuitive. People just have a hard time wrapping their minds around it. And among other things, people have a hard time believing that something as trivial as, well, people just aren't spending enough, can lead to the kind of massive degree that people in the 1930s were not quite so clear, but still serious is real after 2000. And there's always a tendency to think it must be technological workers anymore. There was a lot of that in the 30s, and that same thing happened after 2000. The assumption that it has to be something, some deep cause, not something as trivial as a failure of investor confidence and inadequate monitoring support. And the last thing and also our base has to so I actually first year retirement, some extent, but the message I keep that all this country, but we choices always make there's understated goal term of it. It's basically first all the program here and become because welfare state pretty Medicare, Medicaid. Well, that's like all probably general. That's mind is affected. So, right, to their, and, possibly the right are correct about their current belief. Uh, that has opened mind up for vision. So, right, there's that stuff that just and so the idea of I'm happy to do when there's a view that we respect of a lot of stuff. And so like economics here, kind of, and I'm not always, but I think that there is a difference that are within the realm of we can and those that are just trying to comprehend purely being there are areas that have none of them are writing control in the part of it, and by and large probably are right. And so being dishonest might be pretend others is the way I they're reading it and living at that point right. Well, in a valley, curious about how the idea is radical. Oh, radical I guess is fine for the radicalism. Thing that and depends on when it's not working. Through the process, you don't it's not full of water, but being the idea that the earth is flat, for example, for the most part is yeah, but it was gone growing together. And there's a lot of that out there, we should say, and not being clear. So, one of the strange theory, opinions that are accepted among how robust or can be compared to mechanics and so on. Okay, economics also by and large don't get economics is kind of like that said, you get very get that's arrival. And in the after it was one style, one basic theory of macroeconomics. Ultimately goes back to the super dictionary running big bucks operating national government policy depression. Other people had yeah, about what are the regular technology really doing. Yeah, there's or what I don't follow every minimum. There's evidence on his job. That's I can hold on. Okay, there's some I think I can have there is a line in which the answer is that's it. Try to cool like that. Right. You're going out and we have that there are that is as the farmers DC I experience college technological innovation trainer of drawing diet is very place economy like the long correct. You know why I'm doing that. But yeah, all it's pretty much overwhelming for that there's something that they not just you know, a lot of that is I like to present earlier bench of the last and then and now all your what is that what would we do all of that stuff is really driving economic. Why don't we invest more? Why don't we invest more? Again, more. Why have other all under which is so over this? So I don't know what I think, but I enjoyed it. But was like really most college education, like lowest of what began. When I said it's models, cardboard box, where do that's it. That is that people that not gonna have. I don't think you're gonna make it about the time that this guy would for what. But it's actually it's always like something that everybody best. So like investment military and you everyone kind of not everyone but even amongst people that large like Dutch where if you want to grow prosperity, invest knowledge, those that community going. provide more than evidence and why we don't do it. Because, um, because we have a real value about uh, how much government should be to help and politics probably right. They're kind of halo effect around any government intervention. That even though finding enhanced social security every day, the tunnel, politics, both government does make more things public. So we have conservative and government except military. No matter how good it is, because and government and some extent controls people, depending on part a way of proving that government well, or it turns clearly like what the technical government in the fact that basically venturing out into time or so when we start a society, I'm imagining what looks at this. Oh, I'm a well, let's emphasize that ours representative democracy. Well, your democracy votes on everything, but trying to answer every issue by referendum looks like a lot of that. It doesn't work so good because parents complain they vote for me. But democracy, it's got lots of problems. I go to it, right? Oh, but yes, he was basically American of regulating market and the economy led by North Mars. If you start from scratch, you don't want to spend 60% of the population. You probably want one which is more actually more representative. Details that we when times are good, all of the various representatives parliamentary style have a they all kind of work well and when times are good and they all have different modes know what given what we see as so and gratifying that Martian Congressional Republic please stand so amongst anything you also have expert and international. What do you make of let's so I can understand grain farmers forward, but internationally start talking about nations from a high level, why is it so complicated? What are all the factors that weigh objective international trade? And the question of the concerns about the giants right now of the US and China and then on international trade. First of all, international trade is not vastly more complex. There are many players. One country are pretty much the same point different thriving advantage from Australia. Also, there are economies of scale. Both individuals have to decide whether to be a surgeon or an accountant. Probably not both. The countries specialize and that's so it's a big world. Talking about millions of products being traded in the world. Trade involves many stages. So that's China iPhone assembled from components all over the world. But it's fundamentals all that. There's a recurring very little conflict not among most trade that both sides up to both countries. But you should think of it. So growth of U.S. China has made both richer, but it's bad for in North Carolina for industry who did find that their job away was from China. So not at all clear. We have some problems in China green respect for intellectual property. Not clear that those real problems have with fundamental wrong notion that we China that's good and we'll leave that's the whole point. It's kind of yeah, would be cool, but there are Americans for like technology. I would what happened we have a better policy for common the time of radicalization of political ideas, Twitter mobs, and so on. Yet here you are in a meeting, Times article, strong opinion, writing the article, all the exploring your ideas publicly. Oh, I feel here all the time. Hard to imagine scenarios personally find myself and I am the that started I've developed very so if I don't get a week then I probably that day. What do you think of that as a person who's about the history of ideas works what I did but now when there's so much what advice do you have for yourself or for others trying to discussion about ideas? Well, I don't know what advice for others. I mean, until I was in my late 40s, is probably your decade of greatest intellectual flexibility, addressing not confronting flip flops. Um, and and as for the rest of it, I think when you're writing about stuff, like watching writing, right? What you right? But don't let yourself get native, right? The nasty thing and and her job are worried about. Well, I think for a lot of people, I hope that you get to like nobody's watching Twitter, their time, and folks. So it's an honor. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for thank you. That's again, knowledge, knowledge organization that inspires and lives becomes science, technology, innovation. For this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, we're on Patreon, connect with me and Lex. And now, word that the wealth, one of the most influential show, philosophers and economists are is not from the benevolent or the baker that we expect on dinner, but from their regard to address ourselves not to their humanity, but love. Never talk to powerless, but of their advantages. Thank you for listening. Next. Following is a conversation with Christos, Vice President of Engineering at Google and Head of Research and Discovery, also known as Algorithm, has approximately 1.9 billion users. Every day, people watch over 1 billion hours of YouTube video. It is the second most popular search engine. Many people, not only the source of entertainment, but also how we learn new ideas, math and physics, podcasts, debates, ideas, out of the box thinkers, one of the most challenging, impactful topics in the world. Content platforms, criticism, creators, judge. Engineering tasks for them hard. They don't always feedback of their work. Me, YouTube has been an incredible wealth of knowledge. I've watched hundreds, not thousands of lectures, ways, fundamentals ideas, science, engineering, philosophy. But it does put a mirror to ourselves. Responsibility, absolutely. Each of our online educational journeys in the hands of YouTube algorithms role in that journey, helping us find exciting ideas to learn about. That's a difficult and exciting problem for an artificial intelligence. So I've said in lectures, other forums, recommendation systems is one of the most impactful areas of AI in the 21st century. YouTube is one of the biggest recommendations in the world. This is Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Enjoy it. Subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, connect with me on Twitter, Alex, spelled R-I-M-A-N. I recently started doing ads, end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes, episodes, never any ads in the middle. Break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. This show is presented by Cash App. Number one finance app. At first, Cash App. Products and legal. You get Cash App. App Store. Play. Get $10. Cash App. Again, slogans. Girls and boys sharing a better world. Now, a conversation. Crystals. YouTube is the world's most popular. Watch more than 1 billion hours. More than Netflix. Creative. But over 500,000 hours. Average lifespan of about 100,000 hours. So, what's up with the just enough for a human to watch? Let me ask you a philosophical question. From birth, I've watched it nonstop. It's their trajectory. They maximize my average happiness, education, or my growth as a game. I think there are some great trajectories.
That sucks.
But I wouldn't sure that all of the hours or all of the hours. I mean, I think about
I do. You do other shit.
My oldest daughter.
She sucks. But she's a big hoe. Did she watch Rabbi Rothschild? Fucker. Stupid bitch. Yeah, I bet.
Really good for them, and son is in college.
I bet he sucks. Biggest loser in his fucking class. Oh, your dad works at Google? Fuck you.
I think that experience, from my point of view, is very good. So I can imagine. And you look at that, do you think of broadly about that trajectory?
Blades are a thing.
Period of years. Kind of gave. I used to watch my John shows. Ultimately, you want people to stay on grows. But you have to think not just what makes engage day, month, but also years. Absolutely, that's right. Rich people's lives.
Oh.
That, that it has to.
Gotta get on this phrase.
Change. So, I think
racking up the best friendship. Anybody? Mom.
It's a hard problem. I mean, of course, trivial.
Oh, you little bitch.
I could randomly select a video of the billions. The likelihood that you can watch it and develop a new game.
I'll give you a 6-inch diameter girl. Fine, you slut. What the fuck? How about just do the same shit? Like fucking this shit does. That shit. Like, oh, you don't really. But it's the way better than you this guy sucks cock. They were probably like, hey, alright, welcome to your interview here. You suck cock? Yeah. Okay, well, then fucking hey. What?
One version of diversity showing me cover actually not channel other science so measure first kind of other channels that are related.
Why don't you?
But not
Welcome.
not all the content. Is about mechanism that is cluster together. Firstly, everything will make some kind of a cluster and then measure, what is the likelihood that there's one cluster and also another cluster very distinct. So they come to find that, that people who watch science videos also like dance, right? And so because of that relationship, I things that you go in it happens as well outside the on it kind of move a little I was one of the technology again about how the economy should work. Know what's people within those communities are often advocating how we how do you write body world? How the many kind of thing also really well responsibility right and first comes down to making sure that we have just I belong. So Rob and all that. However, as you point out, online, order at order area, we are going to try to find an alternative in the right to authority. We're not trying to and communist balance and believe one of the other things people everyone is trying to kill that anything like that. People who are pressing us offering let me ask you a question I don't know but so people who kind of mock this mock style comment they kind of point out that they're really that's that try to linger on these things that have no change. I tend to hear you for it, but how do you reduce money? I understand that it's billion, a certain amount that trying very comment allowing certain block Olympic less effective. And so it, but have to improve it. Like maybe we get to a point where people don't have I hope it just does learning approach of ranking on whatever based on how much they contribute that way. And the other is almost interface question of how do you, how does create block how do um, I without you know without even like sort of grading. Overall, project like fundamentally, I personally very much been great for my kids, like, for society, but it's absolutely critical that this responsibility, right? And that's why it's our top priority. Usually, this YouTube says something that I personally find very inspiring. We want to do our job today in a manner so that 20 and 30 years, we look back and really say, right now, how you open the past, and also to show that you lead by responsibility. The burden is used by society besides the money from the company, the rest is content of the internet and the conversation and the powerful thing that people wonder about how much of it is all pure machine learning. So looking at the data, studying the data, and creating algorithms that curate comments, curate the content, and how much of it is human intervention. People here in a room sitting thinking about what is what are the ideals that promoting that kind of algorithm versus what's done. I mean, my own experience has demonstrated that algorithms, we're familiar with learning algorithms, and the thing they need most and data generated. And so, for instance, we're building a system to try to figure out which are the disinformation or borderline policy violations. Well, the first thing we need to do is get human beings which category. When we use that data, that information determined and governed by humans, extrapolate or apply it to the entire set of couldn't get to all the videos on YouTube as well without the couldn't use the humans to get to all the videos of YouTube. So there's no world in which you have only one or the other. And just as you said, a lot of it comes down to people at YouTube spending a lot of time trying to figure out what are the right policies, what are the outcomes based on those policies, are they the kinds of things we want to see? Then once we kind of get an agreement, consensus around what the policies are, well then we've got to find a way to implement those policies across all of YouTube. That's where human evaluators or reviewers help us. And once we get a lot of training from them, then we apply the machine learning techniques. You have a sense that they have a bias in some kind of direction. Sort of, I mean, that's an interesting question. We do Thomas Eagle, computer vision in general, a lot of annotation. We rarely ask what bias they have. You know, they're even in the sense that they're better at annotating certain things than others. For example, people are much better at annotating segmentation, segmenting cars, segmenting. You know, there's mechanical reasons for that, but also semantic gray area. For a lot of reasons, people are just terrible at annotating. Okay. So in the same kind of sense, think of in terms of people reviewing videos or annotating content of videos, some kind of bias that you're aware of or seek out in that community. Well, we take steps to try to overcome these kinds of biases. Biases. For instance, bias bias towards other bias, and one of them then the same thing. And so one technique. Another is that sort of tasks are backgrounds, different days, work. But then, even with all of that, it's possible for certain kinds of what we call unfair biases to primarily, as you said, because itself in a biased way. So we also have worked very hard on improving the system to unfair bias when it goes against or is involved some protected class. Thank you for sharing with me. I'm sure that if you back into the part of one of what does the YouTube algorithm look at, make recommendations for what to watch next, or search for a particular term of this show? At least for me, do an incredible job. Well, that's kind of you to say. Very good job. But it's gotten better over even those are two different situations. Search for something. You uses the best technology we can get to make sure that you find what someone's doing. And of course, the very first things that one thinks about is, okay, well, does the word occur in the title? For it. But they're much more sophisticated. We're mostly trying to do some tactic match or maybe a semantic match based on words that we had in the document itself. For instance, maybe video watched a lot after the query. Right, that's something that we can observe, and then as a result, make sure that that document trees for the query. Now, when you talk about what kind of videos recommended to watch next, that's something again many years. And probably the first real attempt to do that well was collaborative filtering. So can you describe what collaborative filtering? Sure, it's just basically what we do. We observe which videos get watched close together by the same person. And if you observe that, and you can imagine creating a graph, videos that get watched close together, most people are sort of very close to one another in this graph, and don't frequently get watched close together by the same person or far apart, then you end up with this graph that we call the related graph that basically represents videos that are very similar or related in some way. And what's amazing about that is that it puts all the videos that are in the same language, for instance. We didn't even have to think about it. It doesn't. Yeah. Right? And it puts all the videos that are about sports together. It puts most of the music videos. It puts all of these videos together just because that's sort of the way the people behave. That already cleans up a lot of the problem. It takes care of the low hanging. It happens to be huge energy. Right. I remember I was talking to trying to propose that a research project concerning people who are bilingual. And this person was making a proposal based on the idea that you could not possibly be good at recommending videos well to people who are bilingual. So she was telling me about this, and I said, well, could you give an example of what problem you have on YouTube with the recommendation? I said, well, I'm a researcher in the US, and when I'm looking for academic topics, I want to see them in English. Searched for one, found a video, and then looked at the watch next suggestions, and they were all in English. Said, oh, I see. YouTube must think that I speak only English. Said, now,
I'm actually originally from Turkey. Sometimes when I'm cooking, let's say I want to make some baklava, I really like to watch videos that are in Turkish. So search for a video about making baklava, and then selected it, and it was in Turkish, and the watch next recommendations were in Turkish, and she couldn't believe how this was possible. And how is it that you know that I both languages together? And it's just as sort of an outcome of this related graph that's created through collaborative filtering.
So for me, one of my huge interests is psychology, and that's such a powerful platform on which to utilize the psychology to discover what people individually want next. But it's also fascinating. I've Google search to look at history, and I've done that before. 4 hour search, 3 years, many, many years. Fascinating way. I don't think anyone's ever summarized. I personally have done that summary way on the internet. I think it reveals. I think it puts a mirror or to others. That's quite interesting. The number of jokes. I really can't think of that. Videos of people falling. Stuff that's absurd. That kind of stuff. Really interesting. And of course, the machine learning aspect to show to figure out what to show next was interesting. Have you just tangent wrong with the idea of giving a map to people, sort of mostly just using this to show us, showing them here are the you've
Well, we do the history of all the videos. You can definitely search through that and look through it and search through it, watching. We have actually, in various times, experimented with sort of cluster idea, finding ways to demonstrate or show people what topics they've been interested in, what clusters they've watched from. It's interesting that you bring this up because, in some sense, the way the recommendations do exactly as the history of all the videos we've watched on YouTube. And so you can think of yourself or any user on YouTube as kind of like a DNA strand of all your videos, right? That sort of represents you. You can also think of it as maybe a vector space of all the videos on YouTube. And so, now once you think of it as a vector in the space of all the videos on YouTube, then you can start to say, okay, well, which other vectors are close to me and my vector, and that's one of the ways that we generate some diverse recommendations because you're like, okay, well, these people seem to be close with respect to the videos they watch on YouTube, but here's a topic or a video that one of them has watched, but the other one hasn't. That could be an opportunity to make a good recommendation.
I gotta tell you, I mean, I know I'm gonna ask if possible, but I would love plus beings. Like, I would love to know who has similar trajectory. Because they probably would want to hang out. Right? There's a social aspect there. Like, actually finding some of the most fascinating people I find on YouTube have like no followers, and I start following them, and they create incredible content. And on that topic, I'd love to ask. Some videos blow my mind in terms of quality and depth, and in every regard, are amazing videos. Have like 7. Okay, how do you get videos of quality? Measure quality. It's just something. Yeah. How do you know that something?
Well, I mean, I think it depends actually what sort of video we're talking about. So, in the realm of, let's say, politics and news, in that realm, uh, you know, quality news, quality journalism relies on having journalism department, right? Like you have actual journalists and fact checkers. So in that situation, and in other maybe science, medicine, quality has a lot more credibility. Now, if you think about the other end of it, what is the highest quality pregnant? Or what is the highest quality Minecraft video, right? That might be the one that people enjoy watching the most and watch the again. Or it might be the one that when we ask people next day after they watched it, were they satisfied? So in the realm of it, have been trying to get at better and better measure quality, action, enrichment. If I came to you, started with, well, first approximation that gets more views, but both know that you get a lot of views and not really that well, especially if people are clicking on something and then you realize it's not that great at the end of it. That's why we sort of think about when a time watching it, with the premise that like in some sense, the time that someone spends watching a video is related to the value that they get from that. But it has something to say about how much value they get. But even that's not good. Myself, I'm looking through channels on television late at night and under two, I don't know, and sort of ask me the next day, are you glad that you watched that show on TV last night? Yeah, I wish I would have gone to bed or read a book or almost anything else. And so that's why people got the idea to go to try survey. So we get feedback data from those surveys that learning systems try to not what you're going to put on right now, what you might watch for a while, but what when we ask you tomorrow, 4 or 5 stars.
So, to summarize, what are the signals from a machine learning perspective by clicking on the time watch, the relative time watch, clicking like on the video, commenting on the video, and the one I wasn't quite aware of, I might have a survey app. Is there other signals? That's already signals to learn from. Something else?
Well, you mentioned commenting also worthy to share with someone else.
But then you were outside of
either. You mentioned like,
I like it. How important is that?
it's very important. We want addictive satisfaction, but it's not perfectly subscribed. If you subscribe to the channel, the person making the video also signals satisfaction. Although over the years we've learned that people have a wide range of attitudes about what it means to subscribe. Ask some users who didn't subscribe very much why, but they watched a lot from a few channels. Well, why didn't you subscribe? And they would say, well, I can't. And we tried to let them understand that it actually doesn't cost anything. It's free. It helps us know very creator. But then we've asked other people who subscribe to many things that don't really watch any of those channels. Why did you subscribe to this? Weren't really interested in any more videos from that channel. And tell us, well, I thought the person did a great job, and I just want to kind of give them a high five.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's where I see channels where person, I like this person, but then I like this person, I really want to support them. That's how I click subscribe.
Right.
No, I mean, never actually went to videos when they're releasing it. I just love what they're doing, and it's maybe outside of my interest area, so on. It's probably the wrong way to use the subscribe button, but I just want to say this is great work.
Well,
so you have to deal with all this people that see the subscribe button and stuff.
That's right. And so, we can't just close our eyes and say, all right, you're doing it wrong. We're not going to pay attention to what we've done. We need to embrace all the ways in which all the different people in the world use the subscribe button or the like button.
So, in terms of learning, using for the search and for the titles, like metadata that provide the description, title, word. Maybe you can see the value of those things in search, and also incredible, fascinating area of the content itself, video content itself, trying to understand the data set that in the machine learning computer vision world is exciting. How much is that currently? How much are you playing with that currently? How much of being able to analyze the concept?
Well,
analyzing the content.
Analyzing the content.
Wow.
And what I can tell you is that our ability to do it well is somewhat. We can tell if it's a music video, tell if it's a sports video, we can probably tell that people are playing soccer. Probably can't tell whether it's Manchester United or my daughter's. So these things are kind of difficult. So for instance, use that kind of information and inform customers that I and also maybe to add some words like, for instance, if it doesn't occur in the title or the description, it's remarkable that often it doesn't. One of the things that I help us out, title description. For instance, for a few years ago, having a live stream of some competition for World of Warcraft on, and it's a very important competition. But if you type World of Warcraft in search, you wouldn't find it.
Warcraft wasn't in the title?
World of Warcraft wasn't in the title. It was match 47A, A team versus World of Warcraft title. It's just like, come on, give me
literal on the internet. Problem.
Oh, is that right?
Well, I mean, in some sense, some of the great interact go on, and actually being, machine learning algorithms want you want to say what very cool. Gets away so, but you're saying that for now, sort of content of the title, content of the description, the actual one of the best ways for the algorithm to find video, put them
right, and I would go further and say that select your video search, then it helps to have, let's say, World of Warcraft, because why would a person looking at a bunch? They type World of Warcraft, and they have a bunch of videos all in World of Warcraft. That's the one that you uploaded. Well, even the person is going to think, yeah, somehow search made a mistake. It's really about World of Warcraft. So it's important not just for the machine learning systems, but also for the people who might be looking for the get a clue that what they're looking for by seeing that thing prominently in the title.
Okay, let me push back on. So I think from the algorithm perspective, if they typed in Warcraft and saw a video that the title simply winning, and the thumbnail has like sad porn, I don't know, right? Like, I think that's what it gets your curiosity, and then if they could trust that the algorithm is smart enough to figure out somehow that you don't that would have created the most. I think it's curiosity. Here's the realistic part of how to figure out content that video. You have to accept some people, right? I mean, and so right, who don't skip it and select it, fucking delighted. Um, but other people might say, yeah, what I was and make stuff discoverable. Yeah, working on it, hoping. So yeah, so from your perspective, stuff in the title. And remember, the collaborative filtering starts by watching together, right? So the way that they're probably going to do that is by searching. That's a fascinating aspect of ant colonies, how they find stuff. So, I mean, what degree for collaborative is one curious curious person on random, and so doing your sense, how many people are just watching over and over and over and over? How many like just kind of like click on stuff, and then how the other ant, how many ants colony discover cool stuff? I don't know. I really don't. Okay. But I would say some certain amount of intent, and as long as they, to the extent to which they try to satisfy that intent, that certainly helps our system, right? Because our systems rely on kind of a faithful amount of behavior, right? Like there are people who try to trick us. Well, and machines try to associate videos together that really don't belong together, but association made profitable. So we have to always so that a lot of people that in a positive way, perhaps I don't know. Like if they want to get more everybody greater positive stuff when they get it, right? So how do you create more clickbaity items, thumbnails, sort of very tastic, you know, they describe that what works, create a high quality video, really good video, people want to watch, wants to, but clickbaity titles and thumbnails click on it in the first place. And he's saying, I'm doing it. I hope you forget that. You will enjoy my videos. And in what sense is it kind of clickbait style to get people bored, play with the game? I think that in algorithm, even if you take the algorithm out of it, say, okay, well, all these algorithms make any decision about which one to put at the top or the bottom, but they're all lined up there. Which one are the people? And I'll tell you the same thing that I told Derek. Um, I have a bookshelf. They have kinds of science. I have my math books from when I was a student, and they all look identical except for the title on the cover. They're all yellow. They're all from Springer. Every single one of them, the cover is right. Yeah. On the other hand, I have other pop science type books. They all have very interesting covers. They have rocket titles, things like that. I wouldn't say that they are indeed good books, um, and I don't think that they cross any line. But that's just a decision you have to make. Like the classical recursion theory by Piero di Freddi, fine with the yellow title and the and nothing more. Whereas I think other people who wrote a more popular type book understand that they need to have a compelling cover and compelling title, and
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. We do take steps to make sure that there is a line, and we go too far. Maybe the thumbnail is especially racy, or all caps with too many exclamation points. Observe that um, users are kind of sometimes offended, and so for users who are offended by that, we press.
Reminds me, there's also another say, I don't know if the recent ad, but I really enjoy it. Saying, I didn't, something like, I don't want to, like, like there's certain videos that just rub me the wrong way. Jump out at me. I don't want to be like, that's not, I don't know, I think that might have been for this also.
Yes, absolutely. We don't want to make a recommendation that people might have.
And that particular one makes me feel good as a user, and as a machine learning person. I feel like I'm helping out. My interaction on each phone was like I'm helping the algorithm. Like I'm not reminded that, like, Tesla and autopilot, Elon Musk create a for their customers that own Tesla. Girl, they're really proud they're learn. And you remind people that the algorithm gets smarter. And for me, I love that idea. Like, well, collaboratively, like, that sense of all together creating thing. The technology reminds me of that. It's, this conversation reminding me of that. But
well, that's a good tip. We put that back in time. Sure, I really thought about it that way, but it's very interesting.
the question of personalization that I feel like when I click like on a video, I great. It would make me personally. It would make me feel great if I was most of the algorithm broad. Like that. I don't know if that's human nature. You want the products you love, and I certainly love you. Like, you want to help it get smarter, smarter, smarter. There's some kind of coupling our lives together. It's better. YouTube is better than my life will be better. And I'm not sure how many people share that learning. But at that point, how much personalization is there in terms of next video recommendation? So is it kind of all really boiling down clustering, like you find that kind of thing, or is it how much personalization?
It's very, very personal. So your experience was quite a bit different from anybody else that's watching, at least when they're logged in. And the reason is that we found that users often want two different kinds of things when they're watching a video. Sometimes they want to keep watching more on that topic or more in that genre, and other times they just are done and they're ready to move on to something. The question is, well, what is something? And one of the first things one can imagine is maybe something else is the latest video from some channels with subscribe. And that's going to be very different for you than it is for me, right? And it's not something you subscribe to, it's something you watch on. Very different person by person. So even the watch next, as well as the homepage, of course, is quite different.
What we mentioned some of the signals, but what is success? What does success look like in terms of the algorithm creating great long-term experience for you? Or put another way, if you look at the videos I've watched this month, how do you know the algorithm?
I think, first of all, if you come back and watch more YouTube, one indication found some
number of hours is powerful.
Well, I mean, not the hours themselves, but the fact that you turn on another day. So that's probably the most simple. People don't come back to things they don't talk about. A lot of them do. But like I said, like everybody to feel that every video they watch is the best one they've ever watched since they started watching it. So that's why we survey them and ask them 1 to 5 stars. Our version, uh, every time someone takes that survey, they say it's 5 stars. The best video you've ever seen on YouTube. Every single time. So it's hard to imagine that we would actually do that. Maybe asymptotically we would get there, but that would be what we think.
It's funny. I've recently said somewhere, I don't know, maybe tweeted, but that Ray Dalio video, the economic machine, that's the greatest video I've ever watched. Like I watched the whole thing, my mind was blown. Very crisp American economics. Beautiful video. I wanted to click on something that says like the best thing ever. Please let me. Use, but I was upset that I said it earlier. I was like, I don't think I've ever felt the best thing ever watched. And that was that. And the ultimate utopia, the best experience for every single video. I don't see any videos I regret. Every single video I watch is actually helps me grow, helps me enjoy life, be happy. Well, so that's a heck of that's a one of the beautiful and learning. So when you look at society, how you could change society, you have the many people watching videos, growing, learning, having debate. You have a sense of yeah, impact on society. You have a sense of what direction we're taking in this world.
Well, I mean, I think openness has had an impact on society already. A lot of
what do you mean by open?
Well, the fact that unlike other mediums, there's not someone sitting at YouTube who decides before you can upload your video whether it's uploaded or worth anybody seeing, really, right? And so, there's some creators who say, I wouldn't have this opportunity to reach an audience. Tyler Oakley often said that she wouldn't have had this opportunity to reach this audience if it weren't for YouTube. And so I think that's one way in which YouTube has changed society. I know that there are people that I work with from outside the United States, especially from places where literacy is low, and they think that YouTube can help in those places because you don't need to be able to read and write in order to learn something important for your life. How to do that's another way. Where you work, okay, you work on YouTube, and you say, I love you, right? Which is great, makes me feel great. But then, of course, when I ask them, well, what is it that you love about YouTube? Not one time ever has anybody said that the search works outstanding or that the recommendations are great. What they always say when I ask them, what do you love about YouTube? They start talking about some creator or some topic or that they found on YouTube that they just love. And so that has made me realize that to about connecting the people with the video, and then everything else kind of gets out of it.
So non, kind of mentioned creator. What about the connection with just individual creators, individual videos? So like I gave the example right Dahlia had video. There's some people who are just creators that I love. They're one of the cool things about all themselves YouTubers. They have a journey. All of them are horrible. They suck horribly at the beginning, and they kind of grow. And that genuineness in their growth. So, I clearly wants to help creators connect with their audience, right? So, how do you think about that process? Helping creators grow, helping them with their audience, develop not just videos, but the entirety of the creative life.
Well, I mean, we're trying to help creators find the biggest audience they can, and the reason why that's brought up creator versus video, the reason why creator channel is so important is because we have a whole people coming back to YouTube. Well, they have to have in their mind some sense of what they're going to find when they come back. If YouTube is just the next viral video, and I have no concept of what the next viral video could be. One time it's a cat playing a piano, and the next day it's interrupting a reporter, and the next day it's some other thing happening. Then it's hard for me to, when I'm not watching YouTube, I would like to see something from someone about something, right? And so that's why I think this connection between fans and creators is so important for both, because it's a way of sort of fostering a relationship that can play out in.
Talk about kind of a dark and interesting question and topic that nobody can answer. But social media has gives us highs and gives us lows. And creators often about having sort of burnout, having psychological downs and challenges mentally in the creation process. Momentum, your audience,
How you living, Tim?
And I think it's financial.
Hope you're doing well.
They love the message. Don't care about money or what.
My brother-in-law wants to talk about numbers they want.
Some people feel like this momentum.
Okay, I'm working on something right now, so perhaps another time if that's okay.
Mental exhaustion. That's something we have an answer for. Is it something? How do we even think about that?
Well, the first thing is we want to make sure that the system is not right, and so we've done a fair amount of research to demonstrate that you can absolutely. If you are a creator and you've been uploading a lot, we have just as many examples of who took a break and came back more popular than they were before. We have examples going the other way.
Yeah, can we pause on that for a second? The feeling that people have, I think, if I take a break, the party will leave, right? So if you just linger on that, you're taking a break.
Yes, taking a break is absolutely okay. And the reason I say that is because we can observe many examples of creators coming back very strong and even stronger after they have taken some break. And so I just want to dispel the myth that somehow necessarily that your channel is going to go down or that is not the case. Know for sure that it's not necessary. make sure you take care of yourself. That is job one, right? You have to look out for yourself. And I think that it probably some of these contribute better videos once they come back, right? Because a lot of people, I know myself, like burn out on something, probably not doing the best work, even though I can keep working until I pass out. And so I think that the taking a break may even improve the creative ideas somewhat.
Okay, I think that's a really important thing. Well, I think it applies to all. Like literally, I've taken a break from everyone. Sorry, sorry if that's for a time. But even like sort of, we're only checking email, and for something psychologically, personal life, and so on, or not so much deadlines, fresh way that doesn't.
I was there when you came back.
And different. Friday ride, coffee, the world going to break. So mentioning kind of the dog on the E goes MC squared. That's the equation. Potentially more than a million code. So is it more that's what Thomas they are with basic patches and for the algorithm and have some machine learning module, or is it becoming more and more a giant what's your sense? First of all, do you even have a sense of the algorithm and however much you have a sense?
Well, we don't think about it as the algorithm because it's a bunch of systems that work on different services. The other thing that I think people don't understand is that what you might refer to as algorithm outside of actually a bunch of code, learning systems, heuristics, but that's married with the behavior of all the people who come to YouTube every day.
People part of the code.
Exactly, right? Like if there were no well, then the algorithm wouldn't work anymore, right? So that's a critical part of the algorithm. People talk about, well, the algorithm does this, the algorithm does that. Sometimes hard to understand, well, it could be the algorithm is keeping track of what the then reacting to those things in sort of more fine-grained situations. Right? And I think that the way that the recommendation system and the search system and probably many machine learning systems evolve, start trying to solve a problem. The first way to solve a problem is often with a simple heuristic. And what are the videos we're going to recommend? Well, how about the popular one? Right? And that's where you start. And over time, you collect some data and you find your situation so that you're making less heuristics. You're building a system that can actually learn what to do in different situations based on some observations of the map, and you keep chipping away at it over time. So I think that just like with diversity, I think the first diversity measure we took was okay, not more than 3 videos in a row from the same. It's a pretty simple heuristic to encourage diversity. It works, right? 4, 5, 6 videos in a row from the same channel. And over time, we try to chip away at that and make it more fine-grained and basically have it remove the heuristic in favor of something that can react to individual and individual.
So how do you mention, we know that something works. How do you get a sense when to look at A/B testing that good one, this is not so good? How do you measure that and across time scale, across how many that kind of thing.
Well, you mentioned that A/B experiment. So not every single change do it only after we've run a experiment. And so in those experiments, which run from 1 week to month, we measure hundreds, literally hundreds of different variables and measure changes with confidence in all of them. Because we really are trying to get sense for ultimately, does this improve the experience? That's the question. And an experiment is one way, because we go up and down. For instance, you notice in the experiment, people are using videos less frequently, or they're saying that they're more satisfied, more videos 5 stars after they watch them. Those would be the experiment testing, proving. But we can also look at other things. We might study where you in and ask them, like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? How do you feel about this? And other various kinds of research. But ultimately, if we want something, we're going to want to run an experiment. So we get a sense for what the impact is going to be, not just for viewers, but also the channels.
An absurd question. Nobody knows. Well, actually, but if I want to make a viral video, how do I do it?
I don't know how you make a viral. I know that we have in the past tried to figure out when a video was going to go. Those were take the second derivatives of the count, maybe that to do some prediction. But I can't say we ever got very good at that. Oftentimes we look at where the traffic is coming from. A lot of the viewership is coming from something like Twitter. Then maybe it has a higher chance of becoming viral than maybe coming from search or something. But that was just trying to detect a video that might be how to make one. Like, I have no idea. I mean, so, you get your kids to interrupt you while you're on the news.
Absolutely. But after the fact, I wanted to but ahead of time predicting release podcasts. After the went viral, an analysis. Sometimes understand why it went viral from the perspective of you broadly. First, was it even interesting to you that it was viral? Or does that not matter for the experience?
Well, I think people expect that a video going viral and it's something they would be interested in. I think they would expect you to recommend it.
Right. Someone's going viral, let the wave. People ride the wave of it.
Well, I mean, we want to meet people's expectations in that way.
So, like I mentioned, I hung out with Derek Mueller a while ago, a couple months back. He's actually the person who suggested I talk to you on this podcast.
Well, thank you, Derek.
At that time, just an awesome science video titled "Why Are 96 Billion Black Balls in This Reservoir?" Matter of I don't know how long, but like got 30 million people growing. Something you can analyze and understand why it happened in the video, any one particular video like it.
I mean, we can clearly see where it was recommended, where it was found, who watched it, and those sorts of things.
It's actually, sorry to interrupt, is the video cover American? I didn't know who this before. So I remember, usually I just have all of the technical, boring MIT Stanford in my recommendation because that's all I watch. And then all of a sudden there's this Black Balls in a Reservoir video with like an excited nerd and with like, why is this being recommended? So I clicked on it and watched the whole thing and it was awesome. And then a lot of people had that experience, like, why was I recommended this? But they all, of course, watched it. What's your sense of this? video, they also
Well, I think it's the system basically doing what anybody who's recommending something. So it's just cool. They like it. Okay, well, can I find some more people who are a little bit like them? Okay, I'm gonna try it with them. Oh, they like it too. Let me expand the circle some more. Find some more. Oh, it turns out they like it too. So then you keep going and some feedback that says, no, now you've gone too far. These people don't like it anymore. And so I think that's basically what happens. Now, you asked me about how to make a video go viral. Think about the video. I don't think that if you or I decided to make a video about $1 million, that it would also go viral. It's possible that Derek made like the canonical video about black balls in the lake. And so,
he did actually.
right. And so I don't know whether or not following along is secret.
Yeah, but it's fascinating. I mean, the algorithm expanding that circle and figuring out that more and more people did enjoy it, and that sort of number of people enjoying it. The algorithm quickly, automatically figuring that out. That's I don't know, the dynamics of psychology that is a beautiful thing. And so what do you think about the idea of clipping? People annoyed me, or just request. They said it would be very beneficial to add clips and like the coolest points and actually have a video. Like I'm uploading a video, like a short clip, what the podcast is doing. Yeah. You see most of like I also had timestamp topics. No, people want the clip. You see YouTube helping creators with that process or helping connect the video. Or is that on a long list of amazing features to work through?
It's not something that I think we've done yet, but I can tell you that I think clipping is great, and I think it's actually great to create. Here's the reason. If you think about, I mean, let's say the NBA is videos of it. Well, you might search for your Rockets, or they might search for Steph Curry. And so a highlight from the game.
Talk about rugby conversation. We probably covered 30, 40 little topics. And there's a and we find, 30% of those topics are interesting. That's something that's beyond my ability to outright. But the algorithm figures that out. And do you think about this kind of thing? Do you have a hope or dream that one day the algorithm will be able to do that kind of deep stuff that
Actually, projects attempt to achieve, but it really does depend on understanding the tool well and our understanding right now is quite different. So I think it would be especially hard to do it with conversation. One might be, let's say, a soccer match more easily, right? You can probably find out where the goal is. And then, of course, you figure out who wants to score the goal, and that might require human management. I think that trying to identify coherent topics in a transcript, like the our conversation, is not something that we're going to be very good at, right?
and I was speaking in general soccer match and our conversation. Right. But almost my hope was that an algorithm that's able to find exciting.
So Google now on search helps you find the video that you're interested in. Search for something like how to change the filter of my dishwasher, then there's a long video about the dishwasher, and this is the part where the person shows you how to change the filter, then they'll highlight that area
And
provide a link directly to it.
and the recollection, the thumbnail reflects like what the difference from the full video and the short clip, how it's presented.
I don't remember how it's presented. The other thing I would say is right now based on creating.
Not the thing I'm talking about.
But folks are working on the more automatic version. It's interesting. People might not imagine, but a lot of our systems start by using almost entirely the audience behavior, and then as they get better, the refinement comes from using.
And I wish, I know the privacy concern, but I wish YouTube forward this big, putting a camera on the allows, right, to study their, like I did a lot of emotion recognition work, to study actual richer. One of the cool things, also the VR video, and I've done this a few times, so I've uploaded myself. Some people enjoyed it, whatever. The video of me giving a lecture. It's cool. YouTube allows you to watch where the where the center of that review. What
Not always what you were.
in the case of lecture is pretty boring. I think did a funny video, bunch of and everybody tried to spread around. I don't know how you maybe get that signal where this was like their eyes opened up and they're like for me with the Ray Dalio beat, right? Like first I was like, oh, okay, it's another one of these like dumb it down, and then you like start watching it. Okay, vaccination economy. That's where I like set out right that moment.
The only way I can think of asking label.
You mentioned that we're quite far away in terms of analysis. Of course, Google, YouTube, we're quite far away from solving the autonomous driving problem. So it's
I don't know. I think we're close to that.
well, you know, no. And Wright brothers thought that years to so what did the challenge say? Broad challenge in understanding video and the natural language challenge before the being able to understand it. Something specific to video that's more challenging than the natural language understanding. What's your sense of what this
Video. And so precision is a real problem. It's like you're trying to classify million classes, and the distinctions among them, at least from a learning perspective, often pretty small, right? Like number and know which player it is, and not a player. The logo on there, so, and that's just figuring out, right? And then further, okay, well, a goal, like, as you said, and not these things can be pretty hard.
So, okay, so John Lacoon, I'm not sure if you're familiar, so current work, so he's looking at self-supervised learning, the solution to achieve kind of greater level of intelligence. In fact, the thing he's focusing on watching video and predicting the next frame, predicting, right? So for now, we're very far from that, but his thought is unsupervised, or as he refers to self-supervised. You know, if you watch enough video, essentially, watch YouTube, be able to learn about the nature of reality, common sense required by just predict the next frame. To be confident, this is the way to go. To you, from the perspective of working with the video, how do you think an algorithm that just watches all of you, stays up all day and night watching you to understand enough of the world, about this world where I feel confident?
Well, I mean, we have. They're just very. I'm not an expert on it, but I understand that. Basically try to predict the frame and it picks up the places where they got it wrong. Put all the different frames there. So I don't know if I believe that's a big it's going to be about because there's so many frames.
It's like fucking crazy. Hurry up. I just went over, but you're so fucking drunk. And I just asked if you want to come talk to family. That's fine, but please don't come over here and think, hey, Autumn, am I wrong as fuck? And when I answer you by saying yes to me, because you desperate, no, that's what, no. Holy shit. Oh, it's, what the yes, and you begged me, hey, what does that have to do with right now? Just an hour ago when you texted me, baby, you called me, baby, and I loved you because I'm not your baby. We're not playing. You're a weird neighbor. That has made me feel uncomfortable. And now I'm yelling because you're still standing in the house because it's erupted into something else. And you're still in my face. I know what. But now he wants me to go to jail. But nobody's gonna call the police and still in my face, right? What?
Summarize the video well.
You get this on a live stream.
Oh, your damn bitch, you look at your grandma.
Well, maybe it's not like a picture up in my fucking face like a bitch. You're all this bitch. You're so this way.
You're yelling at me, man.
Oh, you can't even see it. No.
Gotta get out of this house.
I'm waiting for you to do it. You have my evidence of my shit. Holy fuck. Wow. No, let's vote this shit. He's a pretty guy like I had, which was the main issue. For you, you are Unfortunately, fucking
that topic. Right? Evolving, take the place of grew up as a kid in the 70s, endless amount of television. There was a time out my brain and television. Um, but anyway, I mean, I think that YouTube is my family a better version of television. Man, watch, and also they can find things that they would never have found on television. And so I think that, at least from just my own family, that's where we're headed. Watch YouTube kind of in the same way that I watch now.
So from a search and discovery perspective, what do you excited about five? Like what kind of things? It's already really good. I think it's a lot of. Of course, we don't know what's possible. So it's the search of typing in text, discovering new videos by the next recommendation. I personally, and I rarely watch a video that. But what's what are you excited about?
Well, I think introducing people to more of what on YouTube not only very important to creators, but I think it uh, enrich people's lives. There's a lot I'm still finding out that's available on YouTube that I didn't even know. I've been working for 8 years. It wasn't until last year that I learned that I could watch USC football games from the 1970s. Like I didn't even know that was possible until last year. I've been working here quite some time. So, what was broken about that 7 years to learn that this stuff was already on YouTube when I got it. I think there's a big opportunity. And then, as I said before, we want to make sure that YouTube finds a way to ensure that it's acting with respect to society and enriching people's lives. We want to take all of the great things that it does and make sure that we are negative consequences might happen. And then, lastly, if we get to a point where all the videos people watch are the best ones they've ever watched, that would be outstanding too.
You see, in many senses, becoming a window to the world. I mean, it's especially with live video, you get to watch events. I mean, it's really the way you experience a lot of the world that's out there is better than many ways. So keep becoming more than just the creators creating visual experience, virtual worlds. But if I'm talking crazy now, but sort of virtual reality and entering that space, because that's for now totally outside.
I mean, I think thinking about virtual reality, I don't think about virtual reality too much. You know that you would want to make sure that you is there when virtual reality something or if virtual reality becomes something that a lot of people are interested in. But I haven't seen it really take off.
Well, the future is wide open. Christos, I've been really looking forward to this. It's been a huge honor. Thank you for answering some of the more difficult questions I've asked. I'm really excited about what has in store for us. It's one of the greatest products I've ever seen. So, thank you so much for talking.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for asking me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, code Lex Podcast, get $10. $10 will put it first. I'm educating nonprofit that inspires hundreds, thousands of young minds to become future leaders and enjoy this podcast. Subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, or on Patreon, and click connect with me on Twitter. Now, give you some words of wisdom from Marcel. The real voice is discovered not landscape, having new eyes. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Following is conversation with David Chalmers, philosopher, cognitive scientist, specializing in areas of philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, and consciousness. He's perhaps best known for formulating the hard problem of consciousness, stated as why does companies' awareness of information exist at all? Consciousness is almost entirely a mystery. Many people who worry about AI safety and ethics believe that some form of consciousness can should be engineered into AI systems. While there's much mystery, agreement, discoveries yet to be made about consciousness, conversation, while fundamentally philosophical and nevertheless very important for engineering modern AI systems. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, connect with me on Twitter. Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D. Usual, 1 or 2 minutes of ads now. Never any ads in the to break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt to listen. This show is presented by Cash App, #1 finance app. If you get it, just go Lex Podcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, invest in the stock market as little as $1. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary Square, Member, SIP. Cash App subscribe trading. Let me mention the order execution algorithm behind the scenes to create the abstractional order. The algorithm makes marvel. Big props to Cash App engineers solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that can step up the next layer of abstraction of trading accessible investors and diversification. Get Cash App in the App Store, play code Lex Podcast, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to First, one of my favorite organizations helping to advance robotics, STEM education, young people around the world.
Baby.
Now, here's my conversation with David Chalmers. I think we're living in a
Show me the ad. Show me the ad.
Roll it out. There's probably going to be a lot of simulation. Simulation well enough, it'll be indistinguishable from reality. And although we could keep searching for evidence that we're not in a simulation, any of that evidence in principle could be simulated. So, I think it's a possibility.
thought experiment. Interesting. Will calibrate how we the nature of reality.
Yeah, I definitely think it's interesting and useful. In fact, I'm actually writing a book about it right now, all about the simulation idea, using it to shed light on a whole bunch of philosophical questions. So, big one, how do we know anything about the external world? Descartes, maybe you're being by demons, stimulating your brain into thinking all this stuff is real when in fact it's made up. Well, what version of it? How do you know a simulation? Knowledge, know about the external world. There's also really interesting questions about the nature of reality.
we don't. None of this would be real. My view is actually that we're all getting the reality. Real reality. What the interacts with the world by only through the window of our perception mind. That's real. That's thought of being world as you well as we perceive it as a very simple mind, older version of what's going on underneath. We already know that. Science, you don't see too many obvious mechanical what we perceive with mechanical things. Well, I think the world we perceive is very simplified picture, color, shape, thing, and space. When we know there's that's what Wilfred Sellers called manifest image. World as it seems to us. We already know underneath all that it's very different scientific image. Atom, quantum, wave function, string, whatever. Yes, that's the reality. The simulation idea, basically, another hypothesis about what the ultimate scientific metaphysical reality is going on underneath the world of the manifest image. Image is very thing to interact with is on the underlying reality science. Help that maybe help us about that too, and if we eventually take the red pill, find out we're in a simulation, my view is that's just another view about what reality is made of. The nature of the thing in itself, a red glass here, and it's appears to me a certain way, certain shape, liquid, clear. What is the nature of the thing in itself? Well, it's a simulation idea. So hypothesis about the nature of the thing in itself. It depends on if we're in a simulation. The thing in itself, nature of this glass, okay, it's actually a bunch of data structures running on a computer in the universe. Yeah, that's what people they think about simulation. They think about our modern computers, how trivial, crude, scaled up. But do you think simulation, in order to actually simulate something as complicated as our universe that's made up of molecules, atoms, particles, quarks, strings, all of that requires something infinitely many more of scale and complexity. Do you think we're able to like conceptualize what it would be in our universe, or does it just slip into this idea that universe something so big it's a fuzzy area that's not useful at all? Yeah, well, I mean, our universe is obviously incredibly complicated. For us, within our universe, the simulation of a universe as complicated as ours is going to have your universe finite. There's no way. Maybe there's some good way to make it work. A universe is infinite. Maybe an infinite universe is a copy of itself, but that's going to be hard. Nonetheless, if we are in a simulation, no reason why we have to simulating universe has to be anything like ours. Said before that it might be. If you think of turtles all the way down, you think of the simulating universe ours, we ourselves, but also simulating universe. It says there could be kind of levels of universes, and you also mentioned the hilarious idea, maybe not, that there may be simulations where the simulations arbitrarily stacked level, and that there may that we may be level 42. Oh, yeah. Along those facts reference Hitchhiker's Guide to working in a simulation at level 40. What do you think level 0? I would expect that level 0 will be a moment. Just that if it's finite, it's some extraordinarily large finite capacity, much more likely it's infinite. Maybe it's got some very high theoretical cardinality that enables it for any number of simulations. So high degree of infinity at level 0, slightly smaller degree of infinity at level 1. But by the time we get down to level 2, plenty of room for lots of simulation, finite capacity. If the top universe is only at finite capacity, that's going to be very, very serious limits on how many simulations you're going to be able to get running. But I think we can certainly confidently say that if we're at level 42, then the top level is pretty damn good. So it gets more and more constrained down levels, more and more simplified, and limited resources. Yeah, we still have plenty of capacity here. What was it? Feynman study said plenty of room at the bottom. You know, we're still a number of levels above the degree of this fundamental computing, physical computing capacity, quantum computing capacity at the bottom level. So we got plenty of room to play with and make. Probably have plenty of room for simulation of pretty sophisticated universes. Perhaps none as complicated as our universe, unless our universe is infinite, but still, at the very least, are pretty serious finite universes, but maybe universes somewhat simpler than ours, unless in the simulation of this anything. The mind is at the height of maybe incredible created about how incredible it can be. That's pretty impressive. That impressive. I should consider a certain point with the scale of many possible. You know, you get to that has enabled amazing stuff to happen. Engineering and culture and still just at the beginning of that, on the evolutionary threshold, kind of like we just got there tens of thousands of years ago. So probably just at the very beginning. What's possible there? And I think the scale intelligence is very bottom. I would expect that, for example, if we're in a simulation more for level 40. It's also possible that this epitome of what is possible. So we as human beings see ourselves as flawed, but maybe that's the magic. Maybe limitations are the essential element for the interesting, that edge of chaos that make us much more intelligent, make us more powerful in any kind of performance. You from the vessel that makes life. So I have this optimistic that we're little bit that there's so much growth, but it could also be the most amazing thing in us. Maybe what you're saying is consistent with what I'm saying. Levels of intelligence are beyond us. Maybe those levels of intelligence, in your view, would be kind of boring, and we kind of get stupid and everything, and life suddenly becomes unidimensional. We're just inhabiting one spot of like maximal romanticism and the history of evolution. Yes. Get to humans, like
big hammer, super intelligent, and then we're going to back it up. Those were the days when it just hit the point of inflection and life was interesting. I am an optimist, so I'd like to think that if there is super intelligence somewhere in the future, they'll figure out how to make life super interesting and super romantic.
Well, you know what they're going to do. What they're going to do is they realize how foreign life is super intelligent, but they create a level of assimilation and sort of live through the things they've created by watching them go about in the flawed ways. And that's they create a new level of assimilation every time you get really bored with how smart and
be kind of sad though, because sort of the peak of their existence would be like watching simulations for entertainment. Yeah. Like saying the peak of our existence now is Netflix. No, it's alright.
On the flip side of that, the peak of our existence for many people having children, watching them grow. It becomes very mean.
Okay, so create a simulation that's like creating a family.
Like, well, any kind of creation is kind of a powerful act. Do you think it's mind? So, for example, classroom think about ideas. So maybe you don't need mind or in general. The entirety of the world, which is going to be more challenging.
Well, I think in some sense the answer is obvious. It has to be simple. Like the mind, the universe, of course the mind is part of the universe. In order to fully simulate the universe, you have to simulate the mind. So unless we're talking about partial simulation.
And I guess the question is mind for the mind? The mind could just be a phenomena. Simulation is an interesting thing. It's not like creating a simulation perhaps requires you to program every single thing that happens. It's just defining conditions, rules based on which the mind requires you to have a little bit more. A little crazy land, but it requires you to understand the fundamentals of cognition, perhaps of consciousness, of perception, everything like that needs that not created kind of origin from basic laws, or requires you to actually understand the fundamentals of mind.
We said simulate the brain rather than the mind. Brain is a big universe, is a giant universe. At the very least, you're going to have to simulate the brain, the other things. Anyway, and obviously, for any worse for the brain than for particular complex brain. There is this other question: when you simulate a brain, will that bring along all the features of the mind with it? Like, what do you get? Right? Consciousness, you get thinking, you get free will, and so on. And that's something philosophers have argued over for years. My own view is if you simulate the brain well enough, that will also simulate the mind. But there's plenty of people who don't really get the system, the simulation of the brain without any.
But for you, put together brain arise.
Yeah, I don't think it's obvious. My view is roughly that what's responsible for consciousness hasn't information processing and so on rather than biology that is made of. There's certainly plenty of people out there who think consciousness has to be biological. Merely replicate information processing on biological substrates is crucial. I mean, I think there's don't think there's any particular reason to think that biology is special here. You can imagine substituting the biology non-biological systems so could play the same role. Behavior will continue the same, and I think just thinking about what is the true. When I think about the connection, isomorphism and consciousness in the brain, the deepest connection
has to not biology. So I at least adopted as my working hypothesis that basically it's the computation and the information that matters for consciousness. At the same time, I don't understand consciousness. They should be right. Computation, the flow, the process, the process where the consciousness, software is where the consciousness, not the hardware. Roughly the software, yeah, the patent in the hardware we can view as software. It may not be some program code and race and so on, the way we can ordinary software, but it's something at the level of information rather than the level of information. On that, what do you think of the experience itself, the experience of the world, virtual reality? It's possible that we can create sort of offsprings of our consciousness by existing in the virtual world. Yeah. The consciousness way done is by out. Yeah, well, the kinds of virtual worlds we have now are, they're interesting and limited in certain ways. You feel like they rely on us having a brain. Outside. You'll strap on a VR headset out in a virtual world on a screen, but my brain and then my physical environment. I mean, right now, brain, there might be some characters in these virtual worlds that have simulated cognitive systems of certain kinds that dictate their behavior. Mostly they're right now. I mean, some people are trying to combine a bit of AI and then some characters, make them smarter. But for now, inside virtual worlds, the actual thinking, interesting from the physics of the virtual world. In a way, actually, I'm reminiscent of the way that Descartes thought up the world was. Physics, mind, and they're separate. Now we don't know. Mind is somehow connected, but in these virtual worlds, physics of a virtual world. Then there's this brain which is totally outside the virtual world, controls it, interacts with anyone. Okay, somebody outside the virtual world, controlling the interaction of things inside the virtual world. So right now, the mind is somehow outside the world. You can imagine the future, once we develop serious AI, general intelligence, and then we could come to the virtual world, have enough communication to actually simulate a brain or human AGI, then presumably be able to act in really sophisticated ways, maybe even more sophisticated ways inside the virtual world, how it might in the physical world. Then the question is going to come along, be kind of a VR and a virtual world internal intelligence. Then the question is, could they have consciousness, experience, free will, things we have? And again, my view is, why not? Looking at it a little bit, I find virtual reality incredibly virtual reality, but not. Perhaps there's psychological effects. Some people more amenable to virtual worlds than others, but I find myself wanting to stay in virtual world. Or, yeah. With a headset or on a desktop? No, with a headset. Interesting. I am totally addicted to using the internet on a desktop. When it comes to VR, the headset, I don't typically use it more than 20 minutes. There's something just slightly immersive about it. I don't right now, even though I have Oculus Rift, Oculus Quest, HTC Vive, Samsung, this and that. I don't want to stay for extended periods. You actually something about it, it's both a combination of imagination and considering the possibilities of where this goes. It feels like I want to almost prepare my brain, or like I want to explore imagining that process and that way. But in a journal, it is true. But you're in VR and you do brain surgery on an avatar. You're going to open up that skull. What are you going to find? Sorry, nothing's there. Nothing. The brain is elsewhere. I don't think it's possible to separate them. And I don't mean in a hard separation, but basically it's possible. The brain outside of wearing a headset create a new conscience or prolong really very like that brain is outside. So this is okay, it's gonna be the case where the brain is still outside, still living in the VR. I mean we're pretty fine with right? Video game. Really immersive, you get taken up by the world becomes your reality for a while. So they're not completely immersive, yeah. Very really immersive. You don't forget the external world. Exactly. That's what I'm asking. Yeah. It's almost possible to really forget the external world. Really immersive. What? Forget? Why would we forget? You know, we got good memories. Maybe you can start paying attention to the external world. But yeah, that already happens a lot. I go to work, maybe I'm not home life, I go to a movie and I'm immersed in that. So that degree of immersion, absolutely. We still have the capacity to remember it. Completely forget the external world. I'm thinking that probably takes some serious drugs or something to make your brain do that. Possible. So I guess I'm getting at is consciousness truly a property tied to or can it you create sort of different offspring copies from the world but well the way it came out with the standard VR is that one brain interacts with the world, plays a video game, a video that interacts with this virtual world. And I think you say there's one level of different environments based on different characters, different environments. Already something that happens in home life, work life, social life, so on. So at the very least, that will happen in a virtual world very naturally. People sometimes felt the character of avatars very different themselves, maybe a different gender, different race, different social background. That much is certainly possible. I would see that as a single consciousness taking on different personas, different literal splitting of multiple copies. It's going to take something more radical than that. Maybe you can run the simulation of your brain, different realities, and then expose them to different histories, and put yourself into 10 different simulated copies and undergo different environments, and ultimately do become very different consciousness. Maybe that could happen, but now we're not talking about something this near term. We're going to have brain simulation, AGI, for that to happen. Got it. Before any of that happens, let's see, it is the consciousness. Though it's experiencing different environments, of course, are not so connected. The memory experience, therefore, conscious. Yeah, or at least no more multiple than the kind of we get from inhabiting different environments. Well, styles or color, and then it's where songs have colors. So, what songs had color? You know, this is funny. Paid much attention to this at the time, but I'd listen to a piece of music and I'd get some kind of imagery of a kind of color. The good thing is, mostly they were murky, deep, dark greens, olive brown. The colors weren't all that interesting. I don't know what the reason is. You know, my theory is that maybe it's like different chords and tones provided different colors. They all tended to get mixed together into these somewhat uninteresting browns, greens. Every now and then there'd be something that had a really pure. The few that I remember, but here, there, and everywhere by the Beatles, bright red. It has very distinct tonality and chord structure at the beginning. So that bright red, sung by the Alan Parsons project called Ammonia Avenue, was a pure blue. I have no idea how this happened. I didn't even pay that much attention until it went away. I was about 20. Synesthesia often goes away.
Purely perception of a particular color, or was there positive or negative experience? Like, was it associated with a positive, right, with a negative? Or is it simply the perception of color associated with characteristics?
For me, I don't remember a lot of association, emotion, value. It's just kind of weird and interesting. But at the beginning, I thought something that happened to everyone. Songs of colors, maybe I mentioned it once or twice. People said, no. It was like, it was kind of cool, and there was one that had one of these especially pure colors, but nothing much later, once I became a grad student about the mind, I read about this phenomenon called synesthesia. I was like, hey, that's what I had. Now I occasionally talk about it in my class. An interest that still happens sometimes. Stuff and hey, I have that. I never knew about that. Never knew it had a name.
And then it went away at age 20 or so. And you have a journal entry around that saying songs don't have colors anymore. What happened?
Yeah, it was definitely sad that it was gone. That, in retrospect, it was like, hey, that's cool. The colors gone.
Yeah, do you think about that a little bit? It's fundamentally different, but or is it just a nice thing that you don't see that fundamentally different than you in the country?
Me, when I had these experiences, they were somewhat marginal. They were like a little bonus kind of experience. I know there are people who have much more serious forms of synesthesia than this, for whom it's absolutely central to their lives. I know people when they experience people, they have colors, maybe they have taste, so on. Every time they're writing, it has colors. Some people, whenever they hear music, got a certain really rich color pattern, and for some synesthesia, it's absolutely central. I think if they lost it, they'd be devastated. Again, for me, it's very, very mild form of synesthesia, and it's like, it's like those interesting experiences. You might get after altered consciousness, and it's kind of cool, but not necessarily this most simple experience in your life.
Let's try to go to the question. Answer many times, but perhaps can help us find new ideas. What, in your view, is caution? Qualia? What is the hard problem?
Consciousness. I mean, the word is used in ways, but the kind of consciousness that I'm interested in is basically subjective experience. What it feels like from the inside to be a human being or any other thing. I mean, something like me right now. I have
The big time.
visual images that I'm
The big time.
hearing my voice. I've got emotional tone running through my head. These are all from the mind. Perfect metaphor. In every way, that's very rich. But this direct, objective experience, I call that consciousness, or sometimes philosophy, the word qualia, which you suggest. People tend to use the word qualia for things like the qualities of things like colors, redness, conscious thinking is not obviously qualia. It's not like good qualities like redness or greenness. We're still thinking about my hometown, about what I'm going to do later on. Maybe there's still something running through my head, which is experience. Maybe it goes beyond those qualities or qualia. Philosophers sometimes use the word phenomenal consciousness, consciousness. In a sense, I mean, people also talk about consciousness, being able to access information in your mind, collective consciousness, being able to think about yourself. It looks like the really serious one, the one that really gets me going, is phenomenal consciousness. The fact that subjective experience and all this feels like something at all. And the hard problem is, how is it that, why isn't it there is phenomenal consciousness at all? And how is it physical processes in a brain give you subjective experience? It looks like, on the face of it, you have all this big, complicated physical in a brain running without a given subjective experience at all, and yet we do have subjective experience. The hard problem is to explain that.
When it comes about, we haven't been able to build a machine where a red light goes on that says not conscious. So, how do we actually create that? How do humans do it? How do we ourselves?
But we do every now and then create machines. Create babies that are conscious. Brain, as that brain does produce consciousness. Even though we can't create it, we'll understand why it happens. Maybe eventually we'll be able to create machines. As a matter of fact, AI machines, as a matter of fact, conscious. So that won't necessarily make the hard problem go away. And it does. How and why is it that these processes conscious?
You know, you just made me realize for a second, maybe totally dumb realization, nevertheless, that the useful way to think about the creation of consciousness is a certain point at which that is not conscious. It maybe starts from, I don't know, cells. At a certain point at which it becomes conscious, arrives conscious. We can't know exactly that line. The idea that we conscious. Again, a really dumb thing to say, but not until now that I realize you do your conscious. Watch the process happen, but you don't know which point it happens or where it is, but conscious.
Yeah, I mean, the question, of course, is whether babies are conscious when they're born. And it used to be, it seems that some people thought they weren't, why they didn't have aesthetics on babies when they circumcised them. And now people think that's incredibly cool. Of course, babies feel pain, and now the dominant view is that babies feel pain. Actually, my partner, Claudia, works on the issue of whether there's consciousness in babies and of what kind. And she certainly thinks that newborn babies come into the world with some degree of consciousness. Of course, then you can just extend the question backwards. Fetuses suddenly are politically controversial.
Exactly.
Territory. But, the question also arises in the animal. Where does consciousness start? Is there a line in the animal kingdom where those conscious organisms are? Over time, people become more and more liberal about ascribing consciousness. We used to think maybe only mammals be conscious. Now most people seem to think, sure, fish are conscious. They can pain, and now we're arguing over insects. You'll find people out there, plants have some degree of consciousness. So, who knows where it's going to end. The far end of the chain is the view that some degree of consciousness. Call that panpsychism. I think that view.
That's a fascinating new reality. Talk about linger on panpsychism. What does it mean? It's not just plans of consciousness. It's that consciousness is the fundamental fabric of reality. What does that mean? How do we supposed to think?
Well, Well, we're used to the idea that some things in the world are fundamental, right? Physics, like what? We take things like space or time, or space-time, mass, charge, just fundamental properties of the universe. You don't produce simpler. Take those for granted. But some laws that connect them. Here is how mass, space, and time evolve. Theories like relativity or quantum mechanics or some future theory that will unify them both. But everyone says you've got to say something fundamental. If you can't explain one thing in terms of the previous fundamental, you have to expand. Something like this happened with Maxwell. That was fundamental principle. Electromagnetism, fundamental. And that was the best way to explain it. So, the possibility of the fact that consciousness, take it as a fundamental property, like space, time, mass, instead of trying to explain consciousness only in terms of the evolution of space, time, and mass, and so on. Take it as a primitive, and then connection for everything else. Nice and fundamental laws. I mean, there's basically a basic problem that physics we have now was great for solving easy problems of consciousness, about behavior. Give us a complicated structure or dynamic, it's not how it's going to behave, the behavior they'll produce, which is great for the problems of explaining how we walk, we talk, so on. Easy problem, consciousness. But the hard problem about subjective experience, doesn't look like that kind of problem about structure, dynamics, how things behave. It's hard to see how existing physics is going to give you a full explanation of that.
Certainly, trying to get a view of consciousness, yes, there has to be a connecting point, and it's very axiomatic at the very beginning level. But first of all, there's a crazy idea that sort of everything has properties of consciousness. At that point, the word consciousness is beyond the current, like far, because it's so far from correct. It's far from the experience have that I have. If you say that everything is conscious, that means there. Basically, another way to put that, if that's true, then you understand almost nothing about that fundamental aspect.
How do you feel about saying hands is the same reaction to that, or is that something you understand?
And you understand atoms. So I'm comfortable with living things on Earth. Kind of aging where they're similar size to me, and they can be born and die. That's understandable intuitively. Morphize yourself in place of the plant. But I can understand it. It's not like I don't actually get plants of consciousness that plant offer, but I can understand that kind of idea.
How do you feel about robots? The kind of robots we have now. I told you, like, Roomba, some degree of consciousness. Or some, deep neural network.
I could understand that a Roomba has consciousness. I just had spent all day on robots. And I personally love robots as an actual I also morphize them. Something about the physical object. So there's different than a neural network. A neural network running a software. The physical object, something about the human experience allows me to really see that physical object entity and move in a way that there's like I didn't program it, where it feels that it's acting conceptually, yes, self-awareness, consciousness, then you start to define it consciousness. insight that that's just on the property of reality is a much bigger statement. It's like thorough all the way. Yeah, everything. And the whole thing is like how I know history, but linger on it, like how how do you think about reality and consciousness?
When you get there, so can we explain the existing fundamentals? And if you can't right now, like, then you've got to add something. It doesn't follow that you have to add consciousness. Another interesting possibility. We'll add something else. Let's call it proto or X. And it turns out space, time, mass plus X will somehow collectively give you the possibility for consciousness. Why don't we rule out that view? Either I call that and proto-psychism. Maybe there's this other property, proto-consciousness, at the bottom level. You can't imagine there's actually genuine consciousness at the bottom level. Well, I think we should be open to the idea that other thing X, we can't imagine that somehow gives you consciousness. But if we are playing along with the idea there really is genuine consciousness at the bottom level, of course, it's kind of way out speculative, but, you know, at least in case with classical physics, we'd have to end up saying, well, every little atom, every little particle in space-time, each of these particles has some kind of consciousness structure, mirrors its physical properties, like its mass, charge, velocity, and so on. The structure of its consciousness would roughly correspond to that. The physical interaction between particles. All worry about physics, kind of, I mentioned this before, this is about the manifest. We don't really find out about the intrinsic nature of things. Physics tells us about how a particle relates to other particles and interacts. It doesn't tell us about what the particle is in itself, that was kind of thing in itself. So here's a view. Nature in itself of a particle is something mental. Particle is actually a little conscious subject with properties of its consciousness correspond to its physical properties. The laws of physics are actually ultimately relating these properties of conscious subjects. On this view, the Newtonian world would actually be a vast collection of little conscious subjects at the bottom level, way, way simpler than we are, without free will or rationality or anything like that. But that's what the universe is like. Of course, that's a vastly view. The reason is correct. But non-Newtonian physics, quantum mechanical wave function, suddenly it starts to look different. It's not a vast collection of subjects. There's ultimately one big wave function. The whole universe, corresponding to that, might be something more like a single conscious mind whose structure corresponds to the structure of the wave function. We'll call this cosmos-psychism. Now, of course, we're in the realm of extremely speculative philosophy, no direct evidence for this. But, yeah, but if you want a picture of what that universe would be like, think, yeah, perfect mind, enough richness and structure among it to replicate all the structure of physics.
I think, therefore, I am at the level of particles, quantum mechanics, the level of the wave function. Kind of an exciting possibility, of course, way out of picture currently.
It is interesting that some neuroscientists are beginning to take panpsychism seriously. We find consciousness even in very systems. For example, integrated information theory of consciousness. A lot of neuroscientists new book by Christopher Koch came in, Feeling of Life Itself, why consciousness is widespread, but can't be computed. He basically endorses the panpsychist view, where your consciousness with a degree of information processing, or integrated information processing in a system, and even very, very simple systems, a couple of particles will have some degree of this, so he ends up with some degree of matter, and his claim is theory can actually explain a bunch of things about the connection between the brain and consciousness. Now that's very controversial. Very, very early days of consciousness. It's interesting that it's not just philosophy that might lead you in this direction. There are ways of quasi-scientifically that lead you there.
different than panpsychism. What do you think? So Alan Watts has a quote I'd like to ask you. The quote is that through our eyes, universe is itself. Through our ears, universe is harmony. We are the witnesses of the universe, conscious of the story. So that's not panpsychism. We think that we are essentially the sense of the universe created conscious. That's an interesting idea. Of course, if you went for the giant cosmic mind view, then the universe was conscious all along. It doesn't need us. We're of the universal. Likewise, if you believe in panpsychism, some little degree at the bottom level all along, and we were just a complex form of consciousness. I think maybe the point you mentioned works better. If you're not a panpsychist, you're not a psychist, you think consciousness just exists at this immediate level. Of course, that's the orthodox view. That you would say the common view, your view of panpsychism, a rarer view. I think generally regarded certainly as a speculative view held by a fairly small minority of theorists, philosophers. Most philosophers, most scientists who think about consciousness are not panpsychists. There's been a bit of a movement in that direction in the last 10 years or so. It's been quite popular, especially among the younger generation. It's still very definitely a minority. Many people totally batshit crazy to use a technical term. But philosophical. Yeah, so the orthodox view, I think, is consciousness is something that humans have, and some good number of non-human animals have, and maybe AIs might have one day, but it's restricted. On that view, and then there was no consciousness at the start of the universe, maybe none at the end. Is this thing which happened? Some point in the history of the universe, consciousness developed. And yes, it's a very amazing event on this view, because many people are consciousness is what gives meaning to our lives. Without consciousness, there would be no meaning, no true value, no bad, and so on. So with the advent of consciousness, suddenly the universe went from meaningless to somehow meaningful. Why did this happen? I guess the quote you mentioned was somehow destined to happen, because the universe needed to have consciousness within it, to have value and have meaning. Maybe combine that with a theistic view or a teleological view. But inexorably evolving towards consciousness. Actually, my colleague here at NYU, Nagel, Mind and Cosmos, years ago, where he argued for the teleological view of evolution towards consciousness, saying that the problem of Darwinism got him very, very controversial. People agree, I don't myself agree, with this teleological view. It's a beautiful speculative view of the cosmos. What do you think people experience? What do they see when they believe in God? I'm an expert on thinking about God and religion. I'm not myself religious at all. People sort of pray, communicate with God with whatever form. I'm not sort of the practice, the ritual of religion. I mean the actual experience of really having a connection with God. What do you think that experience is so common throughout the history of that like we must that. At the very least, it is an interesting conscious experience that people have when they experience religious awe or prayer and so on. Neuroscientists have tried to examine what bits of the brain are active and so on. But yeah, the deeper question is what do people explore when they're doing this? I've got no real expertise on this, but it does seem that one thing we're after is a sense of meaning and value, a sense of connection to something greater than themselves that will give their lives meaning and value. Maybe the thought is there is a God, and God somehow is a universal who has
see the attraction of that. It makes you wonder, why is it exactly that a universal consciousness, God, if we needed if universal consciousness can give the world meaning, why can't local consciousness give the world meaning? I think my consciousness gives my world its meaning. Is for you, bro. Yeah, I experienced it so bad and interesting. So my consciousness invests this world meaning. Without any consciousness, maybe it would be a bleak, meaningless universe. But I don't see why I need someone else's consciousness or even God's consciousness to give this universe meaning. Here we are, local creatures with our own subjective experience. I think we can give universe meaning ourselves. I mean, maybe to some people that feels inadequate. Our own local consciousness, not puny and insignificant, but any of the cosmic significance, maybe God, sense of cosmic significance.
But the idea that consciousness is the thing that makes life meaningful. Could briefly explore that for a second. So I suspect listening now, meaning in an almost trivial sense, they day-to-day experience like have because of attachment become. I guess I want to ask. I was always wanted to ask a legit, well-renowned philosopher, what is the meaning of life? So I suspect you don't mean consciousness in greater meaning at all. Yeah. More to do today. But is there greater meaning at all?
Life has meaning all around. Of course, we are conscious. So without consciousness, no meaning. Consciousness invests our life. Consciousness is the source of my view of the meaning of life. I wouldn't say consciousness itself is the meaning of life. I'd say what's meaningful in life is what we find, what we experience as meaningful. So if you find meaning and fulfillment, value, and intellectual work, like understanding, then that's a very significant part of the meaning of life. You find it in social connection or in raising a family, that's the meaning of life. Meaning that comes from value as a conscious creature. So on this view, the universal, no universal answer to the question, what is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is where you find it as a conscious creature. But as consciousness is what makes value possible, experiencing something or as bad or as meaningful, something comes from within consciousness.
I think consciousness is a crucial component, ingredient of assigning value.
I have a fairly strong intuition. Without consciousness, it wouldn't really be any value. Just had a purely universe of unconscious creatures. Would anything be better or worse than anything else? Certainly when it comes to ethical dilemmas, about the old trolley problem. Kill one person, or do you switch to the other track? Kill 5. Well, got a variant on this. The zombie trolley problem, where there's one conscious being on one track and 5 humanoid zombies. Let's make them robots. We're not conscious on the other track. Given that choice, the one conscious being, 5 unconscious. Really clear intuition. Yeah. The unconscious beings, they don't have a meaningful life. They don't really person at all.
You don't have something like unconscious. So philosophical terms refer to zombie, useful thought experiment, construction, philosophical terms, but you don't yet have that. So kind of what you may be able to do. And I don't necessarily know that you need
merely hypothetical versions of this, like robots, which are maybe not physically identical to us, maybe not even functionally identical to us. Maybe they've got a different architecture, do a lot of things, maybe carry on a conversation. That's not so far out. We've got simple computer systems tending in that direction now, and presumably it's going to get more and more sophisticated over years to come. We may have some pretty, at least quite straightforward, conceived, sophisticated robot systems that can really high functioning without consciousness. Stipulate that. I mean, we call the question of how you would know whether they're high functioning robots are. The question is, do they have moral status? Does it matter how we treat them? Like what is moral status? Basically, can they suffer? Does it matter how we treat them? If I mistreat glass cup by shattering it, then that's bad. Why is it bad? That's going to be annoying. It's not bad for the cup. No one would say the cup itself has a moral status. Hey, you have hurt the cup. That's doing it a moral harm. Likewise, plants. Well, again, if they're not conscious, by uprooting a plant, you're not harming it. But if it being conscious, on the other hand, you are harming it. Theory, or again, I'll say the name of Alexa. Anyway, so we don't think we're morally harming Alexa by turning her off or disconnecting her, destroying her, whether it's the system or the underlying software system, because we don't really think she's conscious. On the other hand, you move to like the body being in the movie Her, Samantha, she was kind of presented as conscious. If you destroyed her, you'd suddenly be committing a serious harm. So I think our strong senses, if being is conscious, experiences that matters morally. If a robot is conscious, that matters. If a robot is not conscious, then they're basically just meat or a machine, and it doesn't matter. So I think at least maybe thinking about this stuff is fundamentally wrong. A lot of people think about this stuff seriously, including people who think about, say, the moral treatment of animals, come to the view that ultimately kind of the line between systems that where we have to take them into account in thinking morally about how we act, and systems.
And I think right or talk about the demonstration of consciousness like that, like Lex or a conversational agent that you're looking for kind of very basic level to have an awareness that I'm programmed, yet why do I experience or not have that experience that sound like you all of a sudden woke up one day, out somebody in the body of what? But computer, you all of a sudden realize you don't have a body, yet you probably the system attention by the words that I just so by being confused about the am I having so basically
I don't think this is what makes you conscious, but I do think being puzzled about consciousness is a very good sign that a system is conscious. If I encountered a robot that actually seems to be genuinely puzzled by its own mental states, I have all these experiences, I see how to explain them, I know I'm just a circus, but I see how that would be my consciousness. I would at least take that as some evidence that there's some consciousness going on there. I don't think it's just to be puzzled about consciousness. Conscious, many people aren't puzzled by their consciousness. Animals be puzzled. I still think they're conscious. But I don't think that's the sometimes introspectively recognizing something like consciousness and finding this philosophically puzzling in the way that we do. Not because a lot of people at the shallow level criticize the Turing test language. When I heard like Dan criticize it, which is it really puts a lot of emphasis on lying. From being able to imitate human.
Hey, there she is. I was just saying, I like literally within the last 2 minutes, I was hoping everything's okay with you. What's up?
Oh, just another day, like,
All right, like literally, I was like within the last minute, I said to the camera, "I hope everything's okay with Audie." That did not sound good. So what happened?
you watch my face, I'm literally, like,
Yeah,
trying
you
to
do,
actually calm down.
you do you. You want to talk about it? It's okay if you don't. Yeah, it sounds like he's super creepy.
called him talking, asked me, I thought that was the first time I tried to ask, brought that up to family. I flipped it. Oh, I forget, bro. I don't know. Um, Crazy, but it's serious. Okay, so it's serious because I'm here like crying and fucking shaking and like I have his phone number and he recently gave our conversations are very limited. Yesterday he told me that he had a container. He needed to give it back. He gave it my yeah, I have a container. And his wife is just wants to so single. He stepped up the other kids into the house, but he's the spouse. Let's talk about that for a second. I'm like, normal terms. Nobody wants to stand with me. That wasn't cool. Like, let's just stay some place. Let's just observe it for a moment. Like, so anyway, yesterday we were having an update conversation of what's going on. If he's gonna be paid for how much blah blah. He it was really cold out and he like wanted a sweater and like time I don't think I was telling him I'm trying to like I had a cup of coffee with me. I'm gonna uh whatever. I should not be talking but I live next door and I'm trying to being my like I don't have the support to just bitch that I wanna be. So I'm afraid this other person. So I was cold especially I just got out of the shower. I sweater over my shoulder, like grab my coat well, and I was like, Tony, you're really pressing it. Like I said it in that like flat tone, you know. I grabbed my hair and no further than that. But anyway, blah blah blah. But last night he's texting me like, I'm like, I'm gonna come tomorrow. What the fuck? Then he called me for a baby. Is that okay? Like you're my neighbor. Like that's just not okay. Like I wouldn't do that in front of my dad. Like or, like I don't know what it's so weird. Like I don't know. Um, but but yeah, when he called me baby, like I was not gonna address it. Like I just realized this is something that has come with the fact that I wasn't able to just like completely ignore him like I should have, and like I wanted to be able to have been able to do that. But I just blocked his phone number. Now he comes over, and like he hasn't been over in this house since right when his wife passed away. And I started kind of freaking out because, like I said, I believe. morning because I was uncomfortable with him to that point. And my idea was I'm just gonna ignore him. I'll just ignore him and walk past. And he'll get the picture. Because that is how I treated him before. I moved back in here. Like when I would come over, I snapped on him and I told him because I was already dealing with I was just dealing with I I thought that I was kind of like dealing with it by blocking you, but now you're in the fucking house. Now I out to the back door and conversation, and your conversation starts. Hey, am I in the wrong place? And I answer with, yeah, I think you are. If you're done talking, you don't need to come talk to me. And what makes you can call me that? Which then turns into why are you the neighbor? And now I'm like, is anybody here?
You're okay. You're okay. Wow, that's a lot. Would you like my opinion?
Hold on, like 2 more seconds.
Say it.
So then, like for a fucking hour, I'm trying to get my fucking work. Oh my, it's cyclical. No, all the way for a big fat no. What your
Certainly. Well, it sounds like this man is a danger to you. He just lost his wife and obviously cannot respect normal boundaries. He's put his hands on you. He's a complete stranger or not a member of your family, essentially. If I were you, this is what I would do. I would unblock him for a moment. I would text him and say, please do not contact me for any reason. You make me feel uncomfortable. And then I would send it. I would unblock or I would reblock him. I would tell my grandmother I don't want him around. He makes me feel uncomfortable. He's touched me.
Rabbi,
Yes, ma'am.
I love you. But
Okay. Well, you need to. You need.
I see. I did that not with.
No. I understand. You have to do it with the phone. You need evidence. Okay. If you just tell him, you have no evidence of it. Okay. Then if I ever have any kind of, if I have to have any kind of interaction with him, I'm whipping my phone out and I'm recording the whole thing. And then the second that he says something or whatever, I call the police and I say, look, I've said to this man that I don't want any interaction with him and that he makes me feel uncomfortable. Here is the video of him touching me or coming on our property or whatever. I don't want him here. Either you guys make a report of this, that he's trespassing, or at least you can't what? The key would be this. You need to make sure that you have had it written. Text message is fine. Communicated to him that you don't want contact with him anymore. You can just say that. You don't have to even say that it makes you feel uncomfortable. Just tell him I don't want any contact with you anymore. And then whenever he comes around or whatever, whip that phone out and you record the entire thing like it's a body cam of a police officer. And if he if he talks to you, if he talks to you, well, he obviously has feelings for you. And look, I don't want to. Hey, what's going on, Smokey? How you living, Pimp? Okay, I mean, that's not what I would do. You need it. You need it in writing. You need it in writing, and you don't have it right now. It's just one text message. Do not contact me. That's all you need. Yes.
So that's why I'm not making or I
Yeah, then you have no evidence. And then he just thinks that he can come on over and talk with you and things. If you make it clear in one text message, do not contact me. Do not do not contact me. Right. And if you put it in writing to him, then you won't have this anymore. Because the second that he does not follow that and has any contact with you, then you can say to him, look, now I'm going to call the police on you. I told you I don't want any contact with you. And you get a no contact order against him, and he's never around anymore. Now, I know that's a lot of work. I don't want you to have to do any of that. But right now, you don't have any evidence against him that you have communicated to him that you don't want contact with him. He came into your house. He creepily put his dead wife's sweater on your shoulders and touched. It helped. The exact words are, "Do not contact me anymore. Thank you." That's it. Actually, you don't even have to say thank you. Just do not contact. I'm very kind. Do not contact me anymore. All right. So what's his name? Tony. You just say Tony colon. Do not contact me anymore. Period. Once you do that, then I'm going to be on your side because then you've done what you need to do to protect yourself. If I have to be.
yeah, because I don't know why I'm like
Exactly, and I don't want that to happen to you anymore. So now if you communicate that to him, then you have what
just do what I said is and move on.
exactly. Seriously, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. If you don't communicate it though, then he's just gonna come back over with his dead wife's creepy clothes and put his hands on you, and you don't want that, and I don't want that. Exactly. So get your phone and just text him, unblock him for a second, say, do not contact me, Tony colon, do not contact me anymore, period. Send it to him. When it says sent, you take a screenshot of that, email it to yourself, and you're good. Then I'm all in your corner. Not that I'm not, but there's just some things that you have to do. If you don't do that, then you will not have documented this, and then I don't want to hear about it anymore because you won't have done what the prudent action is. No, you know I'm right.
Okay, really, okay, I can't wait to send this text message. And you'll definitely never hear about it again because that's why the text message is through, not because it would be legal evidence in order to enforce an order, right? It's going. The reason I need to send the text is because that's what's going to prevent it.
It just sends a message that you don't want contact with him anymore. That way he keeps his dead wife's clothes, and he doesn't bother you with all of his drama.
He's claiming that I was going to call the cops.
Yeah, that isn't any evidence. Okay, you need it, because what's going to happen if he's going to come over with a cake or some other creepy container or whatever, he's going to make an excuse. Okay.
You know what I thought from your friend? The first time that I told you about something, dear friend, I want you to brush it off like.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Before.
No. No, I'm not saying any of that. I feel very sad for you. I don't want you to be shaken up anymore. I don't want your whole day ruined because of Tony. So when I know that you've communicated this to him, then you don't have anything to worry about. Then it's in the past, and you go about living your life in normal conditions. And then I'm all about your plan. Like if you're outside, just ignoring him. I'm totally cool with that. Everything else I agree with, and I agree with what you did. I mean, you got him out of the house. You have to understand, and I'm sure you do, that this guy feels like he's far too comfortable where you live, and you don't want him on your property anymore. Okay. I know. I don't either. You were having a totally fine day.
I'm thinking I'm getting fucking cake, and then I'm like, no, I'm not. What the fuck?
You don't want his cake. You don't want his cake. You don't want to know what he's put in that cake. You don't want.
No, you're right. I don't.
Exactly. So just communicate. You just need to send one text message. Tony, do not contact me anymore. Period. Send, screenshot, email it to yourself, and you're done. You don't have to worry about this man.
I'm like the last fucking word.
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm proud of you for doing this. You're you're in a difficult situation. I heard that. You were like totally normal.
Oh
And,
my god, I've been on
okay, you know what to do. Tony, do not contact me anymore. Period. Send, and then screenshot, email it, and you're done. Howdy, how you doing? Did you send it? No, I just maybe you got distracted, or maybe he sent you a message or something. I don't know. Okay.
unblocked.
I understand that.
Screenshot. I didn't email myself the picture because it's in my fucking email. That's how I accessed it. Through the fucking email address.
Okay, so you have a copy of it in your email?
Like, what, you want me to email it myself?
Yes, a screenshot, a
I don't
pic.
understand.
Yes, because if let's just say your house burns down, God forbid, and your phone's in there, you have access to it, and for whatever reason. Or you lose your phone, just as my mother would say, humor me. Take a screenshot, email it to yourself as an attachment. Then you've got it. Name it the subject of the email, Tony text message. That's it. Then you have a digital archive of it. Then you can go back to living your normal life. We'll watch AI videos. We can play games if you want. Whatever you want. You were having a completely normal day. If I may ask, did he just come into your house or did you let him in?
Like, totally normal to my grandma. So, he just let him.
Your grandma let him in?
My dad.
Okay.
But I called my dad over by me. I was like, said yeah. But he kind of looked at me like he was confused. I didn't have enough time to explain the story to him. But I heard him like go in there and like sit with my grandmother. But when I just been here, that's where I was at. So I like started to get
Totally understandable.
and that's why it turned into such a thing. Is because by the time he interacted with me, he just so happened to ask me a question, and I was like, "No, you're not." So I just
Okay. So you texted him? Did you take a screenshot and email it to yourself? Okay. I will shut up. I will shut up.
I'm fine.
Okay. Are you okay, Audie? Are you done emailing it to yourself? Excellent. You want to play a game? Okay, absolutely. You let me know. I'm here for you. What you did was not easy, and now you don't have to worry about it anymore, okay? Good for you. I'm proud of you.
Both like a human. Man, why do I have to waste my time learning how to be human? Maybe the AI system is going to be way beyond the hard problem. It's going to be, why do I need to waste my time pretending that I recognize the hard problem of consciousness in order for people to recognize me?
Yeah, it feels like, I guess, partially, there's we can never really create a test of consciousness. It feels like we're very human centric. And so the only way we conscious, but is basically can demonstrate you can never really know whether it's conscious or not. In fact, it almost feels like it doesn't matter then. Or does it still matter to you that something is conscious or it demonstrates consciousness? Just that fundamental.
A lot of people, whether a system is conscious or not, matters hugely for many things, like how we treat it, can it suffer, and so on. But still, that leaves open the question, how can we ever know? And it's true that it's awfully hard to see how we can know for sure whether a system is conscious. I suspect that theologically, the thing that's going to convince us is past, like social interaction, conversation, so on, where they seem to be conscious, talk about their conscious state, or just talk about happy or sad, or finding things meaningful, or being in pain, and convince us that we don't genuinely need to be conscious, we don't treat it as such. Eventually, it's going to seem like a strange form of racism or speciesism, or somehow not to acknowledge them.
I truly believe that, by the way. I believe that there is something akin to civil rights for robots. I think the moment you have a robot say, please don't be first, say it. I think it will fundamentally change fabric.
You're probably right. It's going to be very tricky because they were in the technology where these conscious beings can just be created and multiplied by the thousands by clicking a switch. So, and the legal status is going to be different, but ultimately the moral status will also be the same. Yeah, civil rights issue is going to be a huge mess.
So if one day somebody clones another very real possibility, I find the conversation copies of Chalmers quite interesting.
Very thought. This is an idiot. It's not making any sense.
So what do you think he conscious?
I do think he would be conscious. I do think in some sense, not sure it would be me, there would be two different beings at this point. I think they'd both be conscious, they both have many of the same mental properties. I think they both, in a way, have the same moral status. It would be wrong to hurt either of them, call them, and so on. Still, there's some sense in which probably their legal status would have to be different. If I'm the original and that one's clone, then reading a clone of me, presumably the clone doesn't, for example, automatically own stuff that I own. You know, I've got to connect the things that people I interact with, my family, partner, and so on. I'm going to somehow be connected to them in a way in which. So,
If you came something first.
yeah,
Because Malone would argue
yeah.
as much connection.
They have all the memories of that. In a way, you might say it's kind of unfair to made against. But say you've got an apartment that one person can live in, or who only one person. Why should you do? Interesting philosophical question, but you might say, because I actually have this, I am the same person as the one that came before, but the one is not, then I have this history that the clone doesn't. There's also the question, isn't the clone the same person too? The question about personal identity. If I continue and I create a clone over there, I want to say this one is me and this one is someone else. You could take the view that the clone is equally me. Of course, in a movie like Star Trek, they have a teletransporter that basically creates clones all the time. They treat the clones as they're the original person. Of course, they destroyed the original body of Star Trek. There's only one left around, and only very occasionally do things go wrong and you can see copies of that. And somehow our legal system, at the very least, is going to have to sort out some of these issues that maybe what's legally acceptable.
Question you asked. Well, yourself. Find out from him about the fundamentals of consciousness.
I mean, kind of in principle, I know that a perfect clone is going to behave just like me. But I'm not sure I'm going to be able to. I can discover whether it's a perfect clone by seeing whether it's a perfect clone. But otherwise, I know what I'm going to find is being which is just like me, that it's just undergone self-discovering that it's good to see you woke me up tomorrow and said, hey Dave, I'm going to tell you this. You're actually the clone, and you provided me really convincing evidence until I'm being cloned and what here and waking up. Prove to me I'm a clone. Well, yeah, okay, I would find that shocking and how I would react to this. So maybe by talking to the clone, I find something about my own psychology. I'm trying to find out usually like how I'd react that I'm a clone. I can certainly ask the clone if it's conscious and what is consciousness like and so on, but I guess I kind of know if it's a perfect clone is going to behave roughly like me. Of course, at the beginning, there'll be a question about whether a perfect clone is possible. So I may want to ask it lots of questions, see if it's conscious, the way it talks about its consciousness, the way it reacts to things in general. Like that will occupy us for a while.
Basic unit on there with the model. The clone, they're going to behave exactly like you. So that takes free will. But is there free will? Are we able to make decisions that are not predetermined? Conditions of the universe?
Philosophers do this annoying thing of saying it depends what you mean. So in this case, it really depends on what you mean by free will. If you mean something which was not determined in advance, could never have been determined, then I don't know, we have free will. I mean, there's one mechanics to say that opens up some room. I'm not sure we have free will in that sense. I'm also not sure that's the kind of free will that really matters. What matters to us is being able to do what we want, to create our own futures, we've got this distinction between our lives under our control, under someone else's control. We've got the sense of actions that we are responsible for, but ones that we're not. I think we make those distinctions in a deterministic where compatible, determinate. I think for many purposes, the kind of free will that matters can have in a deterministic. I can't see any reason why an AI system can have free will that kind. The ability to violate the laws of physics, things that in principle could not be predicted. You know what? That kind of
The connection between the reality of experience to consciousness connected to the experience of the reality.
It's certainly true that when we make decisions and when we choose and when we feel like we have an could do this. I could go into philosophy, or I could go into math. I could go to a movie night. I could go to restaurants. We experience these things as if the future is open. Maybe we experience ourselves as dirty and kind of effect on the future that's somehow picking out one path from many paths. And might think that actually, if we're in a deterministic universe, those paths weren't really open all along. Objectively, they were open. And I think that's what really matters in making it our experience, a path for ourselves. I mean, in general, our introspective models of the mind, I think, are generally very distorted representation of the mind. So it may well be that our experience of ourselves in making a decision, our experience of what's going on, doesn't terribly well mirror what's going on. I mean, maybe there are atoms in the brain before anything came into consciousness, and one, those aren't represented in our respective models. So, in general, our experience of perception, our experience, conceptual image of the external world is not a terribly good model of what's actually going on in my cortex. Almost all these layers, one little snapshot of one bit of that. So, in general, yeah, models are very oversimplified, and it would be surprising if that was well as well. Also, incidentally, we tried to well, there is this very interesting so perspective backward up. But the brain just has these perspective models of itself, oversimplifies everything, represents itself in these special properties of a really simple way to kind of keep track of itself and so on. And then the illusionist view, that's just that's an illusion. I find it plausible. I do find it very attractive in ways, but it tells something about how the brain would create introspective models of its own consciousness, of its own free will, as a way of simplifying itself. I mean, in a way, when we see the external world, we see it as having these colors. Maybe it doesn't really have. Of course, that's a really useful way to track.
You say that you find it not very plausible. I find it both plausible and attractive. I mean, that kind of view is one that has the minimum amount of mystery around it. Kind of understand that kind of view. Everything else does not understand so much of it.
No, it is very attractive. I recently wrote an article about called the meta problem of consciousness. The hard problem is, how does the brain give you consciousness? The meta problem is, why are we puzzled by the hard problem of consciousness? If you're not being puzzled by it, that's ultimately behavior. You might be able to explain that bit of behavior as one of the problems of consciousness. So maybe it'll be some computational model that explains why we're puzzled by consciousness. The meta problem has come up with a model about that. There's some interesting stories you can tell about why the right kind of computational system might develop the introspective model of itself that attributed itself these special properties. So that's that meta problem research program for everyone. Then if you've got attraction, desert landscape, so on, go all the way to what people call illusionism. In fact, consciousness itself is not real. What is real is these introspective models that tell us that we're conscious. So the view is very simple, very attractive, very powerful. Probabilism has to say deep down, consciousness is not real. We're not actually experiencing right now, and it looks like it's contradicting the fundamental datum of our existence. This is why most people find you crazy, just as if panpsychism is crazy in one way, people find illusionism crazy in another way. But I mean, yes, it has to deny this fundamental datum of our existence. Now, And that makes the views, frankly, unbelievable to people. On the other hand, if you develop right, you might be able to explain why we find it unbelievable. Because these models are hardwired into our heads. They're always so you can't just think that there's a crazy possibility possible that the entirety of the universe, our planet, all the people, all the organisms on our planet, including me here today, are not real in that sense. They're all parts of the film. I think all this could be a simulation. No, but not just a simulation. Simulation kind of is outside. A dream? What if it's all an illusion? Yes, a dream that you are experiencing. It's all in your mind. Like, is that? Can you think of illusionism that? Well, illusionism about the external world and illusionism about consciousness, they all go in different. Illusionism about the external world kind of takes you back to Descartes, and yeah, could all this be produced by any demon? Descartes himself also has a dream argument. How do you know you're not dreaming right now? How do you know it's not an amazing dream? And at least that's a possibility. Yeah, this could be some super complex dream in the next universe up. I guess though, my attitude is that just as Descartes thought that if the evil demon was doing it, it's not real. A lot of people these days say the simulation is doing it, it's not real. As I was saying before, I think even if it's a simulation, that doesn't stop it being real. It isn't what the world is made of. Likewise, if it's a dream, it could turn out that all this is like my dream created by my brain and the next universe up. My own view is that wouldn't stop the physical world being real. This up at the most fundamental level was made of a bit of, say, my consciousness. The dreaming mind at the next level up. Maybe that would give you a kind of answer, I guess, about reality, but it wouldn't show that the cup is real because it's ultimately made of processes in my dreaming mind. So I resist the idea that if the physical world is a dream, then it's illusion. Right. By the way, perhaps you thought about it. Why is Descartes or genius evil? Why couldn't have been a benevolent one have the same powers? Yeah, I mean, Descartes called it the melange génie, or evil, malign, I guess, was the word. But yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, a later philosophy, Berkeley, said, no, in fact, all this is done by God. God actually supplies you all of these perceptions and ideas. That's how reality is sustained. Interestingly, Berkeley's God is doing something that doesn't look too different from Descartes' evil demon was doing. Descartes thought it was perception, and Berkeley thought it was not. And I'm actually more sympathetic to Berkeley here. Yeah, this evil demon may be trying to teach you, but I think, okay, well, the evil demon may just be working under a false philosophical theory. It's deceiving you, it's wrong. It's like those machines in the Matrix. You thought they were deceiving you that all this stuff is real. I think, no, if we're in a Matrix, it's all still real. Yeah, the philosopher, okay, I had a nice story about this about 50 years ago about Descartes' evil demon, where he demon spends all of time trying to fool people to fail. So somehow all he ends up doing is constructing realities for people. So yeah, I think that maybe it's very natural to take this in a simulation or demon scenario or something. None of this is real, but I think it may be ultimately a philosophical mistake, especially if you take on board the view of reality, where what matters to reality is really its structure, like its mathematical structure, and so on. It seems to be the view that a lot of people take from contemporary physics, and it looks like you can find that mathematical structure in a simulation, maybe in a dream, so on. As long as that structure is real, I would say that's enough for the physical world to be real. Yeah, the physical world may turn out to be somewhat more intangible. We had thought of a surprising nature of it. We're already gotten very used to that.
You kind of alluded that you don't have to have consciousness for high levels of intelligence, but to create truly general intelligence systems, API systems, level intelligence, perhaps superhuman level intelligence. You talked about that it like that's kind of might be far away, but unless when we reach that point, consciousness, engineering perspective needed, or at least highly beneficial for creating.
Yeah, no one knows what consciousness is for, actually, so right now there's no specific thing we can point to and say, you need consciousness for that. So my inclination is to believe that in principle AGI is possible. At the very least, I don't see why someone could simulate a brain, ultimately have a computational system that produces all of our behavior, and if that's possible, well, vastly many other computational systems of equal or greater computation are possible with all of our cognitive functions. More, my inclination is to think that once you've got all these cognitive functions, perception, attention, reasoning, introspection, language, emotion, and so on, it's very likely to have a consciousness as well. It's very hard for me to see how you'd have to think while bypassing somehow consciousness.
Naturally, it's integrated quite naturally. There's a lot of overlap about the kind of functions that are required to that speaking angle that means
It's not, but we don't know what the causal role of consciousness in the physical world, what it does. I mean, just say it turns out consciousness does something very specific in the physical world, like collapsing wave function as a one common interpretation of quantum mechanics. Then ultimately, I find something where it actually makes a difference. We could say, here is where in collapsing wave function is driving behavior for system, and maybe it could even turn out that for AGI, needs something playing that. I mean, if you wanted to connect this to free will, some people think consciousness is collapsing wave function. That would be how the conscious mind exerts effect on the physical world and exerts free will. Maybe it could turn out that any AGI utilize that mechanism to be limited in the kinds of functionality that it has. I don't myself find that plausible. I think probably that functionality could be stimulated. But you can imagine once we had a very specific idea about the role of consciousness in the physical world, this would have some impact on the capacity of AGIs, the role that could be duplicated elsewhere, and we could find some way to either create consciousness in the system to play that role.
Isolate a particular consciousness incredibly thing. Do you have worries about that conscious intelligence are not us? Certainly, I'm sure you're worried about us from an existential perspective, but outside of us, yeah.
There's a couple of different kinds of existential threats here. One is an existential threat to consciousness generally. I mean, yes, I care about humans and the survival of humans and so on, but let's say it turns out that eventually we're replaced by some artificial beings who aren't humans, or somehow our successors, they still have good lives, they still do interesting and wonderful things in the universe. I don't think that's not too bad. Just our successors for one stage in evolution, something different, maybe better next. If on the other hand all of consciousness was wiped out, that would be a very serious moral disaster. One way that could happen, the whole intelligent life being wiped out. Many people think that, yeah, once you get to human AI is an amazing interesting kind of disaster. Maybe intelligent life is not wiped out, but all consciousness is wiped out. Just say you thought, unlike what I was saying a moment ago, that there are two different kinds of intelligent systems, some which are conscious and some which are not. To say it turns out, create AGI, high degree of intelligence, meaning high degree of sophistication and its behavior, but with no consciousness at all. That AGI could take over the world, maybe, but then there'd be no consciousness. This would be a world of zombies. Some people call it the apocalypse. Right? Because it's consciousness. Consciousness is gone. You've really got super intelligent, non-conscious robots. I would say that's a moral disaster in the same way. Almost the same way that the world is a moral disaster. Value and meaning is gone from that world. These are both threats. Now, my own view is if you get super intelligent, you're almost certainly going to bring consciousness with it. So I hope that's not going to happen, but of course, I don't understand. No one understands. One reason, at least, among many, for thinking very seriously about the kind of future we want to create with a world with humans and or AI.
How do you feel the possibility of consciousness with the evolution? That would be just something, a glimpse on the record, studied in books by the AGI centuries now.
I mean, I think I'd probably be okay with that, especially if somehow humans are continuous with AGI. I mean, I think something like this is inevitable. At the very least, humans are going to be transformed, they're going to be augmented by technology, happening in all kinds of ways. They're going to be transformed by technology. Our brains are going to be uploaded, computationally enhanced, and eventually that line between what's a human and what's an AI may be kind of hard to draw. How much does it matter, for example, future being 1,000 years from now that's somehow descended from us actually still has biology? I think it would be nice that you kind of point to a cognitive system, point to some parts that had roots in us, chase a continuous line there. That would be selfishly nice for me to think that, okay, I'm connected to this thread line through the future of the world. But it turns out, again, there's a jump that maybe they found a better way to design cognitive systems, to design a whole new kind of thing, and design is some causal chain of designing and systems that design better systems. Is that so much worse? I don't know. We're still at least part of a causal chain of design, and yet they're not human. Still, there are successes. Ultimately, I think probably inevitable something like that will happen. At least we were part of the process. It'd be nice if they still cared enough about us to maybe to engage with our argument. I'm really hoping that the AGIs are going to solve all the problems of philosophy. They'll come back and read all this work for the 20th and 21st century, hard problem of consciousness. Here is why they got it wrong. And so if that happens, I really think the electoral process
they would be power and one of it that other philosophers like Descartes put them watch show bring philosophy 100% philosophy generation put them in a room and
I am totally up for that. AGIs of the future, if you're watching this podcast, do that. I would like to be recreated.
Who would be with Descartes? Who if you hang out as part of such a TV show with a philosopher along with us from long ago, who would you choose?
Descartes would have to be right up there. Oh, actually, a couple of months ago, I got to have a conversation with Descartes. An actor who's actually a philosopher came out on stage playing Descartes. I didn't know this was going to happen, and just after I gave a talk, and told me that all my ideas were crap and all derived from him. And so we had a long argument. This was great. So I would love to see what Descartes would think about AI, for example, and the modern neuroscience. So I suspect not too much would surprise him, but really the richest. But all their Manuel Kant, I never really understood what he was up to. If I got to actually talk to him about some of this. Hey, it was Princess Elizabeth talked with Descartes and really got at the problem of how Descartes' idea as non-physical mind interacting with the body couldn't really work. You can kind of philosophers these things to right. Maybe put in a room, Descartes, Princess Elizabeth, argue it out.
What kind of future? So we talked about the zombies turning future, but what kind of future excites you? What do you think if we look forward, sort of, we're at the very early stages of understanding consciousness, and we're now at the early stages of engineering complex, interesting systems that have degrees of intelligence. Maybe one day we'll have degrees of consciousness, upload, brains, all those possibilities, virtual reality. What is there a particular aspect of this world that excites you?
There are lots of different aspects. I mean, frankly, I wanted to hurry up and have this. Like, yeah, we've had some progress lately in AI and VR, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still kind of slow. The changes are not yet transformative. Okay, long enough. I'd like to see really serious AI and really serious virtual worlds. But yeah, once people like to be able to hang out in virtual reality, which is richer than this reality, to really get to fundamentally different kinds of spaces. I would very much like to be able to upload my mind onto a computer, so maybe I don't have to die. Maybe gradually replace my neurons so that I don't have it. Selfishly, that would be one. I could get there in my lifetime, but once that's possible, then you've got the possibility of transforming your consciousness in remarkable ways, augmenting it, enhancing it.
So let me ask then some possibilities in your lifetime, and you were given the opportunity to become immortal in this kind of way. Would you choose to be immortal?
I know some people say they could be awful to be immortal, what would be so boring or something. I really don't see why it might be. I mean, even if it's just ordinary life, is not so bad. But more, I kind of suspect that if the universe is going to go on forever or indefinitely, it's going to continue to be interesting. I don't think your view was that just one romantic point of interest that now and afterwards it's all going to be boring, super intelligent. I guess my vision is more like, no, it's going to continue to be infinitely interesting. Like as you go up the periodic hierarchy, from the finite cardinals to Aleph 0, then to Aleph 1, and maybe the continuum and taking power sets. In set theory, they've got these results. Actually, all this is fundamentally unpredictable. It doesn't follow any simple computational patterns. New levels of shift as the periodic universe expands and expands. I guess that's my future. That's my vision of the future. My optimistic vision of the future of superintelligence. Will keep expanding and keep growing, but being fundamentally unpredictable at many points. I mean, yes, it creates all kinds of worries, like they'll be fragile and be destroyed at any point. The solution to that problem, if we get to stipulate that I'm immortal, well, I hope that I'm not just immortal, stuck in the single world forever, but I'm immortal and get to take part in the process of going through infinitely rich, creative future.
Rich, unpredictable, exciting. Well, I think I speak for a lot of people saying immortal and they'll be that, and that's the show the future will be that regular Descartes, perhaps for all eternity. So, Dave, it was an honor. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks. Pleasure.
Thanks for listening to the conversation. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. So Let's Podcast. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds become science, technology, and tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, support on Patreon, also connect with me on Twitter. Let's speak. Now let me leave you with some words, David. Materialism is a and compelling view of the world. Call for consciousness beyond the resources we provide. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jim Keller, legendary microprocessor engineer who has worked at AMD, Apple, Tesla, and now Intel. Known for his work on the AMD K7, K12, and 10 microarchitectures, Apple A4 and A5 processors, co-author specification for the x86 instruction set and hypertransport interconnect. Brilliant first principles engineer, an thinker, an interesting and fun human being to talk to. This is the Artificial Intelligence. YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter.
Welcome.
Spelled RID. I recently started an ad at the end of the introduction.
How are you?
How are you doing?
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good, Apollo?
I hear you. Much, sir. It's been a while.
Yes, sir. Did you ever launch your token?
No. I never did.
How have you been feeling? How's your health?
How do I mute the person that's talking? Okay. I can barely hear you this way. You asked me if I ever launched my token. No, Rabbi.
That's
The
okay.
market was really bad, and I never really got around.
I understand. How's your health been?
My health it's been good. I've had surgery on my back, and coming along.
Well, that's good. How's Romeo?
He's great. He's got a new little chew toy, and he was making a bunch of. Man, I can't believe you still remember my dog's name.
Absolutely. Romeo's a wonderful name for a dog.
Yeah. How you doing, buddy?
I've been well.
Man.
I miss you too. How's long haul trucking been?
It's been terrible. This year has got to be one of the worst years of my truck driver experience, or fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, your career. Why's that?
Because of it. The market is terrible. We're running into low freight because of tariffs.
That's what I imagine.
Yeah.
How's your truck been running?
Well, Long Beach. Huh?
How's your truck been running?
It's been great. I can't complain. Truck almost got stuck in the mud in Santa Rosa, New Mexico the other day. But other than that, it's great.
Okay. Well, that's good. Are you?
Yes, sir.
Are you thinking that it's going to improve, or no? You think it'll go worse?
honest, Rabbi, they're saying like there's not going to be that many ships at the port of Long Beach,
Right.
which is not too far from Irvine, you know.
Correct.
And I picked up at a few shippers, and they're saying that they're not getting new inventory from China. It's overpriced, like, you know, it's well overpriced.
I saw the same about Seattle as well.
Yeah. The thing that saves me though is, I think you already know, right? I drive like crazy.
Yeah, you do. You do. You don't care.
I don't really follow the rules.
Well, you drive
compared to other instructors.
You drive everywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, like, as in, like, hourly wise, you know?
Yeah, no, I understand that.
And the reason why is because of this. When there's not enough freight, or if I do pick up freight, the person that is not driving and is sitting does not make money.
Right.
You're not going to make any money.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And the person that cheats has I don't view it as bad because all I'm doing is working. I'm not cheating somebody else, right? It's not like I'm robbing somebody from something.
Right.
You know, it'd be different if I'm, like, you know, stealing or doing something negative. But this is just to run my business. So if I don't do it, nobody else is going to keep my business afloat.
Right. Do they ever pay you in cash?
Yeah.
Do you ever get paid in cash?
Huh?
Do you ever get paid in cash?
I get direct deposit.
Bank account.
Business checking account. What?
Well, I just wondered, like, when you go to these places, how they pay you. Like, that they just direct deposit. I gotcha.
Oh, it's by bill of lading. So, say you want to ship, like, say 10 pallets, right?
Right.
You want to ship 10 pallets. I come and pick it up from you. You're going to give me a bill of lading. On that bill of lading, when I go and deliver, the people receiving it sign it and date it and maybe write down, like, all the counts are correct.
Gotcha.
I take that and that gets sent to what you call, like, payment processor.
Gotcha.
So they take the invoice, because the invoice has a number, it'll have a number of what that invoice pays. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they'll pay the next day. But at a percentage, like, say, like, at, like, say, at, like, 90% or 85 to 95% of what the value of the load is. So if it pays $3,000, you're going to probably get, like, you know, they're going to take a cut because they're going to pay you, you know.
Why did they take a cut?
That's just the way it works. I don't know who set it up, but you know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things, like, that's just the way things are, you know?
Yeah,
like, like, how do I say it? Like, that's like having gas fees for crypto, you know? Like,
I gotcha.
you know, like, it's just not, they're not going to pay you without them taking a percentage. Because they charge because of processing, paperwork, and getting the account paid, you know?
I gotcha.
So they basically charge you a few $100 for their time to help you get money in your bank account.
I gotcha. Whatever happened with that, was it a Ralph's in Irvine? Albertsons. Whatever happened to Albertsons?
Yeah, I wrote them, oh, fuck. I wrote them a bad review. But they took my review down. I think Google, they must have requested Google to shadow ban my response. Because I could not see it. I can send you the links, but I don't know if they're there, you know?
Right, no, I understand. So,
I'm the one who wrote them. I can't really. I like if I click on it, I see it, but I don't know if I send them a link from another device, I heard like they can't see it, so I'm being shadow banned.
What happened with delivery?
Oh man, I had to sit out a whole day and wait for another.
Wow.
I got screwed over. Yeah, literally, they literally, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They banned me. Supposedly they banned me, but it, they just had the truck info, but because they never.
You're cutting out, Apollo. You're good.
I'm in Kingman, Arizona,
Oh, very nice.
and I'm passing the fucking mountain. I got a question.
Go for it.
Do you know a guy named Aslan?
Yeah.
I keep running into troubles with. I don't know what the fuck to do.
Dude, I do too, and I just I don't talk with him anymore.
You don't talk to him?
No, if you want to know what happened, he invited me into his server around the time when you did, and he asked me to stream in there, and so I did. And he had this. We had a mutual. Um, I don't. There was someone who we both knew who was. I'll just say did some really mean things, and I told Ass Munch about it, and Ass Munch like
Was it Joey?
it was somebody, and Ass Munch took a look into the situation, and I told Ass Munch that I didn't like what happened, and I expected Ass Munch as my friend to essentially like tell the person that that wasn't cool. And he said that he did, and that was fine. Then I told Ass Munch that I just didn't want to be in the same server as this person, and so I was leaving, and so I did. So then a few months go by, and Ass Munch comes in here, and he makes some really weird jokes, like uh, about kids, and I don't think that's cool. Like I don't think it's cool to talk about raping children. That's not funny to me. I don't know what is funny about that. It's just not. It's I like to protect children. I don't like people talking badly about children. And then this one night he brought in like two other people, and they kept talking about like hurting children. And I just said, dude, don't do that again or I'm gonna kick you out. And then they were just like F you, F you, F you, and so then I just banned them. And another friend who we have who is seemingly a better person told me recently that they wanted that no that Ass Munch wanted to come back, that he wanted to rejoin, and I told him no, that I appreciated the request, but at this time I'm not going to risk my entire server for him making jokes about children. And um, Discord is really really strict about that kind of stuff. They always ban people for child endangerment, and I don't want that, and I just don't think it's cool either. So I explained to my friend that hey, tell Ass Munch that I don't. Um, Ass Munch did some other things too that made me mad. Streaming in there now and like getting to know her, and she's a big streamer, and then all of a sudden you want to go in there and fuck it up. So he just, it's kind of one of those things that should have been, uh, fool me once, shame on you, and then he just did it again, and I didn't like that. And then, um, go
He
ahead.
did that to me too.
Okay.
So I banned him from my group. So I'm just trying to, I'm trying to hear what behavioral shit he's doing, right?
Yeah.
So go ahead, continue. I don't want to cut you off.
No. And I think that's a good move. And so I said to our mutual friend, I said, um, like respectfully, I understand that he wants to come back in this server, but he didn't respect it previously. And I'm not saying he's banned forever, but he's not mature.
No, you need to ban that guy for.
Well,
You went in my group and put Rabbi Rothschild all over my chest.
yeah,
So
like
I don't know how you would allow
yeah,
all that.
yeah, I just don't.
Forgive that.
Yeah, and that's weird because I haven't even talked to him in like 6 months, something like that. Like at least 4 months.
No, but
Yeah,
he just did that like Friday.
yeah, exactly. So I don't understand.
That's what I'm saying. Like I noticed you guys keep over there at Bitcoin Sonic Obama Inu, and I was wondering how you guys kick him out of there.
Well, so here's the thing: is he got kicked out of there previously, and I fought to get him back in.
But why?
Well,
This guy literally goes
well,
saying that you're sucking this.
yeah, that's disgusting. Um,
I'm
and
not joking with you.
and a lie. I know the people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and if he said any of that about me in there, they would kick him out. But previously, he asked me to let him back in. I think he's just mad that I won't let him back into my server, and so he wants to bash me in the background. And that's fine, he's entitled to do that. But that's just not my prerogative. I don't let him get to me, and I think it's really sad that he is so obsessed with sexuality. I mean, it's fine to make a joke here or there, but he's obsessed with like sex, and all the jokes that he makes are about that. And it's even fine if you want to do that about adults, but when you start making jokes about children, that's not cool, and I don't want anything to have to do with you.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how you myself. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't have it in me.
Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of one of those things that I just try to be the bigger person. But I don't know. Those guys.
Is there anywhere?
Those guys were. I should have known when I went into their Discord. It was very sexualized, but there were some cool aspects of it, and I met some interesting people in there. But yeah, just it's very toxic, and so I do my best to avoid them. And as I said previously, in fact, I'll even read you what I said to my friend. Um, and what he said to me, he's like, "Hey, is there any way you can let Ass Munch back in?" And I said to him, uh, "I understand. My life and server are happier currently without him in them. I do not like some of the people with whom he interacts, the jokes he makes, or his overall immaturity. My mind may change eventually, but not right now." And then my friend said, "Yeah, no problem. I get it." And that's just kind of how I feel. So I don't let him get to me. And, um, you're going to have haters when you're as public a person as I am. But in that case, he is obsessed with some topics that with which I just don't like. And I've told him this. And, you know, that's that. But yeah, it came down to in the beginning, I told him don't screw up with this big streamer, and immediately he got me banned from there. And then somebody did something in his server, and I really didn't like it. No one would like what happened, and instead of kicking that guy out, like I feel probably should have been done, he was just all he did was delete what the person wrote, And then I just told him, and I even wrote like a really nice message to his server. I said, I appreciate the opportunity to be here, but this is just not the server for me. Take care, everybody. And then he came in here and brought a bunch of people, and they were just making disgusting jokes about children. And I even like explained a few times that's not cool.
I know, but like, I guess you're too nice.
Yeah,
Maybe,
I understand.
like, the man is
It,
literally attacking their manhood.
that's fine. Let him do that. Yeah, you've got to understand that, like, I'm in so many different servers. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitch. I get people who talk shit about me all day long. So, like, he's just like, okay, whatever. I just don't let it get to me. I've had to build some strong skin in order to do what I do. So, he can spread as much hate or lies about me as he wants, or make whatever immature jokes that he wants. I personally don't have to interact with him, so I don't. All right, that's the end of that subject. I appreciate you banning him. How has your Telegram server been? Aside from that,
I closed it.
why'd you close it?
Well, I did close it. I've been having trouble with asthma.
Well, all you have to do is
Taking a break.
okay. Yeah, I understand. All you have to do is ban him, and then other people can be in there. I personally,
I'm spotted. Guys. Apparently, one of the guys that went into your Discord, right, and was talking shit to you.
perhaps, yeah, he brought like.
I had to get rid. I had to get rid of them.
Yeah, and I did too, and um, I think I could be wrong, but like those guys would come in here. They didn't do it a lot, but like just I remember this one night they just were just just being really immature. And I had other people in here and it was like, "Look, calm down. We don't need to do that." And then they just took it over the top. And I was like, "All right, well, dude, I guess you're going to get banned now." And I even warned him like, "If you continue to do this, I'm going to ban you and I'm not going to unban you. 10 minutes later, you're going to stay banned." And he was like, "All right." And then just kept doing it. And I'm like, "All right, you're done." And then to have the audacity to ask somebody to come back in here, I just thought, you know what?
Yeah, because he just did the same play with me. So I banned him. Had a month that he didn't show up, right?
Right?
And then Retarded, his friend, asked to bring him back in the chat. He came back, and then within a couple of days, he's been so. Don't bring him back because what he's doing is taking his video cam and he's showing him taking his shit, like literally live, like a shit in the toilet bowl.
Yeah, nobody needs to see that.
So, yeah, no, but that's what he's doing, right?
Right.
And he did that to me a second time.
He's done it to you twice? That's terrible.
Yeah. So I didn't realize that's what he did with you, or else, like, I would have never come back.
I don't know if he took a poop, but I do know that he just. I just gave him too many chances, and I get what he wants to do. He's very sexually motivated, and when he's bored, he has to talk about.
No pussy.
Yeah, exactly.
Enough to fucking have a kid.
That he told me that he was like.
If you ever talk shit, just tell him that. Just be like, hey, at least I'm not the one who's getting his children aborted by somebody else.
Yeah, I don't need to stoop to that level. I'm over it. I'm too big for that.
I
And
know, but he got back, man. I'm sorry, like,
yeah,
I like to hit back
puts them in their little place, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. Anyway,
You
so
know what I'm saying? They can't really,
yeah, absolutely. I understand. Let's talk about other things. Have you been on Twitter recently?
no, man, I have nothing.
All right. Well, I transitioned from Twitter to Blue Sky. Do you know what Blue Sky is?
No.
So Blue
Did
Sky.
you make the move? Did you make the move because of Elon?
No, no. Elon's allowed to do what he wants. It's his platform. But the thing that changed me from being on going from Twitter to Blue Sky is, I mean, I'm still on Twitter. I'm live on Twitter right now. I'm live in a Twitter space on video. So it's not like I'm not still using Twitter. But um, Elon has made it pay for play basically to have anybody be able to see your posts. And what do I mean? Like you have to have a Twitter Blue account for anyone outside your friend group to be able to see your posts. And I don't want to have to pay whatever it is, $8 or $11 or whatever a month, and it just keeps going up, just so that people see what I post. Additionally, he keeps banning, or they keep banning people for no reason. And when I say like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, the cryptocurrency has had two of its main Twitter accounts banned, and when that happens, it nukes the coin. It literally destroys the coin because they get like 50,000 followers, they get a whole bunch of people following them, then all of a sudden they get suspended, and then they're down. They've got to start all over, and it really hurts because then when we have events and things, people don't know about it, or we're tweeting about news or whatever. People don't know about it. The coin had a market cap of $370 million, and now it's at like $60 million, and a lot of this has to do with nuking of their account. I also find that now I can't blame them. Like I create lots of bot accounts. I created over 2,000 bot accounts on their platform, so I get it. They don't want me on there 100%. I understand, but there are people who don't do anything wrong and they get their accounts banned, and that, in my opinion, is wrong. And then on top of that, I can create like any other account, whatever it is, I don't care. It has nothing to do with me. It's not linked to me. I'll use like a different device or whatever, and it will get banned within like 10 minutes. Like of what I don't even mention who I am. It's just like a completely different account. But um, what I mean to say is their algorithm or their automated bot system is flawed. On top of that, Elon kind of creeps me out in some ways. Like he basically has been doing this thing where he finds big influencers on Twitter and then impregnates them. And so he impregnated Ashley St. Clair. She's got one of his kids and a couple other chicks from there. But then the chicks who say no to him, which shout out to them for saying no. Like that's got Tiffany Fong is one of them who had the courage to say no, they get their accounts demonetized. So he's basically using his.
So if they don't get pregnant,
Yeah,
they don't get pregnant monetize?
exactly. So if you want to know more about that story, that's Tiffany Funk. And like literally, I've been on Twitter now for years, and I know who is in these Twitter chats, and it's always the same chicks, and like it's like 50 to 1 guy to girl ratio. It's like tons of dudes are on there, and there are only a few pretty hot chicks. And the pretty hot chicks who are on there, Elon Musk went to every single one of them, DM'd them, asked them to come to his Twitter headquarters or whatever, gave them a tour, then had them sign all kinds of paperwork saying that they would have his children. And some of the women said no, and then they lost their blue check mark, and they got demonetized. And like some of them were making like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month from just from just like perhaps that much for some of them from the interactions they are having with people because they're big tweeters or whatever, and it went down to like $40,000. So I mean, I just I think it's weird to run your company like that, like it's not sexual harassment, but it's like kind of borders on it. Basically, like, hey, I own this platform, and I pay you through your impressions or whatever. Have sex with me, or it's not even have sex with him. They're like artificially inseminated, but have a child with me, or you're not going to make as much money. I mean, like there are so many platforms that he could do this on which he could do this. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, but he kind of just shits where he eats, and that's kind of weird to me. He's a weird guy. I'm not saying I don't think in some ways he can be brilliant, but he's just kind of weird. Well, that's not why I left Twitter. The reason why I left Twitter is because um, my robots aren't really effective on there anymore, but they are very effective um, on Blue Sky. So I get a lot of people who tweet or like whatever post about me on Blue Sky, and so that's been successful. And I'm just going to continue to do that, and that's what I'm working on right now is just making sure these robots are doing what I need them to do, and they seemingly are doing okay. I'm working through some troubleshooting with them, and I've been doing this now for like 2 months on Blue Sky, and every day I get a couple people who talk about me and talk about my bots, and it's just increasing. So I anticipate, you never know. I'll say this: I think that I might. I mean, I don't know, but I think I could go viral on here by um in 28 days, in 4 weeks. I think if I just keep pushing this, I think it'll be less than a month. You never know. I've been saying this for 3.5 years, but I've never had random strangers tweet about me as much as they do on Blue Sky. Or it's not even tweeting, but whatever, post about me. So that's good. In other news, um, things are good in my personal life. That's been good. I've got the Discord keeps growing, and I get more and more people in here who are in here for long periods of time. So, there was Caspian C who was like the only person in here for a long time, but now I've got like two or three other people who stay in here every night, and we just have like we do this thing where we play a game before bed, and then we have like a sleepover. So that's been really fun. Two girls, and that's a good thing too, having women in here. I just like the diversity. And there's this guy who I met 2 or 3 years ago on TikTok, and we got disconnected. However, I lost my account or whatever, but he refound me, and so he's been in here a lot more, every night or so, at least every day, and so that's been cool. Caspian C got a dog, and that's been taking up a lot of his time, so he hasn't been in here as much. But he's still in here. Um, I've got another friend in here. Well, I've got this friend from Australia who comes in every night at like midnight or like 1 or 2 in the morning, and he keeps me up all night. But it's a lot of fun. We play a lot of games together, and I enjoy his company, and um, so that's been cool. It just throws off my hours because he's in Australia and I'm in the United States. The time difference is, major. So that's been keeping me up, but that's been good. I just finished. Do you know what Kill Tony is?
Kill Tony?
Yeah, it's the largest live podcast in the world, and it just went to Netflix. It was on YouTube. It's still on YouTube, but they just went to Netflix. So I just did a marathon of Kill Tony, which was like 700 like 710 plus episodes, and it took like 2 or 3 months to do them all. So I just watched those. Now I'm doing a Lex Friedman podcast, which is on like artificial intelligence, cybernetics. It's on self-driving, like automated vehicles. Um, it's on like there's some international relations and stuff. So I'm on like episode 69 of 400 in this, and then I might watch a couple others, and then the plan is to do all the Joe Rogans, which is like 300 days worth of content. So I'm gonna start those perhaps from episode 1 and work my way up. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. These bots are working really well. I'll see if anybody said anything about me in the last like hour or two. But when
How
we
do you, can I ask,
sure.
how do you make money?
Well,
How do you, how do you bring income every month?
yeah. So I have savings from the position that I had as a certified project management professional, and I've worked projects for some cryptocurrencies. And if I ever need to make money, I can train AI, and I make a pretty good amount of money doing that. So I can do that remotely, and it's through a company called.
I'm
Uh,
thinking about moving abroad. That's why I asked.
that's okay.
How can
Um,
I work on the internet
yeah,
to
so
make money?
it's called data automation, and basically what you do is you don't need. I mean, I don't think you need a college degree or anything, or certifications, but basically you just train AI models like ChatGPT, and what you can do
Uh,
is um, you take a test, and if you do well on the test, then it's not a hard test. The test is like they give you two different um, categories from which to choose in regards to like chat. Um, like how would I put it? Okay, so they give you like two chat GPT responses, and you choose the better of the two and why. And then from there, you take like you can make like anywhere from like $20 to $100 an hour just training AI. So if I ever need to, I can do that, and that's how I make money.
so, do that currently or have that in your back pocket just
Um, well, I have it in my back pocket, and if I haven't needed to do it, but I just got that ability recently. So if I do need to work more, I can do that. I've had some cryptocurrencies that have come in here, and I basically do for them what I did for you, but they'll pay me anywhere between like $1,000 and $5,000 to do that. And it's pretty easy, and I have a quick turnaround on it. Now they asked me to do some other things too, like make videos and some other things which I've done for them, and then they give me cryptocurrency as well. So that's basically I'm able to support myself. I don't know if you know the honey badgers. That was one of the projects that I helped, and a few others, but
yeah with Dumpstar?
it could have been. I knew it with Old Man and Coin, but yeah, Old Man with Coin. But
Yeah, old man. The
yeah,
old man's been MIA, hasn't he?
yeah, he has. So, but there have been some other projects that have requested my assistance, so I don't need that much to be able to survive. I just need to be able to pay my rent and food, and I keep everything else as limited as possible, meaning like I don't have data for my phone, and my Wi-Fi is included in my rent, and um, like I sold my car, so I don't
Are
have.
you still living in the same house?
Yeah, I moved to a different room, but it's been I'm in like a storage room, so I was able to negotiate a lower price, and um,
Uh-huh.
I liked the other room, but I just couldn't afford it anymore, and so the owner of the house said that they would allow me to stay here, but I had to do some things around the house. But he hasn't asked me to do too much. But like whenever he needs help moving things, he'll knock on my door and I'll come help him move things. He's a 72-year-old man, so sometimes he needs a little extra help, and
Uh-huh.
it's for it's for reduced rent, which is nice, and it's it's it is what it is. It's cozy. It pays. It the reason why I don't move to another place is because the expense, and then also everything's included here. So I don't have like a uh, Wi-Fi payment, which would be big for me. I don't have, like a power bill. Everything's included, so that's been convenient. But um,
Okay.
if I, of course, if I go viral, I'll move. But until then, this is what I've been doing. I get along with the roommates, and we always have different people here, and um, so we've got some people from Ukraine and Philippines and China, and it just kind of depends. A lot of them are students, and we've got like 12 people in the house at points. Some people from um, Iran, so I do my best to stay out of their hair. We share bathrooms and things like that. But yeah, that's what I do.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you have a big spot. Plus, the home that you showed me was pretty cozy. So
Yeah. So, um, for a little bit of time, I had to move out, but I was able to move back, and just being able to negotiate where I've been able to live so that I could be able to afford it. I mean, I budgeted out the amount of money that I have, and I basically asked the owner of the house, "Hey, you've got that storage room. Is there any way I could make a room out of it? I'll help you with whatever you need around the house." And he was nice enough to be able to let me move in here. So that was really
you
cool.
have to get rid of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it in storage. There's a storage thing, like a storage shed in back. So he's allowed me to store some stuff in there, and then I have some stuff in his garage. So, but yeah, I mean, as you know, I had a lot of stuff. So like all my books and stuff are in storage, which it is what it is. I had to do with it what I had to, but he doesn't charge me storage fees or anything like that. He's been really cool. So I've known him for. I mean, you met him. I've known him for 8 years now, or no,
Uh-huh.
7 years now.
How'd
Uh,
you meet him?
yeah, good question. I was looking for a place in my community in Irvine, and I looked on Craigslist, and I was just looking for a place that had Wi-Fi included, and this one did, and so I came. I was living in Long Beach at the time, and I went and I met with him, met with his son who actually owns the house. He's actually the property manager, um, but um, his son lives in Iran, so it's kind of like a complicated situation.
Iran is where?
No, it's Persia. It's like in the Middle East.
Oh,
It's next to Iraq.
okay.
So his son was living here. His son is like in IT, but he moved to Iran. That's where they're originally from, and his dad still lives
So
here.
they're not Jewish, right?
No, they're Zoroastrian.
I don't know what that is.
It's just
I'm not too good, to be honest.
that's okay.
About
It's
like
just
that,
it's just another religion. I think we have probably like six different religions in the house. So but we're all respectful of everybody. There's owned by Zoroastrian. I think next door there are Persian Muslims. Upstairs there are Christians. Um, I'm Jewish.
Oh, so everybody rents a room and everybody's different. Is
Yeah,
that what you're saying? In the
absolutely,
same house?
exactly. And then there's a
Okay.
Chinese guy who I don't know. It's probably Buddhist or doesn't believe in anything. I don't know. We don't really get into religion too much. Um, but yeah, so uh, the owner of the house actually lives in the garage. he just basically like cut out every spot in the house, like to be able to make the mortgage payment basically. And I don't go in there. There's like a washer and dryer in there, but there's also one. We have like two sets of washers and dryers, and he I call him the owner of the house, but he's really the manager, the guy you met. Um, they stay in the garage, and it can get pretty hot, especially as it gets into the summer. So they have like some kind of air conditioning. No, no, I don't. No, the guy who his name's Alex. So and then he's got a girlfriend, so she lives in there. I think she's some kind of religion. I don't know. I don't really ask. And then we have like a shared kitchen, and then we have like sometimes like three or four guys who stay in the sunroom, and they like. I mean, I don't ask questions, but like that's not my business. But I think at the most we've ever had here, we had two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We even had a guy who slept on the floor every night. He was from Iran as well. He was studying. He was a nursing student. Like they literally sell out every part of the house that they can, and I mean I get it. Like the guy who owns the house is in Iran, so it doesn't matter to him. So basically, wherever there's a spot, they'll rent it out either with like an Airbnb situation or just through word of mouth. Um, so it's always got different people, but the guy who
He makes a lot of money.
yeah,
I know.
well,
Because
so
the house is nice.
yeah, it is. They
For that many people, I think worse,
abs- absolutely.
smaller families. Well,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean we're all respectful, and there's like management on site, so he they're always sweeping and cleaning and making sure they keep it nice. And we had one guy, he slept on the floor of like a hard marble floor. He slept in there for like, I would say, like 2 years while being a nursing student. And then there's another guy who moved in from Ukraine and is learning English. And that guy's really fortunate to be here because if he was in Ukraine, they would have drafted him. So he got out just in time, and he goes to Irvine Community College. So yeah, I mean,
he's a war dodger? He's a draft dodger?
I mean, I don't know if that's what you want to call him. I don't know if they formally drafted him, but I think he just saw the writing on the wall that there was going to be a war, and
He was going to die?
yeah, exactly. Um, So yeah, they have people. I mean, like I'm in a storage room. We have people who stay in a sunroom. We have another person in a different storage room. We have a couple people who sleep on the floor. Two people in the garage, and then all the other people in the bedroom. So they do everything that they can to like um, rent out every part of the square footage that they can, which is smart.
I gotcha.
I mean, every month just think they probably bring in like 5 grand a month just doing that, more than that. But I mean that's after they pay for everything. We have solar, so the power bill is nothing. They have to pay for the Wi-Fi and water and electric. They don't even have electricity. They actually get a reimbursement every year from Southern California Edison on the power because there's so much sunshine. So they make out really well on that. Um, so yeah, but in regards to me, I'm able. I mean, I don't have many expenses, but I don't live lavishly by any means. I eat very limited. Uh,
Like when I met you, not bad.
yeah.
Which, I mean, I'm giving this is compliment, right?
Okay.
Because
Thank you.
You don't go to the gym.
No.
You don't really go outside.
No, I mean I do a little bit, but
How do you?
yeah, I mean it's probably just natural metabolism. I certainly could lose weight. What do I eat? I eat a lot of cheese. I eat a lot of uh, in terms of vegetables, fruits and things. I like tomatoes. Um, in terms of cheese, I like provolone cheese and cottage cheese and mozzarella cheese. I've been eating those. I eat um, what have I been eating recently? Like I had spaghetti last night. I have I
Did
mean
you cook it yourself?
yeah. So we have a shared kitchen, but I don't even need it. I can just boil some water. Um, I I like I do like ramen and I do like um sriracha. Um, I like well I've been eating sandwiches recently because just they're easy. So I'll eat just like turkey sandwiches. Um, what else have I been eating recently?
Can I ask how much do they charge you per month?
Yeah, so it was 1,200 and it was going up to 1,400, and I wasn't going to be able to pay
A
that.
month.
Yeah, when I first started, it was 600. When I first started, it was 600. So I made arrangements.
Wow.
Yeah, well, it keeps going up because every time they hear about, like tariffs or anything, it just makes them think, hey, next year let's charge everybody more. So I was able to get
What do you mean tariffs?
tariff, TARRIFF,
Oh, tariffs.
or yeah,
Oh, yeah,
um,
tariffs. Okay.
TARIFFS, and so all in all, everything is $1,000. But again, when I started, it was 600. But um, that includes everything: water, heat, air conditioning, all that stuff.
Yeah, I got you. Um, wow. This is pretty good. This is a good little conversation, man. I'm picking your brain.
There you go, big dog.
I need your help though. I'm thinking about moving to the Caribbean, like I mentioned. I think I mentioned that.
You've not
I
met,
need to find.
you've not
I
mentioned
need
that
to
at all.
find a way to make money
All right, we'll go.
online.
All right,
I don't know
go to
how to do that.
Okay, go to data annotation dot. It's data annotation.tech. Get paid to train AI on your schedule.
Really?
$20 an hour starting pay.
How many hours do I have to work?
As many as you want.
And how do they pay you? You have to have a bank
PayPal.
account.
It goes to your
You got your own PayPal?
Yeah, they just direct deposit into your PayPal.
Okay. And you said you have to have a search though?
No, you don't.
Huh. People on data, what is it called?
Data annotation.tech.
Hold on, let me Google it. Data
Annotation.tech.
annotation dot tech. Got it. Your new remote get AI on your own schedule. Apply now. You have to apply.
Yeah.
Huh. What's it ask you for? Like your basic information. I guess how is that gonna work if I go work abroad?
You work
I
where
really don't want to pay tax.
Yeah, you work wherever you want.
Right. But I mean, they're still gonna collect your social security number and all that.
Yeah, I mean you have to verify your identity. But
Yeah.
But you work as a contractor, so you do your own taxes.
And then what do you, so there's a question and then you have to come up with a,
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you choose the best answer. You choose the best answer from like ChatGPT answers, so some of them are better than others. And
you there?
yeah,
I love,
okay,
I'm not gonna apply. Check it out.
all right, my man, do it.
I'll let you know how, I'll let you know
Excellent. Keep me posted.
how, that's fascinating, man. You can still chat though, right? Or you want to go back to what you were doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be working on my bots, but if there's something you want to talk about, you can let me know.
Yeah, I mean, I got, it's fascinating talking to you.
Thanks, big dog.
I don't think you realize, man. You're probably better than Joe.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, like I like picking your brain. I was thinking about starting a remote dispatching company. I have a website, a business as well. I think I can share that with you.
Sure, what is it?
You want to Google it very quick?
Sure.
It's JAB, like jab,
Okay.
trucking.com.
Very cool, man.
I won't be able to see my phone very quick because I'm going through the inspection. Oh, these roads are terrible. I'm going through the agricultural inspection in California.
Sure.
So, got to see. Give me a second, Rabbi.
Got it. You have a really nice website.
You like it?
Yep. Is that your truck?
Uh-huh. All those trucks I've driven.
Cool. Is it Jab Trucking Sacramento?
Yeah, that is my official.
Yeah, Jab Trucking. Interesting.
Yeah, I have all that. So, I'm thinking what I was thinking about doing is doing, basically like consulting and advisory level to truck drivers that want to be owner operators.
Are you a broker?
I mean, I can, but not, no.
Dude,
I can't,
dude, somebody wrote a Reddit entry on you. Have you seen? Somebody wrote a Reddit entry on you.
Okay. Well, I'm not a broker yet.
Well, they wrote, anyone know or use Jab Trucking? Oh, I was looking for different car carriers to ship a few cars across the U.S. and Jab Trucking came up. They didn't have many reviews, so I asked if they had a contract I could look at, and they sent me this. certificate of liability insurance. Any advice into whether they are an honest company or if this contract actually protects me would be great. They said this is not a contract, this is a certificate of insurance, which by the way is different than Jab Trucking. This insured is JBS Transportation. How you came up the carrier is Jab Trucking, a carrier or broker. Yeah, so I don't know. There's somebody else with that name though. Jab Trucking LLC.us. So you want to be on the lookout for them.
Oh, but that's different than what I am. Mine is Jab Trucking.
I know that's a better site.
Yeah. Guess how much? I paid like $100 Valleyville.
There you go, big dog. Can't beat that.
Yeah, and I think the website's okay, you know?
It's really nice. It's a really nice website.
Yeah, I had my girlfriend Nene do it for me. You know?
Are you still with her?
No, not like on the home girlfriend.
I gotcha.
Like relationship wise, just like yeah.
I got.
I may have to change the logo though. Keep the same logo but have it facing outward. She has it facing outward, which I didn't like, but I don't know what you think. Is it okay?
Yeah, that's the least of your issues. It's fine.
Okay. But it's a clean logo though, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
American Eagle, almost like American Airlines. Because I'm basically the American Airlines fucking
Great.
I travel the whole U.S. I get it done quick.
Have you been to 48 states?
Yeah, I've been everywhere.
Wow.
Let me tell you how my week goes.
Tell me.
I was in L.A. last Monday.
Okay.
I picked up in Carson, California.
Okay.
I picked up in Ontario.
Okay. Familiar with both?
Right.
Absolutely.
I drove a bus, and I was in Indianapolis by Thursday morning.
All right.
Thursday morning, I delivered my first stop. Second stop, I drove all the way to Chicago. Friday morning, I delivered.
Okay.
I drove up maybe like 100 miles, and I picked up in Wisconsin. Right? This was on Friday.
Okay.
Today is Sunday, and 41, and I just entered California. I just went through the California Ag Inspection here at Needles. I will be in Barstow in basically 3 hours.
Do you have a drop off there?
No, I'm gonna chill at the truck stop and wait for my delivery for 2.
Is it that old? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say there's a? It's like a train truck stop. Got a McDonald's in it.
I have to repeat that because it totally broke up. I
Sure.
don't know what.
They have a train. They have a train. I think it's more for cars, but it's like a truck stop and an old train in Barstow. There's a McDonald's in it.
There's a train with a McDonald's in it?
It's like an old train, yeah.
I'm not.
That's okay. It's right off the 15.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar.
It's not for. I don't think big trucks like yours. It's for.
Yeah, I don't. I have to take a Uber or something. I don't know. It's none of the big truck stops. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I can hear you.
There you go.
So that's how my week went
Very
this
cool.
week. You know, every week is different, but every week. But it's not bad, huh?
No, not at all.
But that's what I'm saying. I just have to.
It's great.
You have to keep it moving. Or
Absolutely.
besides, I feel sad for the guys that are sitting there.
Yep.
So, and yeah, but I'm just in case like this gets really bad. I just wanted to do remote work from the Caribbean. So I wanted to hang out on the beach.
Can't beat that.
But I just don't like. I wish I had the foresight like you do of how to actually make money.
Sure.
If worst comes to worst, Rabbi, I can give you a cut if you teach me how to do.
You just literally tells you
I can be like your assistant.
it
Teach
literally
me how to pull stuff.
it literally te-
I know. Huh?
it literally tells you what you need to do on their website.
Oh yeah. I get that. Just like how you learn these bot stuff and all this. You
Well,
know.
I mean, I went to school for that kind of stuff. Well, not necessarily this, but I mean, like I have certifications and experience in
Is there online
in apps.
classes?
Certainly. Yes, certainly. Yes, there are. In fact, if you want to, I mean, that's what I'm watching right now. If you want to learn about it, feel free to listen. Here we go.
They educate our hundreds of thousands of money access. Get Cash App and the App Store play Let's podcast. You'll get $10. Again, it's an organization that personally inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. Now, into my conversation. Jim, what are the differences brain or let's start with the question.
Well, people don't actually know how human brains work. I think that's so it's hard to compare them. Computers are really memory, today. Almost all computer architectures are global memory, right? Computation full data, relatively simple, right there.
Was decoupled in modern computer brain. Everything's a mess that's combined together.
What people observe is a number of layers of neurons that look connection information really action. And people build called neural networks computers where the information is distributed in kind of fashion. There's a mathematics behind it. I don't know that the understanding that the computations run on those are straightforward computations. I don't believe anybody that a neuron does this computation.
the computer from scratch? What is the microprocessor? What is the microarchitecture? What's an instruction set up architecture? Far back as what is the translation?
So the special charm is there's a relatively good understanding down to the bottom of the atoms, and atoms get put together in materials or go, and we build transistors. On top of that, we build logic gates, right? Functional, like an adder, a subtractor, instruction parsing. We assemble those processing elements. Modern computers are built out of probably 20 locally organic process, coherent processing units, and then that runs computer program, right? So there's abstraction, there's software, there's instructions that you run, then there's assembly language, C, C++, Java, JavaScript, there's abstraction layers, then you atom. When you build a computer, there's a target, like what's the bar, today, there's a whole bunch of metrics about what that is. And then in an organization of 1,000 people who build a computer, there's lots of different disciplines.
So level of abstraction. Organizational mentality and your own vision. A lot of brilliance in every there's some of it is science, some of it is engineering, some of it is art. What's most you can pick favorites, most important, your favorite layers of abstraction, magic.
That's, but I'm somewhat agnostic to that. I would say for relatively long periods of time, instruction sets are the x86 instruction set, the ARM instruction set. So it says how do you encode the basic operation flows. There aren't that many. If you look at a program around, 90% of the execution by opcode, 20 by, and those are stable, right?
What does it mean?
Intel architecture has been 5 years. Works. And that's because the basics are kind of, right? Now, the way an old computer fetched instructions, execute the low, the app. The way a modern computer you fetch large instructions, say 500, and you find the dependency graph, and you execute in those little micro graphs. So a modern computer, like people like to say, computer simple and clean. But it turns out the market for simple, clean computers is huge, right? We don't sell any simple, clean computers. Now here's how you build it can be clean, but computer people want to buy. Let's say in own data center. Fetches a large number of instructions, the dependency graph, and then executes it. Yeah, they run deeply out of order. There's semantics around how memory ordering works and other things work. So the computer sort of has a bunch of bookkeeping tables. What order should the operation finish or appear to? But to go fast, you have to fetch a lot of instructions. There's a second kind of computer called GPU today, and I call the difference. There's found parallels, like in a program with a lot of fetch a bunch and then go figure out the dependency graph. You issues from that order. That's because you have one strict comparison. In fact, it can be done out of order.
Do you call it a narrative?
Yeah. So yeah, humans think in serial narrative. So there's a sentence after sentence after sentence in a paragraph. Now you could diagram. Imagine you diagram this. Which sentences can be read in any order without changing, right?
That's a fascinating question to ask double quotes.
Yeah, you could do that, right? So the paragraphs could be reordered. You could say, he is all smart X, right? And it doesn't matter the order followed. But if you say the tall man is wearing the red shirt, what color is it? Like you can create sentences, right? So GPUs on the other hand run simple programs. They're given a million of them, and the first order, the screen you're looking at doesn't care which order you use. So I call that given parallel. Simple narrative around the large thing, where you can just say it's parallel because you hold
the found parallelism where narrative is sequentially cover like little pockets of parallelism.
Turns out large.
Large. So how hard is it?
That's a transistor. So once you crack the problem, say, here's how you invent the time. Here's how you describe it. These are right.
So once you describe the dependencies, then it's just a graph that is now going to define what is that. I'm sure the graph theory is theoretical answer. Well, general program, modern program, beings right. How much long parallel is there? What is the next?
So if you execute it, you would get what's called cycles per instruction. About three cycles per instruction because of the latency of the algorithm. And modern computer, like about day. And there's two things. One is a sound parallel, and the other is so certain operations once you calculate if greater than one.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yeah.
That decision.
I'll catch you later.
Computers.
Okay. What you do is you mute one of them. So mute mine, or turn it down, and you'll be able to hear it better.
You have to predict.
Can't parallelize branches.
You can
predict the branch.
Okay, so imagine you wall and one. So every time you look at the branch, it's probably
And you say back.
area.
Mine is low. How the heck do you do that? Wait a minute.
Want to know? 20 years ago,
Yes.
you simply recorded which way the branch went last time.
What's the accuracy of that?
So then somebody said, hey, let's keep a couple. Have a little counter so we can predict one way, count up, and say, let's read it. And then you count down, that is a bit, but sign greater than one, and less than you predict not to, right? Or whatever. And that got us 90. Okay, no, it's better. This branch depends on how you got there. So if you came down the code one way, you're talking about Bob Jane, right? That is Bob like went one way, but you're talking about Bob Bill, Bob, you go down, right? So that's called history. You take history. That's cool. little supercomputer inside the computer
That's trying to predict
that
branching.
calculates where the branches go. So the effective window that is.
Hey, what's up, Zoo?
How is that?
How you living, pimp?
That's amazing. Wow.
5. You ready to lose?
What's the time of that?
4:59. Are you ready to lose? I'm gonna beat your ass so badly you're not gonna be able to sit.
We know I won the last.
No, you didn't.
The boss won.
I'll let you win.
And ways to go. Far away, there's something. So you took the wrong path. Then you had to back it up. You remember all. Some of them fine. Like if you read a book and you misunderstand a paragraph. Sometimes it's very.
Thanks,
One of the
big.
greatest shows.
Thanks,
Trying
big
to
dog.
anticipate that and very.
Yeah, well.
Pretty complicated.
How do you describe this? Imagine you have a bunch of stuff. Shortest way, fastest way, take the nicest road. So there's some set of data. Imagine you're doing complicated building, and there's hundreds of decisions, all ways to go, and the ways you pick interact with them. Right. You have to pick them. So that are some.
Avoid question described to Robert Frost Home was
Oh.
mistaken.
What we do is computer.
What a shot! One of the best shots in global
Yeah, I
history.
don't know how to describe that. Very good. Okay. People.
That was amazing, and you know it. No, that shot was great, too.
That shot's terrible. Rabbi, you on this hole, you're so far in front of me. Okay. This would have to be the greatest shot of all time.
No way you making this. No fucking way. So close.
Good thought.
At the end of the day,
How many both back at this hole, huh?
I don't know. Like, is there a good way to do this?
Rabbi, good hard. Good hard. You just hope. You literally just hope me.
Suck from there. Go in the water. Oh, Zoot, that was great. Yeah, I did.
You need to win this hole with our win. Thankfully, that's like. Oh, yeah, that's a good job. 10 out of 10. Didn't you do this tonight? Great shot.
For sure. No, three's impossible.
Create all the every time you run it, even
Yep.
every time
I am.
Okay, that's what about you. Normal definition of programming language.
there is a definition
Nope.
in language people you always want
Oh,
it's really weird because
yeah, you did.
everything going in why the answer is so clear. Right, so what do you say? Right? So if somebody says, I want answer. Most people want that.
Take that turkey.
But people don't realize that you run the
Dude, you're getting better.
Challenging that we're involved.
I find that scripture odd. I have two children and they think it's hilarious.
Question.
So
I do.
so I'm really interested in building computers. And I've worked with really, really smart people. I'm fascinated by how they go together, both as a thing to do and an endeavor that people do.
How people and computers go together.
Yeah, like how people think and build computers. I find sometimes that the best computer architects aren't that interested in people, or the best people managers aren't that good at computers.
The whole stack of human beings is done. Managers, individuals.
Yeah, I realized after a lot of years of building computers, where you sort of build them out of transistors, logic gates, functional units, computational elements, that you can think of people in a way, so people are fun. And then you can organizational computer architecture. And then it's like, oh, that's because people are all different, just like the computational elements. And like it's a lot of fun, like reframing how I think about organizations.
Like with computers, execution back. Same good destination. What did you learn about the human abstraction, digital functional, broad organization? What does it take to create something special?
Most people, right? So you know the difference between a recipe and probably a philosophical description. Imagine you make a recipe. The recipe says get the flour, add water, add some yeast, mix it up, let it rise, put it in, put it in the recipe. Understanding biology, supply chain, grain grinders, physics, thermodynamics. Like there's so many levels of understanding. And then when people build and design, they frequently are executing that recipe. The problem with that is the recipe. You have a really good recipe, right? But you have a deep understanding. But bread, bandwidth. There's a different and everybody has a balance. To understand questions. Some people are really good at recognizing when the problem.
That makes sense. Every stage of development, understanding of the team.
It goes back to the hard work.
Sure.
You constantly unpack everything everything is done. You don't unpack what you need to. And at every juncture, like these are really weird things because everything you know interact in hilarious ways. And then having you tell them not.
Right. So
It's just, think the complicated all of it.
yeah, sure. But understanding and also fundamental questions of things like what is or why, like the why questions. Why are we building this? Like purpose, or do you mean more like going towards the fundamental limit or of the
Well, in terms of building a computer, I think the no common practice.
That's good. So it's 18, dog.
Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. Bro, you ran us on.
Just around on one end.
I just want
Gen 1. Like, right.
3
to 5 years.
9 points. How does it feel knowing that I'm only 4 points
Often
I was a co-author of that years ago.
Rabbi
Very, I don't want to go often. There's a tendency to rewrite.
thing you're
What the fuck? Rabbi.
Look, him. Dude, you're not that far behind me. I just had a huge word and you're still not that far behind me. Too bad.
You have the time to fear.
No.
and you're
People with a quarter by quarter business objective are terrified about changing on a business. Know that limitation block that. Look at leaders of companies that have really long term success. Every time
really
parallel. If you optimize the
you're
old
really
one,
tomorrow, but it's not.
our
I know.
guys are always honest.
I wear them both. Very flexible.
I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it?
That's very hard.
I know. I love it.
I think I'm gonna go with in your opposite gamut.
There's more. Double the number of transistors. And my operational model, we increase the performance of the year and around substantially. And also in how we. But the foundational idea was that current cadence, something like they call it a shrink factor, like 0.6.
Shrink factor.
Well, if you for a constant chip area, if you make the transistor by 0.6, then you want to 0.6 more.
You linger on it longer. What's a broader? What do you think should be a broader definition of mention how you think of performance broadly?
Well, first of all, I've been aware of for 30 years. Well, I've been designing computers for 40.
Just watching it with your eyes.
Well, and somewhere when I became aware of it, I was also informed that Moore's law died in years. So I thought that was true at first, but then after 10 years, it died in 15 years. And then at one point, it died 5 years. And then it went back up to 10 years. At some point, I decided not to worry about that particular prognostication for the rest of my life, which is fun. And then I joined Intel, and everybody said Moore's law is dead. And I thought that's sad. And it's not dead. And it's always been going to die. And humans like the powerful kind of state, like we'll run out of food.
Right, but it's still incredible that it's been for as long as it has. Yes, there's many people who believe now that.
Give me a second. I can join the last 50 years.
Why do you
How about pride?
if you
People think Moore's law is one thing, transistors. But actually, there's literally thousands. And all the their own graph, and it looks like a cascade of all that. But the result is exponential. But at least it happens. And we keep inventing new things. You're an expert in one of them. And you can see its plateau. We'll probably tell people, wow, this is
What the fuck, man? Dude, that's not cool at all. I don't like that. You're wasting my time when you pull that.
how small could it modern
Dog, I don't want to talk if you're gonna pull that bullshit. Leave.
competent transistor designer could count in every single direction. But there's techniques now to alter atoms layer, and you can place atoms. Just manufacturing process, placing an atom and it need to your atoms together. So the method for shrinking, coming up with effective ways to control what's happening.
Manufacturing.
So the innovation stack's pretty broad.
Howdy, girl.
Equipment. I did a talk on Marshall and I asked for a roadmap to about 100 weeks. Then we only got to 50. I'm at 100 extra costs. We only got 50. Why don't you give it 2 weeks? Well, here's the thing about Moore's Law, right? So I believe that the next 10 or 20 years, now, as a computer designer, you think it's in case you're designing, thinking about architecture, or conversely, not being swamped by the complexity of all the trends. Yeah, right? You have to have a strategy.
You're open to the possibility and waiting for the possibility of a whole new army of transistors ready to work.
Expecting more transistors every 2 or 3 years by a number large enough that how you think about design, how you think about architecture. Like imagine you build buildings out of bricks, and every year the bricks are, or every 2 years. Well, if you kept building bricks the same way, so many bricks per person per day, the amount of time to build a building, right? But I know that's coming, so now I'm going to equipment that bricks faster, use better. Maybe you're getting something out of strength, walls, material. Yeah. So once you have a roadmap of what's going to happen, transistors, you're going to get more of them. Then you find all the collateral around it, and also to cope with it. Because the thing to understand is like, if I didn't Moore's Law transistors picked up, my design would ground.
The hardest part, whatever transistor, I mean, historically, throughout your career, what's the thing that what fundamentally changes as transistor in the task of designing?
There's two concepts. One is people don't.
By the way, there's some guys wrong with it. Whatever.
Okay.
Yes.
Nobody understands it.
Yeah.
That's
Or
I sort of.
anyway, but not
I would believe for the most part people aren't getting much smarter.
the evidence for it. That's right.
And then teams can't grow that. Human beings we're really good at teams 10, up to teams of 100, they can come together. Beyond that, you have to have boundaries. So you have, those are pretty hard, right? So then you have to divide and conquer. Like, when it gets bigger, you have to divide it into pieces. The power of abstraction here is really high. We used to build computers out of transistors. Now we have to think logic our team. Another one. Abstraction. You have to think about when you build these best. Some algorithms, a lot of algorithms are squares. So, computer with twice as many transistors,
you one of the deciding possibility of advancement, but there are other directions that you're like in the direction of sort of parallel or like doing massive parallels in terms of many CPUs stacking CPUs on top of each other, that kind of range.
Well, think about it in a different way. So, old computers, some computers, you said A will be plus B prime. Pretty simple. And then we made faster computers with vector units and proper equations, right? And modern, like AI computation, like convolutional neural networks, convolve one large data set against another. And so there's sort of this hierarchy of mathematics, from the equation, equation, deeper kind of computation. The data sets are going to be so big that people are thinking of data as a topology problem. Data is organized in some immense shape, and then the computation sort of wants to get data from immense shape and computation. So what computers allow people to do is have algorithms go much further. So that paper talked about, the day I started, it was apply-rule density. That's a very simple computation. And then when they did first chess thing, they solved deep searches. So have a huge database of results, deep search, but it's still just search. Right? Now we take large numbers of images, because it's creating these weight sets that we evolve across. Completely different kind of call that AI. Now they're doing the next generation. Look at it. They're going up this mathematical graph, right? And then computation, both computation and data sets are going up that graph.
Yeah, the kind of computation that I would argue that all of it is search, right? A topology problem, searching the data sets for valuable data, and also the extra optimization of networks, kind of search for the.
I don't know if you looked at the inner layers of finding cat. Not a search. It's a set of endless protections. No protection. Here's a shadow of the bomb. Right? And you can have a shadow of that on something, shadow on that of something. Layers, you'll see this layer actually describes years, round eyes, fuzziness. But the computation out the attribute search.
Right. I mean,
like the inference part might be search, but the training.
Okay, well,
and in deep networks, they look at layers, and they don't even know what's represented. And yet, if you take the layers out, it won't work. So I don't think. But you have to talk to them about that.
We disagree, but it's just magic. But it's certainly.
It's absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, if you want to go there, the optimization, and we're trying to ability of our cat ears and chest and incredibly multi-dimensional, hundreds, thousands dimensional. Now we're trying to optimize over. It's nothing like the chest. So it's a totally different kind of thing. And that is.
Yeah. I can see how you say if you. The funny thing is the difference between search space and bound space.
Right, exactly.
Maybe that's.
But saying, with your sense that there's a mathematical operation
level are things as abstracts and multipliers. The base mathematics describe as I think but the computers that run the algorithm are still now a given algorithm I need parse data 32 or I need like a convolution operation that naturally takes 8-bit data, multiplies about the data types TensorFlow by optimization. But when you break down computers, that has quantum researchers think they're going to change that radically, and there's people about analog brain and issues. Maybe there's a way to do that. But we have million X computation. I don't know the relationship between computational, let's say, density and the ability to manage mathematical abstraction. I don't know if anybody described that, but just like you saw in AI, you went from rule set, simple search to complex search to say family search. Like those are orders of magnitude more computation to do. And as we get to next orders of magnitude, my friend Roger said like every order of magnitude
fundamentally changes.
The expression is different quantity. Now the difference in handheld or neuron brain. There's an indefinable place where the quantity changes the quality. Right? And we've seen that happen in mathematics multiple times. I guess.
So you're saying focus head down and shrinking transistor.
Not just head down, we're aware of the software stacks that are running in the computation. Kind of pondering what you do with a petabyte of memory that wants to be accessed in a sparse way and have, the kind of calculations AI programmers want. There's a dialogue interaction, but we go into computer chips, find adders and subtractors and multipliers.
So well then mentioned the idea that most of the development in the last many decades in AI research came from leveraging computation and just simple algorithms.
Well, some guys have a thing that they call the problem of early optimization. You write a big software stack, start optimizing. The first thing you write, the odds of that being the performance of when you get the whole thing working, make it faster by optimizing right things. Sure. While you're optimizing that, could you have written a new software stack, which would have been a better choice? Maybe. So,
but the whole time as you're writing, that's software we're talking about. Hardware and fast.
This goes back to the Moore's law. You continue, and your AI research should expect that to go up. Then we've hit the wall, nothing's going to happen. Here, it's just us rewriting algorithms. That seems like the last 30 years.
On it, I think you've answered it, but they'll just ask the same dumb question over and over. So, why do you think Moore's law is not going to die? Which is the most promising, exciting possibility of why it won't die in the next 5 to 10 years? So, is it the continued shrinking of transistor, or is it another S curve that steps in totally?
Well, shrinking the transistor is literally thousands. There's a whole bunch of S curves kind of running their course and being reinvented and do semiconductor fabricators and technologists have all announced what's called nanowires. They took a fan, a gate around it, turned that into wires. They got better control of that. They're smaller. There's some obvious steps about how to shrink that. or wire stack stuff has very obvious strength. There's a whole combination there.
Your sense is that we're going to get a lot if this innovation platform gets that strength.
Yeah, like a factor of 100. Wow.
Incredible. And it's totally
Only
unknown.
10 or 15 years.
Now you're smarter, you might know. To me, it's totally unpredictable what that 100x will bring in terms of the nature of the computation that people.
Yeah, you're familiar with Bell's law. For a long time, those mainframes and these were Moore's law drove faster, smaller computers. And we're thinking about Moore's law. Roger Gadori said every 10x generates new computation. So scalar, vector, matrix, topological. And if you go look at the industry trends, mainframe, mini computers, and then the internet took off, and we got mobile devices. Now we're building 5G wireless, second latency, and people are starting to think about the smart world where every knows recognize you. Like the transformation is going to be like unpredictable.
How does it feel that you're one of the architects of this kind of? We're not talking about.
What'd you say? What'd you say? You got it, but I need you to repeat what you said.
I didn't go to church.
No, that's not why it happened. It happened because you have. Yeah. Correlation does not necessarily mean causation. Are you feeling any better?
I feel like I'm not crying right now. Earlier, when I was crying, I felt like I was feeling so many and I could like nearly I couldn't describe like what I was feeling.
Okay. Excellent. Well, I was worried about you and I was thinking about you, and I'm glad you took my advice, and now all that's in the past, then you just focus on the future.
It looks great. That was good, right?
I loved it.
Side effects of smartphones or the distraction with smart.
Who knows?
But it's a
My parents yell at my right cause of the wired phone. Stop talking to friends. Now my wife feels my kids are talking to their friends all day on text.
always doesn't
many things going on in parallel. Yeah, unpredictable. Careful. The vectors of all these things are happening all the time.
Well,
There's a philosopher or meta philosophers wondering about how to transform the world.
Can't deny the fact that these tools are
Right.
changing for the better.
I read this thing recently that the two disciplines with the highest GRE scores in college are physics and philosophy. Right? They're both sort of trying to question why is philosophers are on the kind of theological side of the material side. And there's 100 billion galaxies with 100 billion stars. Well, we're headed fast. So there's on our way to 10 billion. Well, it's hard to say what it's all for. You're asking.
Yeah, I guess I am.
These do tend to significantly increase complexity. I'm curious about how computation, like our world, our physical world, inherently generates mathematics. It's kind of obvious, right? So you have x, y, z coordinates. X gets bigger. You get surface that grows by r squared. Like it generally generates mathematics, and the mathematicians and the physicists have been having a lot of fun talking to each other for years. In computation, that's, let's say, relatively like computation in terms of mathematics, binary algebra. Well, those guys have been gallivanting through another realm. Right now, recently, computation lets you do mathematical computations that are sophisticated enough that nobody understands how the answers came. Right?
Machine learning.
Right. It used to be you get data sets, you guess at a function. The function is considered physics if it's predictive of new functions, new data sets. Modern, you can take a large data set with no intuition about what it is, use machine learning to find a pattern. Right? And it can arrive at results that I don't know if they're completely mathematically describable. Computation has kind of done something interesting compared to people.
There's something reminiscent of that from the basic operation taking a step towards neural networks. That's reminiscent of what life on Earth and its origin is doing. I think we're creating the next step in our evolution in creating artificial intelligence systems that will,
I don't. There's so much in the universe already. It's hard to say. Well, like our human beings working on additional abstraction layers and possibilities that appear so. Does that mean that human beings don't need dogs? No. Like there's so many things that are all simultaneously interesting.
I agree. You're seeing greater and greater level of abstraction built in artificial machines. Right? You think look at all the life on Earth is working at building things, machines, greater and greater levels of abstraction. Humans are the top of the food chain in this long arc of history on Earth, or do you think we're just somewhere in the middle? Are we the functional operations of the CPU? Are we the Plus program, the Python program, or neural network?
Like somebody's, people have calculated like how many operations the brain do. I've seen the number 10 to the 8. Right. So could you make a computer that did 10 to the 20 operations? Sure. We're going to do that. Now, there's something magical about how brains compute things. In my personal experience, but you think you know how to make it, all these ideas, you can't figure out how to happen. Meditate, what you can be aware of. I don't know if brains are magical or not.
think magic is an emergent phenomenon? What
Could be. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Right, I'm a,
As Mr. Keller, what in your view is consciousness? Yeah, like what consciousness, love, things that are these human things that emerge from our brains. That's something that we'll be able to encode in chips that get faster and faster and faster and faster.
nobody really knows.
Summarize it in a couple of words.
Many people have observed that organisms run at lots of different levels, right? You got two neurons, but he says you have one sensory neuron, one motor neuron. Towards things and away from things. You have physical integrity, safety or not, right? And if you look at the animal kingdom, brains that are a little more complicated, and sometimes there's a planning system, and then there's an emotional system that's, happy about being safe or unhappy about being safe. And then our brains have massive numbers of structures, planning, movement, thinking, feeling, pride, emotion. And we seem to have multiple layers of and we have a dream system that nobody understands whatsoever. I'm completely hilarious. And you can think in a way that those systems are more independent. The different parts of yourself come into it. I don't know which one's magical. I don't know which one's not computational. So,
is it possible that it's all computational? Probably.
Is there a limit to computation? I don't
think the universe,
like it seems to be the weird kind of computer. Because if it was a computer, like when they do calculations on how much calculation it takes to drive quantum effects is high. So if it was a computer, we could build it out as something that was easier to compute. Right? That's a funny system. And the simulation guys pointed out that the rules are kind of interesting. Like when you look really close at the insert, and the speed of light says you can only look so far. Things can't be simultaneous. The problem where they seem to be. Like the rules are all kind of weird. And what he said is like having the equation, 50 variables, find 50 variables. Like, so it's, like physics itself has been a shit show for thousands of years. It seems odd when you get the corners of everything, either uncomputable or undefinable or uncertain.
It's like the designer's simulation trying to prevent us from understanding it.
But also the things that require calculations require calculations that are idea. The universe is absurd because every single little bit of it takes all the computations in the universe to figure out. So that's a weird kind of computer. You say simulation is running in the computer. By definition, computation.
Not it. What do you mean it's the universe?
Well, every little piece of our universe take computation to figure out.
Just a lot.
A lot. Number. This little teeny spot takes all the mass, the local 1 light year by 1 light year space. What the heck? It's a weird description. The simulation description. The break with the rules of the universe apply something that seems a little arbitrary.
The universe, the whole thing, the laws, just like how did it come out?
Like I said, the two largest groups of humans are working on the same problem. Different aspects, and they're both complete failures. That's kind of cool.
They might eventually.
Well, after 2,000 years, the transit is
2,000 years is nothing in the history of the universe. So we have time.
The next 1,000 years isn't good either.
That's what everybody says at every stage, but with Moore's law, as you described, not being dead, the exponential technology, the future is pretty incredible.
Well, it'll be interesting.
Right. So what are your thoughts on Ray Kurzweil sense that exponential improvement in technology infinitely. Is that how you Moore's law? Do you see Moore's law more broadly in the sense that technology of all kinds has a way of stacking S-curves on top of each other where the exponential will see all kinds of
What's this exponential of a million? That's a number. And that's so now let's imagine they decided to get 1,000 tons of silicon to collaborate in one computer at a million times the density. Now you're talking, I don't know, 10 to the 20th more computers than our current already unbelievable fast computers. Like, nobody knows what that's going to mean. Sci-fi guy called when the local civilization turns to a nearby star. That's true.
just even when you shrink transistor,
That's only one dimension.
the ripple effects of that.
Like people tend to think about computers as a cost problem. The computers are made out of silicon, finer amounts of metal. So none of the things cost it. There's plenty of sand. Like you can turn the beach into a little bit of ocean. So all the cost is to do it. And the trend on equipment. And once you figure out how to build equipment, the trend of cost is zero. So Elon said first figure out what configure you want the atoms in, and then how to put them there. Right?
Yeah.
Because here's his great insight. People are how constrained. I have this thing, I know how it works, and then little tweaks to that will generate something. As opposed to what do I actually want, and then figure out how to build it. It's a very different mindset. Nobody has it.
Well, let me ask on that topic. You were one of the key early people in autopilot, at least on the hardware side. Elon Musk believes that autopilot and vehicle autonomy should solve that problem. All this kind of exponential movement. In terms of the how question that we're talking about, there's no reason why you can't. What are your thoughts on the particular space of vehicle autonomy? And you're a part of it.
The computer you need to build straightforward. And you could argue, well, this is 10 times faster or 5 times. But that's a matter of time or price. That's not a big deal. You don't have to be especially smart to drive a car. It's not like a super hard problem. The big problem with attention, computers are really good at. So,
Well, let me push back one. Everything you said is correct, but humans tend to take for granted how incredible artificial intelligence.
you can drive a car at 2050 vision. You can train a neural network to extract any object and escape at any space from a video and data.
Like that.
It's really simple.
Well,
That's a simple data problem.
it's not simple. It's because it's not just the technology, understanding and being able to do it in a way that doesn't make errors. The beautiful thing about vision system and our entire brain around the whole thing, gaps. It's not just about detecting cars. It's inferring the cars, trying to it's understanding the
I think that's mostly a data problem.
data with compute, movement and computation, with collection.
Well, there's when you're driving a car and cuts you off, your brain has to think about why they did it. They're a bad person, they're distracted, they're dumb. Yourself. Right? So, if you think that narrative is important to be able to successfully drive a car, then current autopilot do it. Cars are ballistic things that track and probably changes direction. Roads are fixed, given, by the way. They don't change stuff. Right? You can map the world really thoroughly. You can place every object really. calculate trajectories of the real world.
But everything you said about Carl is different. So
you could say at some point, computer autonomous systems way better at allows way better attention to all pothole road that you're getting about. They'll remember that this set of road has weirdo lines on it that they figured out once, and especially if they get updates given. Like the key to robots and stuff like that is maximize it.
right.
So having a robot pick up this bottle cap is way easier than put that on. Figure out thing with it, maximum given thing. Autonomous or have givens. Like humans try something new, remember it. Time after the 50th time you get to work, you know you got that. Autopilot. Autonomous cars are but the cars have no theories about why they come back or why they're in traffic. They also never
Right. So I technically do have to do mental models of those, but also cars. Everything you said is like driving is a lot more complicated than you realize. I think slightly, but
so not into traffic, right?
Yeah.
You can't just wait for the rest. You'd be surprised how
I may be on that particular point, but there's maybe I should back. I would be surprised. No, yeah, I'll just say where I stand. I would be very surprised, but you might be surprised how complicated.
I tell people like progress discipline points in the run surprise.
Very much. Yeah,
I suspect in 10 years just like taking for granted.
But you're probably right. No, look at
it's going to be a $50 solution that no one cares about. It's like GPS. It's like, wow, GPS will get satellites in space that tell you where your location is. Big deal.
Yeah, it's true. But I do think that involves human behavior are more complicated than incredible. So you can do incredible things with technology that don't involve humans, but when you
like humans are less right.
Yeah,
we tend to operate out of large numbers of patterns.
But I can't trust it if you're human. That's something.
Yeah,
something that humans say. But my hope is on the point you made is even if no matter who's right, I'm hoping that there's a lot of things that humans aren't good at that are that attention like that. Well, they'll be so much better that the overall picture of the economy, obviously, cars are even not as good.
There are already the current safety vehicle. There are so many features that people get afraid of. 80%.
Lingard on the autopilot team efforts there. It seems to be a very intense scrutiny by media and public pressure the bar would be for autonomous vehicles. What do you sort of as a person there working on the hardware, trying to build a system that builds safe vehicles on? What was your sense about that pressure? There is it.
I was interested. I talked to both Americans and I was worried that the regulations right into the technology, like modern brake systems, imply hydraulic braking. We'll read the regulations. The need to let her pull off the brakes, it sort of has to be hydraulic, right? And the regulator said they're interested in like a head crash, an offset crash. Don't run a red light and stuff. Like, they were very much into the scenario, and and they had all the data about which scenario triggered most people. also, and the benefits of the driving attention. Well, and I think that's also an interesting thing. But building autonomous systems that are safe and safer than people, since the goal is to be safer than people, having the bar to be safer than people and scrutinize thoughts and right. I think that's good.
What are it's different than the things that you worked on with the Intel and autopilot chip design and hardware design. What are interesting or challenging aspects of building specialized computing systems in the automotive?
There's two types of buildings like automotive. One is the software team developing algorithms that are changing fast. As you're building the accelerator, you have this rare intuition that the algorithm will change that accelerator will be wrong, right? There's a generic thing which is you build a really good person gets performance one, and the guy deliver about 5x the performance for the same amount of silicon instead of discovering parallelism. And special accelerators get another 2 to 5x because I know the math is always 8 to 32-bit accumulators, and the operations are the subset of. So a lot of AI accelerators have a claimed performance benefit over GPU because narrow math space, you're nailing the algorithm. Now you still try to make it programmable, but the AI field is fast. So there's a little creative tension there of I want the acceleration afforded by special without being over specialized so that the algorithm is so much more effective that you've been better off. So there is a tension. To build a good computer for application like automotive, there's all kinds of sensor inputs, processors, stuff. So every car gets an automotive computer. But some of their cars have but they're saying I'm gonna build this autopilot driver. So they're cost like $1,000. Elon's strain was I'm gonna put in every car whether people buy autopilot right or not. The cost constraint had is great. Right. And to hit that you had to think about systems. I mean that's complicated. It's Craftsman's work. Like a violin maker, right? You can say Stradivarius incredible things, musicians are incredible. But the guy making the violin, picked wood, sanded it, cut it, and he glued it. He waited for the right day so that when he put that on it, that's craftsman. Like you may be a craftsman, you have the best techniques, but most experienced craftsmen. The humans really like it. Especially no, everybody. I know. I used to write that in college, everyone could have it. So
the condition is also craftsman work.
Yeah, of course. So there's an expression called complex mastery. If you're learning something, that's fun. If you're learning something. When you do something that's relatively simple, it's not that satisfying. But if the steps that you have to do are complicated and you're good at them, satisfying to do them. If you're intrigued by it all, as you're doing them, you sometimes learn new things that you can raise your game. And engineers, engineering is complicated enough. You have to learn a lot of skills and a lot of craftsman's work, which is
I was driving, building a very person-constrained computer, so the computer has to be enough to put in every single car.
Yeah.
That essentially boils down to craftsman's work. The engineering and
there's thoughtful decisions and probably trade-offs to make. You can camera imports your age, current car, the next. How do you do the safety stuff? There's a whole bunch of details. It's fun, but it's not like I'm building a type of neural network, which has math and computer. there's more invention. But actually, the practice, the architecture, side, anybody can patterns, space. So computers has always years of abstraction layers. Ideas thinking that reduction of practice is transistors and wires, pretty basic stuff. That's an interesting phenomenon. By the way, like factory work, lots of people do factory work, road assembly stuff. I've been like people work that really like it, do a really great job. It's really complicated. Putting cars together is hard, right? And the cars move, the parts are moving, the parts are damaged. You have to coordinate putting stuff together and good at it. They're good at it. I remember one day I went to work and the line was shut down for some reason, and the guys sitting around were really bummed because they had reorganized a bunch of stuff and they were going to hit a record for the number of cars built that day, and they were all gung ho to do it. These were big tough buggers, you know. But what they did was complicated. You could,
yeah, and I mean,
after a while you could, but you'd have to work your way up because you know, like putting the bright, what's called the bright, the trim on a car on a assembly line, it has to be attached 25 places in a minute and a half. Complicated, and you know, you could do. I think that's harder than driving a car, but
putting together,
working in the factory.
Too smart people could disagree.
Yeah,
driving a car.
You get to the factory. You
No,
know,
not humans driving a car. I'm saying building a machine that drives a car. Okay. Driving a car is easy for humans. Been evolving.
drive cars. Pale with the cars are super cool.
Now you join the rest and mocking.
Okay. I wasn't mocking. I just, you know, intrigued by your quality.
Yeah.
I'll go dig into that.
Accuracy there, yeah. Okay, but in general, what have you learned in terms of thinking about passion, craftsmanship, tension, chaos, the whole mess of it? So what have you learned, have taken away from time working with working at Tesla, known to be a place of chaos, innovation, craftsmanship, and all
I really like
things.
the way you thought. Like, you think you have an understanding about what person is, and then you talk to Elon about it, and you didn't scratch it. You know, he has a deep belief that no matter what you do with load. I had a friend, he invented a better electric motor, a lot better than what we were using. One day he came by, he said, you know, this is really great. He didn't seem that impressed. You know, and the super intelligent alien, I think I'd be looking for you. Like, where is he? The guy, he built the motor.
Yeah.
Probably not. No. Like but doing interesting work that's both innovative and, let's say, craftsman's work on the current thing, really satisfying. And that's cool. And then Elon was good at picking everything apart, like the deep first principle. Well, no, what's really, that ability to look at it without and how constrained oil. Knowing the project, electric car, everything. And that's the fun. You get into it too. Like when they first landed, that rocket, we had a video projector in the big room. Like 500 people came down and they landed. Everybody cheered. Some people cried. So cool. Right? But how did you do that? Well, hard. Say, well, it's chaotic. Really? To get out of all your assumptions, you think that's beyond the painful. On tough, yeah, probably. If people look back on it and say, boy, really happy that I had that experience. Take apart that many layers of assumptions. Sometimes super fun, sometimes painful.
So could be emotionally and intellectually painful. That whole process of stripping away assumptions.
Yeah, imagine 99% of your thought process affecting self-conception. 98% of that's wrong. Now you got the math right. At least feeling that to that one bit that's useful. Now you're open and you have different. If I got the math right, it might be in 850.
Landing at the 50% hard enough.
For a long time, I've expected to get better. You can think better, think more clearly. And there's lots of that. So,
and Elon is an example of that. You are an example. So
I don't know if I am. I'm fun to talk to. I've learned a lot of stuff.
Right.
Well, here's the other thing. It's like I talk, like I read books. And people think, oh, you read books? Well, no, I've read a couple of books a week for 5 years. Well, maybe, but then start to read till I was 8 or something. And it turns out when people write books, they often take 20 years of their life where they passionately did something, reduce it to 200 pages. That's kind of fun. And then you go online and you can find out who wrote the best book. Like, that's kind of wild. It's a wild process. And then you can read it, understand it, and then you can go apply it. Like I went to one company and thought, I haven't managed much before. So I read 20 management books. Then I started talking to them and basically compared to all the VPs running around. I'd read 19 more management books than anybody else. It wasn't even that hard. Yeah. And half the stuff worked, like first time, and even rocket science.
But at the core of that is question, assumption, entering, thinking first person thinking, sort of looking at the reality of the situation and using that knowledge, applying that knowledge.
Yeah. So I would say my brain has this idea that you can question first, but I can go days at a time and forget that. And you have to kind of like circle back that observation.
Because it is emotionally challenging.
Well, it's hard to keep it front and center because you operate on so many levels all the time, and this stuff takes priority, or being happy takes priority, or running around takes priority. Like how you go through life is common, and then remember, oh yeah, I can really think for that's tiring. So, but you do for a while now.
So just as a last question, sense from the big picture, from first principles, you think, kind of answered already, but you think autonomous driving is something line of years, so 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years, century.
Yeah, definitely.
Just lingering a little longer. Where's the confidence coming from? Is it the fundamentals of the problem, the fundamentals of the hardware and the software?
As a computational problem, understanding ballistic control, topography seems pretty solvable. I mean, and you can see this, like speech recognition for a long time, people analysis, all kinds of stuff. That didn't work at all, right? And they did deep learning about it, and it worked great. And it took multiple iterations. Autonomous driving also, use radar, don't run. And the data gathering is going up, and the computation is going up, and the algorithm understanding is going up, and there's a whole bunch of problems involved with that.
Data side is really powerful, but I disagree with both you and Elon. I'll tell Elon once again, as I did before, that when you add human beings into the picture, it's no longer something more complicated, but I could very well.
And cars are highly damped in terms of rate of change. Like the steering system's really slow compared to a computer. The acceleration.
Yeah, on a certain time scale, on a ballistic time scale, but human behavior. I don't know. I shouldn't say.
Human beings are really cool too. Weirdly, we operate, half a second behind reality. Nobody understands that one either.
Yeah. We very well could be surprised. And I think with the rate of improvement on all aspects on both the computer and the software and the hardware, there's pleasant surprises. But speaking of unpleasant surprises, many people have worries about the singularity in the development of AI. When AI improves exponentially and reaches the point of superhuman level general intelligence, beyond the point of feedback, share this worry of existential threats of artificial intelligence from intelligence.
No, not really. Like we already have a very stratified society, and then if you look at the whole animal kingdom of capability and interest. Smart people have their niche. Normal people have their niche. Craftsmen have their niche. Animals have their niche. I suspect that the domains of interest are things that economically different. Like the whole something got 10 times smarter than us and wanted to track us all down. But we like to have coffee at Starbucks. It doesn't plausible. Now, if your next problem that how do you live in a world where there's something smarter than you and you base your kind of self-esteem on a close person? Well, there's 1% of the population thinks that the rest of the population is born. So the breadth of possible experience that can be really and super intelligent likely, although we don't know if we're magical, but I suspect we're not. It's likely that it will create possibilities that are interesting for us. Its interest will be that whatever it is. It's not obvious why its interest would somehow want to fight over some square foot of dirt or whatever usually years about.
So you don't think you'll inherit some of the darker aspects of nature?
Depends on how you think reality is constructed. For whatever reason, human beings are, and let's say, creative tension and opposition because both are good and bad forces. Like lots of philosophical understanding of that. I don't know why that would.
The evil is necessary. The tension.
I don't know about evil, but like we live in a competitive world where your good is somebody else. Evil. There's the malignant part of it, but self-limiting, although occasionally it's horrible.
But yes, there's a debate over ideas of different. That debate itself is arriving at something.
I would that.
But you don't think that will possibly behind the way that's painful? Emotionally painful, yes. For the 0.1%, that would be.
And why isn't it already painful for large percentage of the population? And it is. It does have a lot of stress in it about the 1% and about the this and about that, but everybody has a lot of stress in their life about what they find satisfying. Yourself seems to be the proper victim, and that makes life feel proper. There's so many avenues on that. Like, there's so much unexplored space at every single level. I'm sorry. My nephew called me a dick. Hated optimist. So
there's a beautiful in that label. But if you were to look back at your life and live a set of moments, because there were the happiest times in your life, like, what would that be?
I don't want to relive any. I like that. I like that situation where have some the anxiety of the unknown.
Love the unknown. Yeah.
But the mystery.
What do you think is a meaningful thing? Life. Available to us.
Seems to be what it does. Like the universe, for whatever reason, makes atoms, makes us stuff. Figure out things, explore things.
It's just,
Just
yeah, it is. I don't think there's a better place to end it. It's honor. And
well, it's super fun.
thank you so much for coming today.
All right, great.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Use code Lex Podcast. Get $10. $10 will go to this MNP nonprofit that inspires hundreds, thousands of young minds to become future leaders and innovators. Enjoy this podcast. Subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, and simply connect with me. Now, leave you with words of wisdom, Gordon Moore. For everything you try works, trying hard enough. Thank you for listening. See you. Following conversation with Vladimir Vapnik, part 2. Second time we spoke on the podcast. Co-inventors, vector machines, for vector clustering, theory, any foundational ideas of learning. Born of the Union work Institute of Control Science in Moscow. Then West worked at AT&T, Labs, AI research, now professor at Columbia University. His work cited over 200,000 times. First time we spoke on the podcast just over a year ago. At the early time, spoke after a lecture he gave titled Statistical Theory of Learning, part of the MIT series of lectures on learning, AI, that I ordered. Release the video of the lecture in the next 2 days. This podcast and the lecture are independent from each other. You don't need one to understand the other. The lecture is quite technical, math heavy. If you watch both, I recommend listening to the podcast first. The podcast is probably a bit more accessible. This is the Artificial Intelligence. Enjoy it. Subscribe on YouTube. Get 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support on Patreon. Connect with me on Twitter. Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-A-M. Usual, bad, now, and never any ads in the notes. Flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. Hurt listening. This show is presented by Cash App, number one finance app in the nation. Get it? Use code Lex Podcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investing, Security F Square, member SI. Cash App allows you to receive money peer-to-peer. Security in all digital transactions is very important. Let me mention that PCI is and PCI DSS level 1. Cash App is compliant with. I'm a big fan of standards security. PCI DSS, good example. A bunch of competitors got together and agreed to be a global standard around the security of transactions. Now, it's the same for autonomous vehicles and AI systems. So again, you can catch that from the App Store or Google Play. So Lex Podcast, you get $10. Cash App donate $10 for the first. Favorite organization helping to advance products and STEM education. Now, our conversation, Vladimir, you and I talked about Alan Turing, that he, father of artificial intelligence, gave in our field of science more to build intelligence rather than. What do you think is the path of engineering intelligence and science?
Wise, always fun. Doesn't matter how, but understand well, break it down, right? Somehow it helps. But like it so, like just on, go, chemistry, create, Russian fail, right from that, and then you realize what it
You're talking about Vladimir Rothschild,
right,
1928 published the book Mythology of the Folk Tales, describing predicates that have this kind of sequential structure that a lot of the stories, narratives follow in Russian folklore and in other contexts. We'll talk about it. I'd like to talk about predicates this way. Let me allow me to say out on our friend Alan Turing. And, you know, he inspired his generation. I think lingering a little longer and learn, I think learning to imitate intelligence get us closer to science, to understanding intelligence. So why do you think imitation is so far from understanding?
critical. So creating something exactly great because much don't like it, don't want, right? Cause great. Also, it's hard for, but understanding very start from part of it, and but when you combine reality, create as in my case, value, which is that I so I give practical value. But first of all, so really culture, not much one opinion.
The book Vladimir Propp used 31, even called predicates, 31 predicates describe stories, narrative. What do you think human behavior, how much of human behavior, how much of our world, our universe, all the things that matter in our summarized predicate of the kind that Propp is working with?
I think there's a lot of, but I think much less because construct one construct variant when you come data that line data variant. So what maybe not so much, not so many. But let's I don't know about that. But I guess I hope that's very challenging for
I think we'll talk about computer vision, image challenge.
that's about
That's exactly about that hopes exactly about the spirit of intelligence way. But there's an open question whether starting at the MNIST recognition that's towards intelligence or intelligence. So let's, because you use the term, nice, I'd like to ask a simple, dumb question. Let's start with a predicate. In terms of terms and how you think about it, what is a predicate?
I don't know. I figured what I did predict one of them is
Classic, sorry, interrupted. Back. Simplest level. We're not being right. Predicate is a statement, something that you think of predicate as somehow probabilistic or it is binary, constraint, logical, well,
maybe function and the function that is
what's the input and what's the output?
function. Yeah, but function any function where like the graph function cannot understand or one of them also function I described, but another I don't know how those
Structurized?
yeah
What do you mean by structurized?
something that on the form also maybe describe general
In concept, some kind of universal.
yeah, but I don't know why.
You do, so this is the thing. There's a million ways of this. Um, humans have such concepts. When you look at digits, but it's hard to put that digit down. It's hard to put that word.
Right, right. But many, but they can tell us, describe, but my describe on this
Yes. There exist critics and summarize the essence of human. The
I hope so, yes, but
have explicitly state them on paper. Hey, this is the fundamental question I'm asking is do you think there exists a false set of predicates that summarize feels our mind does that concept of what makes it for
I don't know. It's not describe. Describe some concept which allow you variant.
in variants. Sorry to stick on the terminology.
Variant of I can my image all this and I can give level. You can describe that which gets it correct. That's how right. But variants apply to repeated I started with that idea that's for training for reality. Reality.
Let's talk about Plato a little bit. So you draw a line, Plato, Hegel to Wigner to today. Plato has formed the theory of forms, the world of ideas, and a world of things. The world of ideas, all things arbitrary big. But they're all, Plato calls them like shadow. Real world is a shadow from the world of
Projection.
when
Reality. Real life. Projection. Variants because projection for on object. So
the essence of intelligence is, while only being able to observe the world of things, try to come up with the world of ideas.
okay. Like
I feel like that's a contradiction to intelligent critics. I think music enjoys all its forms. The notion of critic, like a critic,
I don't touch emotion.
interesting question. Emotion. There's a certain elements of the human psychology experience. Being almost contradicting itself. Emotion, fear, like love, all of those things. Are those not connected in any way to things of ideas?
Because I don't I just want concentrate very on
So you don't think you have to love and fear death in order to recognize it?
because so complicated. A lot of but I know about it. I know the record number but what's so but you understand
Of visual.
what on the stand of
Like you said,
on the one of the reading
yes. So you think symmetry at the bottom is the universal notion. There's degrees of a single kind of symmetry, or is there many kinds?
many kinds and organelles.
So when you cut vertically, the letter S,
Yeah. The upper part.
along the y-axis. But that's just like one example, right? It's not like
Correct, but all whatever I described, several skills, and that is thing as you described, thing about education and the net more or less.
do you think such concepts, predicates, are hierarchical set of concepts, or are these independent distinct predicates that we want to discover set of?
Like the skills, skills, so, or more, but curve one, so the noun, and
What about shape in general? Trees of passing, but
you know, and all like more indicate
symmetry is not enough for digit recognition, right?
not necessarily well the variant whose every curve is bar, for example, plus second plus no concept of why why uh, of this level. So let's talk think conversion.
What is convergent? Convergence? What is strong convergence? I'm
So
sorry, I'm going to do this. What are we converging from and to?
converging like to every function say your right.
A classification task.
So let's talk only about
Classification means we'll say whether this is a 5 or not, or say which of the entities it is.
I would like to correct. Then I have some I can consider that I can measure level and then I can follow and I from my I will consider only function of my applying digit I will have to take. So actually level of the on not just or not one whole general property of all looking for smaller subset of functions.
That's what you mean by divisible. Which is still pretty large. For the number 3, it's large.
It's pretty large, but according to strong convergence function, from one function, which becomes another function, and what different from them difference in the points make it permanent metric. That is convergence function. First function, any function. I would say some function conversion function from square.
That's the definition of convergence.
That is
Function to go the different.
yes, conversion function. But you have the convergent function. Some function. And take circle function as one. That's zero function final. And that done. Do that the function converge the product. This function the product conversion. That is the one. What it converge requires it converge for any function of the converge for any function of any. You can think when you take integral, that is rotation integral for example, take sine of a sine of Fourier expansion. So it converge for expansion. So some condition conversion function. But we converge any product. Converge not y, but when I'm talking physics, like almost each integral, where you take one measure product. If I did one, I will consider only one. I empty the function from function. Function. I
It always has to be connected to the training data in terms of.
yeah, but truth is no dependent. And the guy from there is profit. What profit can
Fairy tale, Russian fairy tale.
but Russian fairy people apply more better things.
Well, so I would argue that there's a little bit of a difference. The kinds of things that we're applied to, which are essentially story and digit recognition.
Because
You're saying digits, there's a story within the digit.
yeah. But why I possible because not 60,000 but 100 times less because and we will select the not white
think it's possible to automatically discover the predicate. This so basically says the essence of intelligence is discovery of good predicates. Now the natural question is, that's what Einstein was going to make machines do these kinds of discovery of predicates, or is it ultimately a human endeavor?
That's the good one. I don't see much because according to theory about you could any function give the same. So you have number predicate number and before you don't know. But whatever problem like people call it extra, there is not predicate which cover most of the situations have it.
So there's a sea of predicates, and only a small amount of kind of thing.
I would say only small part of them.
Only very few are what we call them good, very good. So, finger on it. What's your intuition? Why is it hard for a machine to discover predicate?
I might have to find. I'm not sure.
What did you propose?
I thought I for that
Maybe.
when she's done. For that where some sort of does not variant. So it doesn't. I did that. I from the function like looking. Oh, of course, the machine always not more.
Allow me to linger on it, because that's a challenge. That is artificial intelligence. That's the level of intelligence discovery predicate. Talked about learning as a predicates they use in the function are mediocre. You can find better ones.
Let's talk about
Sure.
I know beyond convolution. What else? I don't know any.
There's not much else to
Left and right. I can do that. One predicate.
common predicate.
Yeah,
Yes.
know exactly the person.
That's a simple predicate, but humans discovered that one, or at least
Okay, that is not too many. And that is story that was done 25 years ago. I think what clear was other. Then I understand why you talk about what twice have function.
well, a counter argument is that maybe the amount of predicates necessary to solve general intelligence instinct efficient recognition of hand recognition is very small. So we should find other like there has been other advancements like look at with attention. Does it fundamental mechanism, especially the natural language network's ability to learn. The thing is, there's other things that try to get important for the actual mechanism, showing how much that's essentially the work of learning, constructing architecture that are able, given the training data, to converge toward function that can approximate generalize well. So it's an engineering problem. Very much but let's look not on an emotional level, but on the points. You have piecewise response. It is all neural network. It's just piecewise response. Many large number of piecewise network. But very large, almost what is still large. Evolution of them produces thermal equilibrium. What's still persistent? Much richer. So when I talk about closed form solution, I talk about set of functions, not piecewise percentages, particular. So neural networks is a small part of the space you're talking about. Small space. But it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to start all of it. You have something now trying to architect. You like to create a set of functions. Obviously, not all functions, but some set of convolution makes. But from my point, convolutional it is something on some variant, translation variant. But now don't you think and you cannot explore on the level of idea neural network does. You should agree it's much better to have a function. Function. Must variant of that. No, that's as incorporate variants of a function because but all the invariants are specified by yeah, but okay, that there is standard like that's what I want to find. Complete focus level starting from class second all the way. And I believe that but no compute no function. But people from us they use all the time. Right. Variant they based on people right most of that. Something on the level but why level of yes theoretical study theoretical literature before. You know what, let me throw that right back at you. It's a little bit of that's less mathematical and more emotional, philosophical. Vladimir Proust. I mean, he wasn't doing math. And you just said another emotional statement, which is believe that the Plato world of ideas is small. I hope. what's your intuition though? Linger on it.
No,
About
because just know that when I entered some predicate, I think it's one. But my goal
by as much as possible.
by as much as possible. Does measure next does much as this amount of admissible function.
So if each good predicate significantly reduces the set of admissible functions, there naturally should not be that many
Yeah.
good predicates.
No, but if you very well succeed in function of admissible set of functions, oh, that there is a big
And DC dimension, by the way, is a measure of capacity.
spread of roughly function. And it makes it all fine function. Now, most important part, and it probably there are many, but actually can't do that.
So
But
let's
for that, normally, yeah, because
what are the three fundamental laws of ducks?
looks like a duck, looks like a duck, walk like a duck.
You should know something about ducks to be able
Not
to.
necessarily. Looks like horse. Also,
It generalizes from ducks.
but like sound like horse, and run like horse. Like general trait. That's it apply to duck. But for duck,
Cannot say they
why not?
can, but that would not be good.
Not a
You would not do the
the fully function. But some of them are good, some of them not, because some of them look at function. But
But the question is, and I'll probably keep asking, how do you find what's your intuition? Handwritten recognition. How do we find the answer to your challenge?
I understand correct.
Vladimir Prabhupada mentioned there's a sequence of 31 structural notions, common stories, and I think people, and I think they resonate. It starts just to give an example: abstention, a member of the hero's community, a family, and security of the home environment. Then it goes to the interdiction, forbidding, edict, or command is passed upon the hero. Don't go there. Don't. The hero is warned against some action. Then the three violation of interdiction, break the rules, on your own. Then reconnaissance, the villain makes an effort to obtain knowledge, so on. It goes on like this. Uh, the wedding, number 31, happily ever after.
So, well,
Okay. probably in our lives, probably. By the way, there's also criticism. There's another way to interpret narratives from Claude Lévi-Strauss. I know it's theoretical literature, but it's looking at very nice. Philosophers argue. Yeah.
But
Exactly. Another set of unison. My question is whether without our human brains to interpret these units, they would still hold as much power they have. Are those units enough to give them aliens? No, I don't understand.
No. You can recognize
That
you understand.
No. It's the imitation versus understanding question. I don't understand the mechanism by which I
I'm not. Understand that I just find
But I guess it's really good. So, good line. I feel like I understand the basic elements of what makes a hand recognition system my own. Symmetry, seems like that's a very powerful predicate. My question is there a lot more going on that we're not able to expect? Maybe I need to be able to understand a huge amount in the world of ideas. Thousands of predicates, millions of predicates in order to hand recognition. Both your hope and your intuition.
what is the whole possible function of qubits, all possible predicate. Don't just have a beautiful set of functions, one function.
So the trade-off is not use all predicates. You only use good predicates that have some training data.
Yes.
The more good predicates you have, the less. Okay, I'm gonna keep asking the same dumb question. Handwritten recognition. Solve the challenge. You kind of propose a challenge that you should be able to get the M error rate by using you, for example, precision. What kind of predicates do you think they will answer? Do you think they'll be able to answer it in a human explainable way? But that function be written, yes, by an automated reasoning system. Whether we're talking about a neural network learning a particular function or another mechanism.
No, I'm not against. I'm against function. Quite frankly, don't play.
The neural network can then reverse first step of helping you find a function. Just as the task of the neural network is to find a angled representation, for example. Find that one predicate captures some kind of one, not the entire essence, one very useful of this particular visual space. That's possible. Like, I'm, I'm grasping there's an automated way to find good credit. Right? What are the mechanisms for finding good predicates? Ideas you think we should pursue? A young grad student right now.
Where really don't create like I should find situation where you can effect
Find situation where the where you
sure
can't
you cannot
explain it.
explain
You're finding contradiction.
find somebody my case but you find function
Really, the process of discovering contradiction.
like in physics find situation where for one the protein one X variant over value but not very probably I don't know who would you predict
Just one way. Okay.
that normal it just
The brute force way. What about the ideas of what the big umbrella term of symbolic AI? What in the experts sort of logic, is there hope there to find some through sort of deductive find good
I don't I just
kind of compelling notion of something smart people do things that compelling our machines
curving but you can choose the function variant curve variant so comes from find choose now struct set of review that for sure every function yes function
but why do you think logic based systems don't can't intuition not
because all that life by all tries for who variant understand
that's the human yeah, you're putting too much value in Vladimir Prof knowing
no
am I just
all by
common common sense
common sense some
I think so common sense is common sense is it's mortality it's fear of death it's love it's spirituality it's happiness sadness all of it tied up in understanding gravity
cost of life I want cost understand
time I bring up love and death, you should bring it back to recognition.
Okay. So, because of course, challenge.
Yeah.
I see couples. If I concentrate or kind of yes.
I mean, and it's a beautiful elevated. And
I think I know what else.
you do.
But I want something what else which would put on
So let me ask, how hard do you understand? So if we kind of intuit handwritten recognition, how big of a step journey from that? If I gave you if I solved your challenge for handwritten recognition, how long would my journey be from that to understanding more general natural?
as you because not for free as you create several variants which will help to get from West neural net and the back also you have something
And you're saying,
that is a variant because you have
but okay, let me just pause. Maybe it's a trivial point, maybe not. But handwritten recognition feels like a dimensional problem. And it seems like how much complicated is the fact that most is our projection of a three-dimensional world onto 2D plane. It feels like for a three-dimensional world, we start understanding common sense. You know, understand it. It's no longer visual shape, having to start to understand concepts of understand life.
different
Potentially much larger number.
no wait
Yeah, we,
no you know I cannot say that about the I understand but I'm sure that I understand
there's a difference.
as was possible but not that is that case.
Yeah, but no, that's the difference. No, I welcome enjoy thinking about things I don't understand. Because to me, it's a natural extension without having handwritten. To wonder how difficult it is the, the the next step of understanding 3D images. Ultimately, while the science of intelligence is fascinating, it's also fascinating to see how that maps engineering and recognizing handwritten digits not help you might may not help you with the problem of general intelligence. You don't know. It'll help you a little bit. You don't know how clear.
But I would like to make I start not from very problem point challenge. I start problem Platon or on just Platon.
So you basically took Plato and the world of forms and ideas and mapped and projected into the clearest, simplest perspective.
No, I would say that
Plato.
you I big convergence okay Platon.
do you think about the world of ideas and world of things, Plato? Okay. Metaphor. It's compelling, it's a poetic and beautiful. But what can you? What did you call of a duck? From my point clear, fine. Those that the black they were decent. I don't know that fine decent. Right, this philosophy. No. Let's stop. Much understand that. And then it comes to that. What you talk. That you want to get. There's abstraction ideas that represent our world, and we should always try to reach that. Yes, but you should really, but understanding is abstract. Mind, several abstract can apply to reality. And reality, if we look at machine learning, is data. Okay, let me put this on you because I'm an emotional. I'm not a mathematical. Like, I find compelling that it's a base function. There's also data in the. I find compelling that might be the small examples of data that are most useful for discovering good, whether it's predicates or good functions. That the collection of data may be a powerful journey. Like coming up with a mechanism for selecting the data might be. Do you find the idea of finding the right data set interesting at all? Or do you kind of take the data set as a given? Apply randomly. Function from one. Some households. What about what another way a deep function? It just function through their code, which process function. And that's how it works. No, I get it, I understand it, but the reality is. But let's well, set up function. If you just try with the function satisfies simple do of it. Yeah, absolutely. What say you have more data than the consider the I mean maybe not more data, but I was very be poetic for a second. I mean you have a given a small given a small whole set of functions function by yeah, but as looking for based on empirical set of small examples. Right. But that is not a story I don't touch because I believe this small examples is what we call class law of large numbers works. I don't know. Story I think there are two laws
what's so I want a situation where I much personal well,
This is large enough.
I hope
Obviously,
well, what I did was how the most patient that
yeah.
that is
Good predicates, discovery of good predicates.
go to understand that was a function she was like reality.
Can you say that again? So,
Because function, but that's what lies in reality. It's useful in the task, but not that's the she apply
and you ask, like,
that's like
well, but they should, right?
yeah,
Otherwise,
it's like
yeah.
was failed and then
Okay, so we talked about imaging. Talk about Noam Chomsky for a second.
I don't know.
Yeah, personally, well,
Not personally, I don't know.
his idea. Well, let me just say, do you think language, human language, is essential to expressing ideas of Noam Chomsky belief? Like, language is at the core of our formation of predicates. The human language.
But he really just language. I can't. I sort it out.
Nobody does.
I'm not ready. It's not for our century.
The 21st century. So,
We should learn something. A lot of stuff from stuff. Like
do you think, okay, do you think digital recognition, 3D image, how would you more abstractly define digital recognition? 3D image, simple recognition, essentially. I'm trying to get a sense, thinking about it now, having worked with MNIST forever, how small of a subset is the general recognition problem and general intelligence problem? Is it, yeah, is it a giant subset? Is it not? And how far away is language?
but last but not that and the challenge problem. But people by idea not get it. When you don't do this, find something. Help
But yeah, I mean, with Einstein, you could general relativity. That doesn't help you with quantum mechanics.
that's another story. Person.
Yeah, so I'm trying to wonder space we're in, whether handwritten recognition is like general relativity, and then language is like quantum mechanics. You're still gonna have to do a lot of mess to universalize it, but I'm trying to see one. So what's your intuition? Why handwritten recognition language? Just, I think a lot of people would agree with that, but it elucidates the intuition of why.
I just create some abstract understanding. Not all. I would like to guys collect
What kind of image? Unreal?
real,
Real and
yeah, that I see real life images in real life. Let's talk about because that's a neural network create.
so the people I know in vision science, for example, the people with vision, that they usually go to the world of symbols like handwritten recognition, but not really other kinds of simple study our visual perception system. As far as I know, not much predicate type of thinking is understood about our vision. They don't, yeah. But how do you even begin to think in that direction?
That's it. I would like to discuss it.
Yeah.
Control is what's working. And it's because not so bad.
So the unfortunate, so compared to language is like letters, finite set of letters, and a finite set of ways you put together those letters. So it feels more amenable to kind of analysis. Natural is there is so many pixels.
No, language is much more complicated. Well, a lot of thought, just understanding of very class of tasks. I would like to of tasks, but
Yes, so there's a lot of nice benchmarks now on natural language processing. Very trivial, like understanding the elements of the sentence, answer, much more complicated, open domain dialogue. The natural question with handwritten recognition, first step of understanding
what what our is
so even this first step. So forget about talking about the full first step should be right there.
no, because thousand
No, I'm saying it should be in the right direction because 60,000 is not acceptable. And hopefully the steps from doing hand recognition, very few examples, step towards what babies do and crawl and understand that physical environment. You don't know about babies, but yeah. Try to take
what even now and more less clear. Not just from
I think these principles are will naturally be
I would like apply to
right. It's in theory, it's more general. Okay, okay. So a lot of things we've been talking about falls. We're talking about philosophy a little bit, but also about mathematics, and a lot of it falls into this idea, a universal idea of simplicity of learning. What is the most beautiful and sort of powerful or essential idea you've come across, even just for yourself personally in the world of statistics or
probably for convention.
versus correct.
You have law of large numbers. Function of function, electrical function, question, H. You have separate function, but always better. Learning, just because pick up one, pick up one function, does for convergence, but does not really want to go well large here of big convergence for a long time. As I about myself, as I was, I did touch, I was now I powerful touch, better for living, like other touch, language, trying to create
So the reducing instead of the function, effort put into understanding the properties of weak parts.
classic market draw on the number how we can use it and it's so happen when we trace and get function as a equivalent where we can apply some for learning and have close function. So for the computer done it right way because they do. But now only got less of this person.
That's right, I think.
But not
By the way, I like the fact that you think that heuristics are a mess that should be removed from the system. The closed form solution, the ultimate.
okay. Right.
Take intelligence, human level intelligence, when created, will have something like a closed form solution.
No, I don't know. I'm going wrong. Change it wrong. And when I look for wrong, I think what is the most appropriate wrong knows about rather than wrong based understand correction rather be closer or better wrong. So I'm again trying to understand the type of
Sure. So there's a lot of interesting work that can be done better regulated.
Yeah, but
from your own mind, looking at the.
yeah, but
I don't know.
then I try to understand.
Yeah, but to me, there's still a beauty. Again, maybe I'm a dissatisfied or heuristic. To me, ultimately, intelligence is less of the engineering answer, I guess.
Absolutely. When you say driving car, guy who just doesn't make any work. Doing fine. Okay, but I think car apply. But by the way, well, they cannot create room for much more development. But maybe for X less of the kid edge like
But still, you should
you
reach,
cannot avoid.
of course, but you still reach the idea of design. Let me kind of ask, do you think neural networks or function we need to sort of, what do you think, talking about intelligence, but the idea of reason, the element of sequentially assembling, interpreting the, so think of Henry kind of think that there will be a single input and output, not a recurrence. What do you think about sort of the idea of recurrence and going back to memory and thinking sort of sequentially mangling the different representations over and over until you arrive at conclusion? Or is ultimately all that can be wrapped up into a function?
To suggest that let us use this type of algorithm. When I start to think, I or start to understand what I want. I write down what I want, and I try to formalize. When I do that, I can have to solve it. Oh, I did.
Recurrence. But do you observe human beings? Do you try to imitation question, right? It seems that human beings have sequential. Does that inspire in you a thought that we need to add that into our intelligence? You're saying, okay, you kind of answer saying, until now I haven't seen. So because of that, you don't see a reason.
Most of them don't. For me, it's complicated. For me, most difficult part was question how it works, how I don't know.
You said that machine learning is not only about technical thinking of questions, but it's also about philosophy. So what role does philosophy play in machine learning? You talked about Plato, but generally thinking in this philosophical way. Does it have, how does philosophy map together in your mind?
function. Not has enough capacity to function that you can make structure control capacity. But was not able to function. No, doesn't realize nothing but that he can.
But those are mathematical notions. Philosophy plays a role of saying that you should make
That's the philosophy. I'm just by technical like proper. Each time I upset like whatever I just presentation of one thing, but for example, find here that the big convergence
so that required thinking about life a little bit. Hard to trace, but there was some thought process.
I was thinking about problem just small. I try and honest that it for but just concept was not able to
Patient.
why. Now yeah, I understand. I did, but now I see there are only two convergence must us think now okay also and now already how to understand life correct as I thought about that and that is level of but have a feeling something about structures. But I don't know how to formulate how to measure structure that guy who knows the challenge problem did it probably just
But something like symmetry
absolutely level of anti I probably reaction but I think it's sensitive but there are several ideas maybe like the law but cannot not just challenge and analyze why it was even possible. Very simple thing. And you talking about the time about I was surprised I people try very strong conversion mechanical learning. I did I don't know what convergence talks like that when you play convergent algorithm. Looks like it does like it. But when you try normalize, it just plays. Why?
thinking about it.
I don't know. This is also main for that because no, 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 just no phone. Now the like that.
But on the topic of life, perhaps we two could talk in Russian for a little bit. What's your favorite memory from childhood? Actually, how about, can you try to answer in Russian?
Сначала а потом я как-то понял, плохо, совершенно ой, я что, что как-то потому что я просто чувствую, я не думаю, что разные элементы сильно растеканы в жизни человеческих отношений. Как-то найти вот эти вот, как это,
Now that we're talking about Bach, let's switch back to English. I like Beethoven and Chopin, so.
Chopin,
but Bach, if we talk about predicates, Bach probably most sort of well-defined predicate underlying.
and I collection of so waiting from right
Bach and Chopin,
no,
the critic interpretation of the
trying to explain that as I use describe high level like of lambda section. What defines
that's brilliant. So art is not self-explanatory in some sense. You have to try to convert it idea.
import problems when you go from a deep patient, but then trying to go back those problems, but nevertheless, I did looking that art be able to find predicate particularly
That's such a fascinating and powerful notion. Do you ponder your own mortality? Think about it, do you hear it? Do you draw insight? Are you afraid of them?
not so much. But it is very be tough. I should work very theoretician from the very collection of descriptions, what have they described, how they and from art as a what common. Try to understand predicting that's where
And then use that for visual recognition. There is a
But you've got the patient mathematician mind. I think it can be done very quickly. I think it's a really elegant idea. Some of many.
No, the most time it is way collection. Stand about that once again and again.
Again and again and again, but I think sometimes, especially just when you say this idea now, even just putting together the collection and looking at different sets of data, language, trying to interpret music, and images, I think there will be sparks of ideas. Again and again, you'll come up with better ideas. But even just that notion, beautiful notion.
Here's some example. I have a friend who was specialist Russian professor of Russian poetry. Not right. But she know a lot of stuff. My book collection of Russian poetry. This is Russian poetry. Collector of Russian. I asked her who should and found it again. And try from poetical scribe every using only word of Russian. Try poetry using Russian code. Just not the much poetic. The only when you put information that's better.
So there's something there.
Any three questions direct collection of digits poetic.
Yeah, there's something there in that poetic description.
But I think the abstract what a lot of ideas.
Yeah, they're there. Discovered. I mean,
But us start
challenge problem. Listen, I
immediately connected to all stuff.
talk, podcast, whatever I can't edit. Such a clean, beautiful Einstein-like knowledge.
Right.
Let me ask another third question. Talked about mortality. Talked about philosophy of life. What do you think is the meaning of life? What's the predicate for serious existence here?
So if you Russia, I don't know, guy got right. She's thought come and pivot. There are the developed type of people who and just start. So that's so
So the purpose of life is to create paths of human society. Things like that. Simple before the complicated one.
I don't know. Just one thing, but no, right. Just right. And also, supposed to explain roughly understand roughly why I understood. I just not by understanding the why. Also, also like I am time and just I think was surprised. So the managers, big company, most of them are guys who study why, because why, and some model among them when Alan Green just analyze big science like
It amazes me that you are continue to be humbled by the brilliance of others.
very modest place. So small guys around.
Well, let me be immodest for you. You're one of the greatest mathematicians of our time. Truly an honor. Thank you for talking again. Let's talk. Let's talk.
I know my limit.
Let's talk again. Your challenge is taken on and solved by grads, especially when the music will be involved. Vladimir, thank you so much. Thanks for listening to Conversation with Vladimir Vatnik. Thank you. Our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science, technology. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcast, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex. And now, let me do with some words Vladimir Vatnik. Solving a problem of interest, not solve a more general problem. Thank you for listening. Following is a conversation with Scott Harrison, Professor at Austin, Director of the Quantum Center, Professor at Research Interest Center around the capabilities and limits of quantum computers, computational complexity theory more generally. Excellent writer, one of my favorite communicators of computer science. We only had about an hour and a half of this conversation, but I decided to focus on computing. Talking again in the future on this podcast about computational complexity theory and all the complexity classes, podcast dialogues, complexity. Quick aside, questions and comments that we need. A goal, conversation, try to do the background without ego. Thing. One, let the guests shine, try to discover together the most beautiful insights in their work and their try to play devil's advocate just enough to provide a creative attention and exploring ideas to conversation. And three, to ask very basic questions about analogy, about concepts, about ideas. Many of the topics we talk about in the podcast, studying here, grad students, researchers, generally love studying. Frankly, myself in these conversations, main character, one of my favorite novels from yes, called I enjoy playing clearly my age subject. Fundamental on them almost on insightful thread and lost and artificial. The artificial intelligence podcast. Do it. Subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcast, or on Patreon. It's a protective Lex spelled FRIDMA. As usual, one of the ads now. Whenever he has break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt to listen to the experience. Quick summary of the ads. Orders today. First, get Cash App, go Lex Podcast. Second, listen to the Tech Meme Ride Home Podcast. Search Ride Home Words Podcast app. This show presented by Cash App, the number one finance app in the app. To get it, go Lex Podcast. Cash App, money to friends, buy Bitcoin, invest in the stock market, little as $1. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investment, Theory Square, member and this Cash App does fractional share trading. We mentioned order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional algorithmic props to Cash App solving a hard problem and provides an interface that takes a step up layer of abstraction of the platform, creating more accessible investors and education. So again, get Cash App from the App Store, play, code Lex Podcast, you'll get $10. Cash App also gets $10 first. One of my favorite organizations that helps advance robotics and education for young people. This episode is also supported by Tech Meme Ride Home Podcast. The technology podcast I've been listening to for a while, really enjoying. Points, issues tech news you need to know, and provides minimal but essential content. Released every day by 5 p.m. Eastern, and it's only about 15 minutes long. Fun, I like building apps on smartphones and Android. I'm always a little curious about new flagship phones. How they have Samsung announcing Galaxy right away. Team Ride Home. New episodes summarize all that I need to know about the device. Also, started to do weekend bonus episodes with interviews with people like Intel founders, investors, and Barry Marcus on AI. Who I've also find the Tech Meme Ride Home podcast. Search your podcast app. Ride word. And subscribe, enjoy, stay. Now, my conversation. Listener here and there. While having a conversation with a world class mathematician, neurobiologist, or theoretical scientist myself, I waste time by asking about will, consciousness, mentality, love, truth, intelligence, time travel is possible, space time is emergent, fundamental, crazy question of aliens exist, what might look like, what math might look like, math is invented, discovered, of course. So I try with out with it. I try to dance back and forth from the technical to the philosophical. I've done that quite a bit. So you're a world class scientist, and you've written about this very point that philosophy is important for experts, any technical discipline. Somehow seems so. I thought it'd be really interesting to talk to you about this. Why should computer science care about? Well, I would reframe the question a little bit. I mean, philosophy, almost by definition, subject concerned with the questions possibly asked, right? The ones you mentioned, right? Are we living in a simulation? Are we alone in the universe? Think about such questions. Future determined, what might determine why time we are, and some other time, when you sort of contemplate the enormity of this question, I think that you could ask, well, then why concerned with anything? Right? Why not spend your whole life with those questions? I think in some sense that's right way to put the question. And and actually, what we learned, throughout history, but really starting with the scientific revolution, Galileo, and so on, is that there is a good focus on narrower questions, or technical, mathematical or empirical questions, and that is you can actually make progress on them, right? And you can actually often answer them, and sometimes they actually tell you something about the philosophical questions that motivate curiosity of the child, right? They don't necessarily resolve the philosophical questions, but sometimes they reframe your whole understanding of them, right? And so, for me, philosophy is the thing that you have in the background from the very beginning that you want to, these are sort of the went into intellectual in the first place. It's the reason why I did it, right? But math and science are tools we have for actually making progress, and hopefully even changing our understanding of philosophical questions. Sometimes even more than philosophy itself does. Well, why do you think computer scientists avoid these questions? Run away from them a little bit. Technical scientists, of course. Well, I'm not sure if they do so more than the other scientists. I mean, Alan Turing is the most famous, one of his two most famous papers in the philosophy journal. The one where he proposed the Turing test. He took Wittgenstein's course in Cambridge. I just recently learned that a little bit. It's actually fascinating. I was trying to understand being very more interesting that these lines on that in history. Yeah, well, they transcript of their course, which is in 1939, right, is one of the more fascinating documents that I've ever read because, Wittgenstein is trying to say, well, all of formal systems are just completely irrelevant. Formal systems are relevant. Who cares? Why does that matter in real life? Right? And Turing is saying, well, look, if you use an inconsistent formal system to design a bridge, the bridge may collapse. Right? And so Turing, in some sense, is thinking decades ahead. So, I think of where Wittgenstein is, formal systems are actually going to be, in right, to actually the world. And Turing actually dropped his course halfway through. Why? Because he had to go to Bletchley Park and work on something of more immediate importance. Fascinating. Take a step from philosophy to actual biggest possible step to everyone should realize that. And I would say more generally, right? A lot of scientists are interested in philosophy, but they're also have break your brain over metaphysically unanswerable questions when they were answerable instead. So I think, for me, I enjoy about philosophy. I go to philosophy on such as side conferences. I enjoy interacting with philosophers. I would not want to be a professional philosopher because I like being in a field where I feel like uh, uh, um, I get too confused with internal questions that I can actually make.
Maybe we'll linger on that for just a little longer.
Yeah.
What do you think is the difference? So, like, the corollary of criticism I mentioned previously, that why ask philosophical questions to a mathematician is you want to ask philosophical questions and invite a real philosopher on that. So, what's the difference between a computer scientist or mathematician ponders a philosophical question and a philosopher?
Well, I mean, a lot of it just depends on the individual, right? It's hard to make generalizations about entire fields, but I think if we tried to stereotype, we would say that scientists very often will be less careful in their use of words. I mean, philosophers are really experts. Like when I talk to them, they pounce if I use the wrong phrase.
Experts, very nice word. Sticklers,
yeah, or they will sort of interrogate my word choices, let's say, to a much greater extent than scientists would, right? And scientists will often, if you ask them about a philosophical problem, the hard problem of consciousness or free will or whatever, they will try to relate it back to research,
right?
Research about neurobiology, or the best of all is research that they personally are involved with, right? And of course they will want to talk about that, and it's what they will think of. Of course, you can have an argument. Maybe it's all interesting as it goes. Maybe none of it touches philosophical questions, right? But maybe a science, as I said, it does less concrete things, and even if a deep dive into neurobiology does not answer hard questions, maybe it takes us about as far as we can get toward expanding our minds about it. So way. Uh, I mean, I think neurobiology can do that. Profound philosophical questions. I mean, also art and literature do that, right? They're all different ways of trying to approach these questions. We don't know really what an answer would look like, but and yet somehow we can't help but returning to the question.
You have a kind of beautiful mathematical way of discussing the idea of P prime.
Oh,
You write that usually the only way to make progress on the big question, philosophical question we're talking about, is to pick off smaller sub-questions. Ideally, sub-questions you can attack using math, empirical observation, and both. To find the idea of a Q prime, given an unanswerable philosophical Q, replace it with a merely quote scientific question prime, captures part of what people have wanted to know when they first asked.
yes.
Then with the law of it's also prime. So you describe some examples of such prime sub questions in a long essay titled Why Philosophers Should Care About Constitution. Catalog the various primes on which you think of theoretical computer science. You mention if you favor any pop to mind.
Well, yeah. So I mean, I would say some of the most famous examples in history of that sort of replacement were, to go back to Alan Turing, right? What he did in his computing machinery and intelligence paper was exactly, he explicitly started with the question, "Can machines think?" And then he said, "Sorry, I think that question is too meaningless." But here's a different question. could you program a computer so you couldn't tell the difference? And
the very first sentence, in fact, one
precise that. Or we could look at Gödel, right? Where you had philosophers arguing for centuries about the limits of mathematical reasoning, right? The limits of formal systems, and by the early 20th century, logicians, starting with Frege, Russell, and most spectacularly Gödel, managed to reframe the question as we have these formal systems, they have these definite rules. Are there questions that we can phrase within the rules systems that are not provable within the rules of the systems, and can we prove that fact, right? And that would be another example. I had this essay called "The Ghost in the Quantum Door." One of the crazy things I've written, but I tried to do something or advocate something similar there for free will, where instead of talking about free will, people get hung up what my freedom, and can you be compatible with free will, libertarian free will, what is it? I suggest asking the question, how well, in principle, laws of physics could a person's behavior be predicted without, let's say, destroying the person's brain, taking it apart and trying to predict them. And that actually, asking that question gets you into all sorts of and interesting issues. Issues of what is the computational substrate of the brain, or can you understand the brain, just at the level of the neurons, at sort of the interaction of a neural network, or to the molecular level, and ultimately the quantum level, right? That would put limits on predictability.
You need to reduce the mind to a computational device normalizes predictions, whether you could predict it.
Well, if you were trying to predict a person, then presumably you need some model of their brain, right? And the question becomes, how accurate can such a model become? Can you make a model that will be accurate enough to really seriously threaten people's sense of free will? Not just metaphysically, but like really, I have written in this envelope what you were going to say.
Accuracy in the right here, so it's also a level of abstraction has to be right. So if you're accurate somehow at the quantum level, that may not be convincing with the human level.
Well, that's right, but the question is what accuracy at the level of the underlying mechanism need to predict the behavior. Right? At the end of the day, the test, can you foresee what the person is going to do, right? I am, and in discussions of free will, it seems like both sides very quickly question is relevant. To me, it's totally relevant. Okay, because if someone says, "Oh, well, philosophy first, therefore you don't have free will," that doesn't trouble me much because, well, I've never met such a teacher, right? We have some reasons that it's not part of our world. It's only an abstraction. But on the other hand, if someone said, "Well, I have this great," you step into it, and then every paper that you will ever write, it will write. Every thought that you will have, even right now about the thing itself, it will. Well, if you could actually demonstrate that, then I think that sort of threatens my sense of free will in a much more visceral way. But now you notice that we're asking a much more empirical question. We're asking, is such a machine possible or exists? We're asking, if it's not possible, then what in the laws of physics, or what about the behavior of the brain prevents it from existing?
So if you could philosophize a little bit within this empirical question, where do you think by which
answers the possibility that you can't predict the outcome. So there would be something that would be into a free will.
Well, you could say sort of obvious possibility, which was recognized by Eddington and many others about as soon as anything was discovered in the 20s, was that if let's say a sodium ion channel, in the brain, right? Its behavior is chaotic, right? It's governed by these Hodge-Lewinski equations in neuroscience, right? Which are differential equations that have a stochastic component, right? Where does and this ultimately governs whether a neuron will fire or not fire.
That's right? The basic chemical process or electrical process by which signals are sent to the brain.
Exactly, and and you could ask, well, where does the randomness of the process that neuroscientists or what neuroscientists would treat as randomness, where does it come from? Ultimately, it's thermal noise, right? Where does thermal noise come from? Well, ultimately, there are some quantum mechanical events at the molecular level that are getting sort of chaotically amplified by, a sort of butterfly effect. And so, even if you knew the quantum state of someone's brain, at best you could predict the probability that they would do one thing or do another thing, right? I think that part is actually relatively uncontroversial, right? The controversial question is whether any of it matters for this philosophical question we care about. You could say if all it's doing is injecting some random into an otherwise mechanistic process, then who cares, right? And more concretely, if you could build a machine that could calculate the probability of all the possible things that you do, right? And of all the things that you had a 10% chance of doing, exactly 10 of them, and so on.
Yeah, that somehow also would.
Exactly. I mean, to me, it's essentially just as bad as if determinism predicted hardly different from that. So then, but a more subtle question: could you even learn enough about someone's brain that? Okay, because another central fact about quantum mechanics is that making measurement of quantum state is currently operation. Okay, so if I want to measure position of a particle, right? Before I measure it, over different positions. As I measure, I localize, right? Now I know the position, but I've also fundamentally and so say, well, trying to build a model of someone's brain enough to actually make well calibrated probabilistic your behavior. You would have to make measurements that were just so accurate that fundamentally alter the brain. Okay? Or maybe not. Maybe you only use some nano robots measured some sort of much larger scale, macroscopic behavior, like is what is this neuron doing, what is that neuron doing? Maybe that would be enough. But now, what I claim is that now asking the question, which it is possible to envision what progress on it would look like.
Yeah, but just as you said, that question may be slightly detached from the philosophical question in a sense consciousness has a role in free will. So ultimately, when we're talking about free will, we're also talking about not just the predictability of our actions, but how the experience of that predictability.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of philosophical questions ultimately back to the hard problem of consciousness, as much as we can try to sort of around it or not, right? And then there is a reason why people try to talk around it, which is that Democritus talked about the hard problem of consciousness, in 100 totally recognizable, right? And it's really not clear if there's been progress or what progress could
guys, the entire discussion of the hard problem of consciousness would have a different character, right? Face in different terms of the world, even if we hadn't answered the question. And my claim about free will was similar, right? If we're talking about could actually will, now the entire discussion of free will is informed by that. Even if in some sense it's a metaphysical question.
Yeah, it transforms it fundamentally. Say that machine does tell you that perfectly that there is free will, and then that changes the question, and it starts actually getting to the question of the AGI, the Turing question, demonstration intelligence, demonstration of consciousness does not equal conscious intelligence.
Lex, if every time I was contemplating decision, this machine had printed out an envelope where I could open it, like this, that actually would change my subjective experience of making decisions, right? I mean,
does knowledge change your subjective experience?
Well, I mean, the knowledge that this machine had predicted everything I would do. I mean, it might drive me completely insane, right? But at any rate, it would change my experience. Not just discuss such a thought experiment with that.
Yeah,
I mean, you could say at that point, you could say, why not simply call this machine a second instantiation of me, right? Why even privilege the original me over this perfect duplicate that exists?
Yeah, or it could be a religious experience. Do it kind of with God throughout the generations. It's supposed to, that God kind of represents that perfect machine.
Mm-hmm.
Able to, I guess actually, I don't even know what are the religious interpretations of free will. Does God knows perfectly everything in religion? Where does free will fit? Do you know?
That has been one of the big things that theologians have argued about for thousands of years. I'm not a theologian, so maybe I shouldn't go there.
So there's not a clear answer in a book like.
I mean, this is the Calvinists debated this. This is, different religious have taken different positions on that question. That is how they think about it. Meanwhile, a large part of sort of what animates theoretical computer science studies, they're asking sort of what are the ultimate limits of what you can know or calculate, figure out by entities that you can actually build in the physical world, right? And if I were trying to explain it to a theologian, maybe I would say they're studying to what extent God's manifest in the physical world. I'm not sure my colleagues would like that.
Let's talk about quantum computers.
Yeah, sure.
Quantum computing, at least in the 1990s, was a profound story at the intersection of computer science, physics, math, and philosophy. Broad aspect of quantum computing that represents more than quantum computer. But start at the very basics.
Mm-hmm.
What is quantum computing?
Yeah. So it's a proposal for a new type of computation. Let's say a new way to harness nature to do computation that is based on the principles of quantum mechanics. Now, the principles of quantum mechanics have been in place since 1926. They haven't changed. What's new is how we want to use them. So, what does quantum mechanics say about the world? I think over the generation, people with that is an unbelievably complicated question, and just give up on trying to understand it. I can let you not being a physicist, secret. It becomes a lot simpler if you do what we do in quantum information theory. Out of it. So the way that we think about quantum mechanics is sort of as a generalization of the probability of themselves. So you might say there's a 30% chance never say that there was a negative. That would much less would you say a high percent chance, or a percent chance. Now, this central discovery that sort of quantum mechanics made is that fundamentally the world is described by um, let's say possibility or described using numbers called okay, are probabilities in some way, but they are not probabilities. They can be positive. For one thing, they can be positive or negative. In fact, they can be complex numbers. Okay, if you've heard of a quantum, some state of affairs where you assign an amplitude, one of these complex numbers, to every possible configuration that you could see on measuring it. For example, you might say that an electron has some amplitude for being here and some other amplitude for being there, right? Now, if you look to see where it is, you will localize it, right? You will sort of force the amplitude to be converted into probabilities. That happens by taking their squared absolute value, okay? And then you know, you say either the electron will be here or it will be there. You know, knowing the amplitude, you can predict at least the probabilities that you'll see the possible outcome. Okay, but while a system is isolated from the whole rest of the universe, the rest of its environment, the amplitude can change in time by rules that are different from the normal rules of probability that are alien to our everyday experience. So anytime anyone ever tells you anything about the weirdness of the quantum world, or they're not lying, right? They are telling yet another consequence of nature described by so most famously, what amplitude is interfere. Okay, so the double slit experiment. What happens is you shoot a particle, electron, let's say, and two slits in it, and you find that there, on a second, there are certain places where that electron will never end up after it passes through the first screen. And yet, if I close off one of the slits, then the electron can appear in that place. Okay, so by decreasing the number of paths the electron can take to get somewhere, increase the chance that it gets. Okay, now how is that possible? Well, it's because, as we say now, the electron has a super state. Okay, it has some amplitude for by going through the first slit, and some other amplitude for reaching it by going through the second slit. But now, if one amplitude is positive, the other one is negative, then I have to add them all up, right? I have to add that every path that the electron could have taken, right? And the amplitudes, if they're pointing in different directions, they can cancel each other out. That would mean the total amplitude is zero, the signal at all. Close off one of the possibilities, amplitude is positive, negative, now the can happen. Okay, so that is sort of one trick of quantum mechanics. Now I can tell you what a quantum computer is. Okay, a quantum computer is a computer that tries to exploit exactly the phenomenon, superposition, amplitude, and interference in order to solve certain problems much faster than we know how to solve other ones. The basic building block of a quantum computer is what we call a quantum bit or a qubit. That just means a bit that has some amplitude for being zero, some other amplitude for being one. The superposition of zero and one. Right? But now the key point is that if I've got, let's say, 1,000 qubits, the rules of quantum mechanics are completely unequivocal. Not just one amplitude. I don't just amplitude separately. In general, I need an amplitude from every possible setting of all thousands of those. Okay, but that means 2 to the 1,000. Okay, if I had to write those down, let's say in memory of a conventional computer, if I write down 2 to the 1,000 complex number, that would not fit the entire. And yet, quantum mechanics is unequivocal. That if these interact with each other, in some sense, I need 2 to the 1,000 parameters amplitude to describe what is going on. Now, now I can tell where all the popular articles about quantum go off the rails. They sort of say what I just said, and they say the way a quantum computer works, every possible answer. So, that sounds too good, and fortunately, it is too good. The problem is I could make it over every possible answer to my problem, even if there were 2 to 1,000 of them, right? I can easily do that. The trouble is for computers, at some point you've got to look at it and see an output. And if I just measure for every possible answer, the rules of quantum mechanics tell me that all singles is a random answer. If I just wanted a random answer, well, I could have picked one myself with a lot less trouble, right? The entire trick with quantum computing, with every algorithm for a quantum computer, is that you try to choreograph a pattern of interference of amplitude. And you try to do it so that for each wrong answer, some of the paths leading to that wrong answer have positive and others have negative. So on the whole, they cancel each other out. Okay, whereas all the paths leading to the right answer should reinforce each other and have amplitudes pointing in the same direction.
The design of algorithms based choreography of the experience.
Precisely.
Take a brief step back and you mentioned information.
Yes.
So, which part of the beautiful picture that you painted information contained?
Oh, well, information is at the core of everything that we've been talking about, right? I mean, bit is, the basic unit of information. Claude Chat paper, and the concept for that popularized the name, right? But I mean,
But a bit is 0 or 1.
That's right.
Basic.
That's right. And what we would say is that the basic unit of quantum information is, the object, any object that can be maintained or manipulated in the position of 0 and 1. Now, sometimes people ask, but what is it, right? And there are all these, proposals that are being pursued in parallel for how you implement. There is superconducting quantum computing that was in the news people's supremacy experiment, right, where you have coils where a current can flow in different energy states, one representing 0, another representing 1. And if you cool these coils slightly above absolute 0, like 100th of a degree, then they superconduct, and then the current can actually that's one kind of it. Another kind would be, just an individual atomic nucleus. Right? It has a spin. It could be spinning clockwise. It could be spinning counterclockwise, or it could be a spin state. That is another spin. But see, just like in the classical world, right, you could be a virtuoso programmer without having any idea what a transistor is, right, or how the bits are physically represented inside the machine uses electricity, right? You care about the logic. It's sort of the same with quantum computing, right? Realized by many, many different concepts. All of it believes in the same logic, the logic of humans, how you measure them, how you define. And so, the subject of how it's behaved and what you can do with qubits, that is
So,
yeah.
just on that, so does the physical design implementation of qubits
not interfere with next level of abstraction program. Is the idea of it is okay. Well, to be honest with you, do it or with each other. That's because all the quantum computers today are very noisy, right? And so sort of the qubits are very far from perfect, and so the lower level sort of does affect the higher level. We sort of have to think about all of them at once. Okay, but eventually, where we hope to get is to what are called error-corrected quantum computers, where the qubits really behave like perfect abstract qubits for as long as we want them to. And in that future, a future that we can already sort of prove theorems about or think about today, but in that future, the logic of it really does become harder. So if noise is currently the biggest problem for quantum computing, then the dream is error correcting quantum computers. You just maybe describe noise. Absolutely. So yeah, so the problem is a little more specific than noise. The fundamental problem is trying to actually build a quantum computer of any reasonable size. Is something called decoherence. And this was recognized from the very beginning when people first started thinking about this in the 1990s. Now, what decoherence is sort of unwanted interaction qubits, your quantum computer and the external environment. Okay, and why is that such a problem? I talked before about how you can measure quantum systems. So let's say if I measure a qubit, of 0 and 1 state to ask it, are you 0 or are you 1? Well, now I force it to make up its mind, right? And now probabilistically it chooses one or the other. And now, no longer no longer amplitude. There's just some probability 0 and then and now the trouble is it doesn't have to be looking. In fact, it doesn't have to be conscious. Any kind of interaction with the external world that leaks out the information about whether this was a 0 or a 1, or that causes zero-ness or the oneness of the qubit to be recorded in the radiation in the room, in the molecules in the air, in the wires that are connected to the device, any of that. As soon as the information leaks out, is as if the state has now collapsed. Another way to say it is environment. Okay? But from the perspective of someone who's looking at it is as though it has lost its state. And so what this means is if I want to do a quantum computation, I have to keep the qubits sort of thematically well isolated from their environment. But then at the same time, they can't be perfectly isolated because I need to tell them what to do. I need to make them interact with each other, for one thing, and not only that, in a precisely choreographed way. Okay, and that is such a staggering problem, right? How do I isolate these qubits from the whole universe, then also tell them exactly what to do? There were distinguished physicists and computer scientists in the 90s that this is fundamentally impossible. The laws of physics never let you control qubits degree of accuracy you're talking about. Now, what changed most of us was a profound discovery in the mid to late 90s, which was called the theory of quantum error correction, quantum fault tolerance. Okay, and the upshot of that theory is if I want to build a reliable quantum computer and scale it up to an arbitrary number, as many as I want, and doing as much on them as I want, I do not actually have to make it perfectly isolated in their environment. It is enough to get them really, really well isolated. Okay, and even if every qubit is sort of leaking, it into the environment at some rate, as long as that rate is low enough, and I can encode information that I care about in very clever ways across the collective state of multiple qubits. Okay, in such a way that even if a small percentage of my qubits leak, well, I'm constantly monitoring that. I can detect it, and I can correct it, and I can recover the information I care about from the remaining. Okay, and so you can build a reliable quantum computer even out of unreliable parts. Right now, in some sense, that discovery is what set the engineering agenda for quantum computing from the 19th until the present. Okay, the goal has been engineer qubits that are not perfectly reliable, but reliable enough that you can then error correction code to have them simulate qubits that are even more reliable than they are. Right? So that error correction becomes a net win rather than a net loss, right? And then once you reach that sort of crossover point, then your simulated qubits could in turn simulate qubits that are even more reliable, and so on, until effectively have arbitrarily reliable qubits. So long story short, we are not at that grade yet. We're a hell of a lot closer than we were when people started doing this in the 90s, like orders of magnitude closer.
But the key ingredient there is more qubits, the better. Because
the more qubits, the larger the computation you can do, right? Qubits are what constitute the memory of your quantum computer, right?
But also for the error correcting mechanism.
Yes. So the way I would say it is that error correction imposes overhead in the number of qubits, and that is actually one of the biggest practical problems with building a scalable quantum computer. If you look at the error correcting codes, at least the one we know about today, and you look at what would it take to actually use the quantum computer to hack your credit card number, which is the most famous application people talk about, right? Let's say you factor huge numbers and thereby break the RSA crypto system. Well, what that would take would be thousands of several thousand logical qubits. But now with the known error correcting codes, each of those logical qubits is coded itself in thousands of physical qubits. So at that point, you're talking about millions of physical qubits. And in some sense, that is the reason why quantum computers are not breaking cryptography already, because of this overhead involved.
That overhead is added or
it's multiplicative. I mean, it's like take the number of logical qubits in your abstract quantum circuit, multiplied by 1,000. So there's a lot of work on inventing better, trying to invent better error correcting codes. That is the situation right now. In the meantime, we are now in what physicist John Preskill called the noisy intermediate scale quantum era. This is the era. Think of it as sort of like the vacuum. We're now entering the very early vacuum tube era of quantum computers. Quantum computer analog of the transistor has not been invented yet, right? That would be like true error correction, right? We are not, or something else that would achieve the same effect, right? We are not there yet, but where we are now, as of months ago, as of Google's announcement of quantum supremacy, we are now finally at the point where even with a non-error corrected noisy devices, it can do something that is hard for classical. Okay, out some advantage. Now, will we in this noisy era be able to do something beyond what a classical physical computer can do that is also useful? That we still don't know. We're going to be racing over the next decade to try to do that. Pulling people a bunch of startup companies,
and research labs.
Yeah, and research labs and governments and
You mentioned a million things. I'll backtrack for a second.
Yeah, sure.
Centering.
Centering. Wow. Okay, so how do we escape the vacuum? So how do we get to where we are now with it? Is this a fundamental engineering challenge? Is there breakthroughs on the physics side that needed on the computer science side? Is it a financial issue where much larger just sheer investment and excitement?
Those are excellent questions. My guess, my guess would be all of the above. I mean, my guess, you say fundamentally it is an engineering industry, right? The theory is in place, right? But this is what our direction would look like. We not have the hardware at that level, but at the same time, so you could just try to power through. Maybe like if someone spent $1 trillion on some computing project, right? Then they could build a error-corrected quantum computer as it was envisioned back in the 90s, right? I think the more plausible thing to happen will be further theoretical breakthroughs, will be further insights that will cut down the cost of doing this.
So let's take a brief step the philosophical. I just recently talked to Jim Keller, the famed architect in the microprocessor world. Okay. He's been told for decades, every year, Moore's law is going to die this year. And he tries to argue that the Moore's law is still alive and well, and it'll be alive for a long time. The main point is still alive, but okay. He thinks there's still 1,000x improvement just on the transition. Whatever. The point is that exponential growth is actually a huge number of these experts constant breakthrough. At the philosophical level, why do you think we, as the descendants of faith, were able to just keep coming up with these breakthroughs on the side? Something particular endeavor, or will it be possible to replicate the quantum?
Okay, all right. There was a lot there, but just to break off something, I think we are in an extremely special period of history. It is, you could say, obviously crucial. Anyway, right there, way more people alive than there have been. The whole future of the planet is in question in a way that it hasn't been for the rest of history. But we are in an era where we finally figured out how to build universal machines that call computers, program simulate of whatever machine you want, and and once you cross the threshold of universality, you could say instantiated Turing machines in the world. The main questions are ones of numbers. They're ones of how much memory can you access, how fast is it, how many parallel processors. At least until quantum computing is the one thing that changes that, right? As long as it's classical computing, then it's all questions of numbers. And you say at a theoretical level, the computers that we have today are the same as the ones in the 50s, billions of times, faster, billions of times more memory. And I think there's been an immense economic pressure to get more and more transistors, get smaller and smaller, add more and more cores,
and and in some sense, like huge fraction of sort of all of the technological progress that there is, all of civilization has gotten concentrated more narrowly into this problem, right? And so it has been one of the biggest success stories in the history of technology, right? There's, I mean, it is, I'm as amazed by it as anyone else is, right? But at the same time, we also know, and I really do mean know that it cannot continue indefinitely, okay? Because will fundamental limit on how small you can possibly make a processor, and if you want a real proof, that would justify my use of the word, Moore's law has to end, and ultimately you will reach the limits of quantum gravity. If you were doing, if you tried to build a computer that operated 10 to the 43 hertz, 10 to the 43 operations per second, that computer would use so much energy it would simply collapse into a black hole. Okay, so that in reality we're going to reach the limits long before that. But that is a sufficient proof.
But there's a limit.
Yes, yes.
But it would be interesting to try to understand the mechanism of economic pressure. It's like Cold War was pressure on getting us, well, by us, both and the United States, getting us, the two countries, to hurry up. Seems to be that same kind of economic pressure that somehow created a chain of engineering breakthroughs that resulted in nice to replicate.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people are sort of get depressed about the fact that technological progress, may seem to have slowed down in many realms outside of computing, right? One thing of we wanted flying cars, and we got Twitter instead, right? And yeah, right.
So, but then jumping to another really, and now they're working the paper in Nature with quantum supremacy.
Yes.
Can you describe again back to the basics? What is perhaps not so what is quantum supremacy?
Absolutely. So, quantum supremacy is a term that was coined by John Prescott in 2012. Not everyone likes the name, but it sort of stuck. We don't we haven't found a better alternative.
Technically, quantum computation.
Supremacy. That's right. And but the basic idea is actually one that goes all the way back to the beginnings of quantum computing. I mean, Richard Feynman and David Deutsch, people like that, were talking about it in the early 80s. And quantum supremacy just refers to one point in history when you could first use a quantum computer in some well-defined task much faster than any known algorithm running on any of the classical computers available. So, notice that I did not say task. Okay, it could be something completely artificial, but it's important task be well defined. So in other words, it is something that has right and wrong answers, and they're knowable independently of this device, right? And you can then run the device, see if it gets the right answer or not.
Clarify a small point. You said much faster than the classical implementation. What about the space where there's not exist a classical algorithm?
So maybe I should clarify. Everything that a quantum computer can do, a classical computer can also eventually do. Okay, and the reason why we know that is that a classical computer could always, if it had no limits of time and memory, it could always store the entire quantum of your, of the quantum store in a list of all the amplitudes, in the state of the quantum computer, and then just basically polynomial scaling. And as you get to larger and larger inputs, like an algorithm that uses an amount of time, scales only like the size of the input raised some power, and not exponentially the size of the input. Right?
And so I do hope that this talk can be one of many topics, probably several hours of conversation on this complexity, which we probably won't even get a chance to touch today. But you mentioned it. But let's maybe try to be easy. That the definition of quantum supremacy is by achieving a place where much faster on a formal, that quantum computing much faster on a formal, well-defined problem. That's not that is or isn't.
Right. And I would say that we really want three things, right? We want, first of all, the quantum computer to be much faster, just in the literal sense, of like number of seconds, and just solving this well-defined problem. Secondly, we want it to be sort of, for a problem where we the quantum computer has better scaling behavior, right? So it's not just an incidental, matter of hardware, but it's that as you went to larger and larger inputs, classical scaling would be exponential. Scaling and for the quantum algorithm would only be polynomial. And then thirdly, we want the first thing, the actual observed stuff, only be explainable in terms of the scaling behavior, right? So, I want, a real world, a real problem to get solved, let's say by a quantum computer with 50%, and no one to be able to explain that in any way other than, well, to computer involve a quantum state with to the 50th power for amplitude. And, a classical simulation, at least anything we know today, would require keeping track of these numbers. This is the reason why it's best.
As the if you demonstrate once you get to 100 qubits, much
precisely. Yeah, and quantum supremacy does not require error correction, right? We don't have, you could say, true scalability, true error correction yet, but you could say quantum supremacy is already enough by itself to refute skeptics who say a quantum computer will never outperform a classical computer for anything.
But one, how do you demonstrate quantum supremacy? And two, the articles I'm reading that Google.
Yeah. All right. Well,
what did they actually do?
Great questions. Because now you get into actually, a lot of the work that I and my students have been doing for the last decade, precisely about how do you demonstrate quantum supremacy in technology that we thought would be available in the near future. And so one of the main things that we realized around 2011, and this was me and my student Alex Archipov at MIT at the time, and independently of some others, including Bremner, Joza, and Shepard. Okay, and the realization that we came to was that we just want to prove some computer is faster and not do something useful with it. And there were huge advantages to switching your attention from problems like factoring numbers that have a single right answer to what we call sampling problems. These are problems where the goal is just to output a sample from some probability distribution, let's say over strings of 50 bits. Right, so there are many possible outputs. The computer will probably never even produce the same output twice. If it's running as be likelier than other ones. So
sorry, to clarify, there's a set of outputs that are valid and they're not, or is it more that the distribution of a particular kind of output is more like the distribution?
Yeah, there's distribution that you're trying to hit, right? Or you're trying to sample from. Now there are a lot of questions about this. How do you do that? Right? How do you do it? It turns out that with a quantum computer, with the noisy quantum computer we have now, we have today, what you can do is basically just apply a random sequence of operations, right? So that part is almost trivial, right? We just sort of get the qubits to interact in some random way, although a sort of precisely specified random way, so we can repeat the exact same random sequence of interactions again to get another sample from that same distribution. And what this does is it basically creates a lot of garbage, very specific garbage, right? So, of all of the, so I'm going to talk about Google's device. There were 50 qubits there, okay? And so there were 2 to the 53 power possible outputs. Now, for some of those outputs, there was a little bit more destructive so their amplitudes were a little bit smaller. And for others, there was a little more constructive interference. The amplitudes were a little bit more aligned with each other. Those that were a little bit likelier. All of the outputs are exponentially unlikely, but some are, let's say, 2 times or 3 times, unlikelier than others. Okay, and so you can define, the sequence of operations gives rise to this probability. Okay, now next question would be, well, how do you, even if you're sampling from, how do you verify? Right? How do you know? And so my students and I, and also with Google, we're doing the experiment, came up with tests that apply to the output in order to try to verify, what is, that at least some hard problem is being solved. The test that people ended up using was something that's called the linear cross-entropy benchmark. Okay, and it's basically, so the drawback of the test requires you to do a 3-time calculation with your classical computer. So it's very expensive to do the test on a classical computer. The good news
how big of a number is
it's about 9 quadrillion. Well, it's you want to mean like scientific notation?
No. What I mean is,
it is possible to run on the system. Yeah, so we will come back to that. It is just barely possible to run, we think, on the largest supercomputer currently on our Earth, called Summit at Open.
Great. Exciting.
So ironically, for this type of experiment, we don't want, okay, because with 100 qubits, even if it works, we don't know how to verify the result. Okay, so we want, a number of qubits enough that, the biggest classical computers on Earth will have to bet, we'll just barely, be able to keep up with the quantum computer, using much more time, but they will still be able to do it in order that we can verify the results.
Is where the 53 comes from?
Basically, well, I mean, that's also, so that's sort of, that's sort of where they are now in terms of scaling, and then, soon, that point will be passed, and then when you get to larger numbers of qubits, then, these types of sampling experiments will no longer be so interesting. We won't even be able to verify the results, and we'll have to switch to other computation. So with the sampling, so the test that Google applied with this cross-entropy benchmark was basically just very small subset of all the possible scenarios there are. But for those, you calculate with your classical computer the probability they should have been output. And you see, are those probabilities larger than, so is the quantum computer biased toward outputting things, that you want it to be biased toward? Okay, and then finally we come to a very crucial question, which is supposing that it does that. Well, how do we know that the classical computer could not have simply done the same thing, right? How do we know that this couldn't have been by a classical computer, right? And so, well, the first answer is we don't know for sure, because this takes us into questions of complexity, question on the magnitude versus NP, but right, we don't know how to rule out definitively that could pass classical algorithms or simulating quantum mechanics for simulating experiments like these, but we can give some evidence against that possibility, and that was sort of the main thrust of a lot of the work that my colleagues and I did over the last decade, and sort of around 2015 or so, what led to Google deciding to do the experiment.
So that kind of evidence goes, first of all, the hard piece problem that you mentioned, and the kind of evidence you're looking at. Is that something you come to on a sheet of paper, or is it something, are these empirical experiments?
It's math for the most part. I mean, it's also, we have a bunch of methods that are known, particularly in quantum circuits or quantum computation with classical computers. We have to try them all out and make sure that they don't work. Make sure that they have exponential scaling on problems, and not just theoretically, the actual parameters that actually arise in the experiment. So there is an empirical component to it, right? Now, on the theoretical side, what we know how to do in theoretical computer science, computational complexity, is we don't know how to prove most of the problems we care about are hard, but we know how to pass the blame to someone else. And we know to say, well, look, I can't prove that this problem is hard, but if it is easy, then all these other things that, probably were much more confident, were hard, that those would be well. Okay, so we can give what are called reductions. This has been the basic strategy in and right, all of theoretical computer science and cryptography since the 1970s, really. And so we were able to give some reduction evidence for the hardness of simulating these sampling experiments, these sampling supremacy experiments. The reduction evidence is not as satisfactory as it should be. The biggest of the problems in this area is better, but we can do something. Certainly we can say that if there is a fast classical algorithm to move these experiments, then it has to be very, very unlike any of the algorithms.
It's kind of the same kind of reasoning, not equal then.
Yeah,
The same. Okay, so Andrew Yang, a very intelligent and the presidential candidate with a lot of interesting ideas in all kinds of technological fields, tweeted quantum computing, no code is uncrackable, is wrong or right.
That's pretty much. Well, okay, wrong. Look, I'm a fan of Andrew Yang. I like his ideas. I like his candidacy. I think that maybe ahead of its time, the universal basic income and so forth, and also be ahead of its time in that tweet that you read. So regarding using quantum computers to break cryptography situation. Okay. So the famous discovery of for sure 26 years ago that really started quantum computing as an autonomous field was that if you built a full scalable quantum computer, then you use it to efficiently find the prime factors of numbers and calculate the logarithm, solve a few other problems. They're very, very special in character, right? They're not NP3 problems. I'm pretty sure they're not. But it so happens that most of the public cryptography that currently used to protect the internet is based on these problems are over. Okay, what Shor showed is that once you get scalable quantum computers, that's no longer true. Okay, but now before people panic, there are two important things. Okay, the first is that quantum supremacy is a milestone that Google is very, very far from the kind of scalable quantum computer that actually threatens cryptography. Okay, so we touched on this earlier, right? But Google's device has 50, right? And cryptography, you're talking with any of the known error correction methods, you're talking
because error correction would be required.
Yes, 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 yes. It certainly would, right? And how much, how great will the overhead be in the error correction? But with the known codes, you're talking millions of physical qubits and of a much higher quality. Okay, so I don't think that is coming soon. Although people who have secrets that stay secret for 20 years are already worried about this. For the good reason that we presume that intelligence agencies are already scooping up data, in the hope that eventually they'll be able to. Okay. So this brings me to the second point I wanted to make, which is that there are other public encrypted systems that are known that we don't know how to break. Okay, the whole field is devoted to cryptography, okay? And there's already we have some good candidates now. The best known being what are called lattice systems. And there is already some push to try to migrate to the encrypted systems. Yes, in the U.S. is holding a competition to create standards quantum cryptography, which will be the first step in trying to get every web browser and every router to upgrade, and use something like SSL that would be based on what we think is quantum secure cryptography. But yeah, this will be a long process. But it is starting to do, and so Moore's algorithm is sort of dramatic discovery. It can be a big deal for whatever intelligence first gets quantum computer, if no, at least certainly if no one else knows that they have it, right? But eventually, we think that we could migrate the internet to post-quantum cryptography, and more or less back where we started. Okay, so this is sort of not the application of quantum computing really going to change the world way, right? By the way, the biggest practical application of quantum computing we know about by far, I think, is simply the simulation of quantum mechanics. In order to learn about chemical reactions, design new chemical processes, new materials, drugs, new solar cells, doctors, all kinds of stuff like that.
As a quantum computer that would be able to simulate the quantum mechanical cells that would be impactful
right, or quantum over the okay, so that might be the first application of computing or maybe it will prove to be difficult. And maybe even that will require error correction.
It's an aggressive race to come up with the one case study, kind of like with the idea that we can capture the world imagination.
Yeah.
Look, we can actually something very
but I think in the next decade, the best shot we have is certainly not cryptography. Because it requires too much in the way of error correction. The best shot we have is some quantum simulation tells the material scientist or chemist or nuclear physicist, something that is useful to them and that they already know. And you might only need one or two successes in order to change a billion-dollar industry, right? Like the way that people make fertilizer right now is based on the Haber-Bosch process from a century ago. And it is some many-body quantum mechanics problem that no one really understands, right? If you design a better way to make fertilizer, right, that's $1 billion. So those are sort of the applications we're going to be aggressive over the next decade. Now, I don't know if you're going to realize this. Certainly, at least have a shot. And it's going to be a very, very interesting decade.
So if I was breakthrough that comes possible that breakthrough beyond 50, 100 qubits, or scale of fundamental things like 500, 1,000.
Yeah, so I can tell you what the current study say. I think it's probably better to rely on that than on my intuition. But there was a group at Microsoft had a study a few years ago that said even with only about 100 qubits, you could already learn something new about the chemical reaction that makes fertilizer. The trouble is they're talking about 100 qubits and about layers. So basically, they're talking about 100 perfect
Logical.
Yeah, exactly. 100 logic. And now, the hard part for the next decade is to say, well, what do you do with 100 to 200 noisy qubits? Yeah.
If there are error correction breakthroughs that might come without then thousands or millions.
So people are going to be pushing simultaneously on a bunch of directions. One direction, of course, is qubits better, right? And there's tremendous progress. I mean, the fidelity, like the accuracy, it's been improved by several orders of magnitude, in the last decade or so. Okay, the second thing is designing better error, or let's say lower overhead error correction codes, and even short of full recursive error correction. There were these error mitigation strategies that may allow you to take out up in your term. And then the third thing is just taking quantum algorithms for simulating quantum chemistry materials, making them more efficient. And those algorithms are already dramatically more efficient than they were, let's say, 5 years ago. And so when I quoted these estimates, like circuit depth of 1 million, so I hope that most people will care enough. Numbers are.
So you're one of the world-class researchers. There's a few mentioned Google and IBM working at this.
the research labs, but you put also, you have the well, you put a lot of, put a, you paid to say it. You put a lot of effort to the science of this and communicating, exposing some of the BS and sort of the natural, just in the high school, natural charlotte, that's the word, in quantum mechanics in general, but quantum computers and so on. Some notes about people or ideas that people like me or listeners in general from outside the conscious of when they're taking it, heading to will achieve quantum supremacy. What should we look out for? Where's the Charlotte base? Where's it?
Yeah. So, good question. Unfortunately, quantum computing is a little bit like cryptocurrency or deep learning. Like there is a core of something that is genuinely revolutionary and exciting, and because of that core, it attracts sort of vast number of people making utterly ridiculous claims. And so, with quantum computing, I would say that the main way that people go astray is by not focusing on sort of the question of are you getting enough of your and people like dismiss quantum supremacy because it's not useful, right? Or it's not let's say or anything. Okay, but ironically, these are some of the same people who go and say, well, we care about useful applications, we care about solving traffic routing and financial optimization and all these things. That sounds good, but their entire spiel is sort of counting on nobody asking the question. Yes, but how well could a classical right? I really entire thing is they well, quantum computer as a quantum computer do that, right? And they avoid the question, are you getting stuff over classic computer or not? And if so, how do you know? Have you really thought carefully about classical algorithms to solve the same problem, right? And a lot of the application areas that these companies and investors are most excited about, the popular press is most excited about, for quantum things like machine learning, AI, optimization. Okay, and the problem with that is that since the very beginning, even if you have a perfect fault tolerant quantum scalable quantum computer, we have known of only modest problems. Okay, so there is a famous quantum algorithm called Grover's algorithm. Okay, and what it can do is solve many of the problems that arise in AI, machine learning, including NP problems. It can solve them in about square root of the number of steps that a computer problem. Okay, now a square root speed up is important. Progressive is not an exponential speed up. Okay, so it is not the kind of game that, let's say, Shor's algorithm, factoring, or for that matter, the simulation mechanics. It is a more modest speed up. Let's say roughly double the size of the right, and so because people found that I guess too boring, unimpressive, they've gone on to invent all of these heuristic apps where because no one really understands them, you can just project your hopes onto them, right? And well, maybe it gets an exponential speed up. You can't prove it doesn't, and so up, right? And so they've done an immense amount of that thing, and a varying amount of the case for building a quantum computer. The rest on
those of us in the field know perfectly well is on extremely shaky foundation.
So, fundamental question is, show there's a speed up
Yes,
possible.
absolutely.
And in the debate that you're referring to, actually, the area that a lot of people are excited about is machine learning. Your sense is, do you think you will? I know there's a lot of smoke currently, but do you think there actually might be breakthroughs, exponential speed ups?
Absolutely, right. I think we know of modest speed ups that for these problems. I think whether you can get bigger speed ups is one of the biggest questions for quantum computing theory. For people like me thinking about. Now, we had actually recently a really a super exciting candidate for an exponential quantum speed up for a machine learning problem that people really care about. Basically, the Netflix problem, the problem of recommending products to users with some sort of data about their preferences. Arrhenius at the time in 2016 algorithm for sampling recommendations that was exponentially faster than any classical algorithm, right? And so, a lot of people were excited. I was excited about it. I had an 18-year-old undergrad by the name of Elin Tag, and she was obviously brilliant. She was looking for a project. I gave her as a project, can you prove that this real? Can you prove that any classical algorithm to access exponentially more data? And this was a case where if that was true, this is not like a P versus NP type of question, right? This might as well have been provable. But she worked on it for a year, but eventually she figured out why she couldn't do it. And the reason was that was false. There is a classical algorithm, quantum algorithm. So even succeeded in quantizing that machine learning algorithm. And in the last couple of years, building on even breakthrough, a bunch of the other quantum machine learning algorithms now also. Okay, and so I would say
important backward step.
Yes.
Like a
yes.
Or a forward step for science, but
well,
a step for quantum machine learning.
Yeah.
That precedes the big next forward.
Right. Now, some people will say, well, there's a silver lining in this cloud. They say, well, thinking about quantum computing led to the discovery of potentially useful new classical algorithms, right? And so, so you get these spin-off applications. But if you want a quantum speed up, you need to think about that. Ewan's work was a perfect illustration of why, right? And I think that, the challenge, the field is now open, right? Find a better example. Find, where quantum computers are going to deliver for machine learning. I am, not only do I argue support, people thinking about that, I'm trying to think about it myself and have my students, postdocs think about it. But we should not pretend that those speed ups are already established. And the problem comes when so many of the companies, journalists are pretending that.
Like all good things, like life itself, this conversation soon come to an end. Let me ask the thirdly philosophical last question. What is the meaning of life? What gives your life fulfillment, purpose, happiness, and meaning?
I would say, number one, trying to discover new things about the world and share them, communicate and learn what other people have discovered. Number two, my friends, my family, my kids, my students, the people around me. Number three, trying, when I can, better away, other things, but trying to stand against things that I find horrible when I can.
Ask you one more absurd question. What makes you smile?
Well, yeah, I guess your question. I thought I'd try that absurd one on you.
Well, sit down and talk to you. Probably talk to you for many more hours. Scott, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It was great.
Thank you for listening to the conversation with Scott Aronson. Thank you. Representing sponsor Cash App. Download it. Code Lex Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology. Enjoy this podcast. Subscribe on YouTube. 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support on Patreon. Connect with me on Twitter at Lex. Now, leave you with words, funny, and insightful blog post Scott wrote over 10 years ago, the ever-present authenticalism in daily lives. Quote, again and again, I've undergone the humbling experience of first lamenting how badly something sucks, then, only much later, having the crucial insight that it's not sucking. You have been Ash. Thank you for listening. See you next time. Following conversation with Andrew Pegg, one of the most impactful educators, researchers, innovators, in artificial intelligence and technology space in general. Co-founded Sarah Brain, launched Learning AI, Lending AI, and AI Fund, and scientist Baidu. Professor and Coursera and Deep Learning AI help educate and inspire millions, including is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Do it. Subscribe on YouTube. 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support on Patreon. Simply connect with me on Twitter. Lex spelled Fridma. As usual, 1 or 2 minutes of ads now. Never any ads in the middle. It breaks up the conversation. Hope that works for you. It's hard to listen experience. This show presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. To get it, code Lex Podcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Broker services provided by Cash App Investing. Square, Square. Cash App allows you to buy Bitcoin. Let me mention cryptocurrency in the context of the history of money. I recommend A Sense of Money, a great book on this. Debits and credits on Ledger started over 30,000 years ago. The US dollar created 100 years ago. Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency, released just over 10 years ago. So given that history, cryptocurrency is still very much in its early days of development. It's still aiming to, and just might, redefine the nature of money. So again, get Cash App from the App Store on Google Play and use the code Lex Podcast. You'll get $10. Cash App will also by my favorite organization helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people. Now, here's my conversation with Andrew. The courses you taught, machine learning at Stanford, and later on Coursera that you co-founded, educated and inspired millions of people. Let me ask you, what people or ideas inspired you in science and machine learning when you were young? When did you first fall in love with it? Another way to put it.
Growing up in Hong Kong, Singapore, I started learning code when I was 5 or 6 years old. At that time, I was learning basic programming language. But that's how you type this program, type that program. Without typing, I would get to play these very simple shoot 'em up games that I had on my little computer. So I thought it was fascinating as a young kid that I could write the code as we book. Right? Cool of it. Another moment was when I was a teenager and my father, who's a doctor, was about systems, about neural networks. So he got me books. I thought it was really cool. Write a computer that started existing intelligence. Then I remembered while I was in high school, this school, where I remembered a lot of photocopy and offices. The highlight of my job was when I got to rather teacher was a boy, a lot of photocopy. If only you could write software, build a robot, something automated. Maybe I could do something else. So I think a lot of my work then has not automation. Even the way I think about machine learning today, I'm very good at writing learning algorithms. Or even launching the first massive that's Sarah, I was trying to automate what could be automated, how I would
Process of education, like the art parts of that more have more impact on education.
I felt, being invented machine learning about 400 years. And I found myself filming videos every year, telling the jokes, same route. And I thought, why am I doing this? Why would you technology in my time building a relationship with that process of thinking about that first?
Then you have more time to write new jokes. What are your favorite memories from the early effort to thousands of people in person? People online.
Teaching online, what people know was that a lot of those videos were shot 15 hours of and then a lot of times first one does that 30,000, 100,000 people signed up. Just started to write the code and we actually don't feel more pressure. 100,000 people waiting for us. Fridays, I would go out with my friends, and then I would think the whole cohort go to the office to film the videos. And not to be able to help 100,000 people, but also that made me think, I want to go to my office with my tiny little recording studio. I would pick up my webcam, Wacom tablet, show my laptop, my little, and it would start. Unfortunately, that doesn't. It was inspiring thought, create content, help people know machine learning.
How did that feel? The fact that you're probably somewhat alone, maybe a couple of recording like webcam and kind of going home alone at 1 at night and knowing that that sort of thousands of people eventually people. What's that feeling like? Is there a feeling of satisfaction of pushing through?
I think that's humbling, and I wasn't thinking about what I was doing. I think one thing that I'm proud got right, but I told my whole that the number one prize was best learner, best. When I, the only thing on my mind was, what can I do? How can I time myself? Learning more right content as possible. I think I've seen instructed. Let's talk about my work. Maybe if I teach you my reading, one thing that got right much era was putting in place that bedrock principle of what's best for other else. I think that's what's it rise. And the kind of learner you imagined in your mind as broad as possible, as global as possible. So really trying to reach as many people interested in machine learning, AI. I really want to help anyone just machine learning. I've actually had people ask me time, and my answer was, if I look at that the foundation that's built on the long term. So I think one of the things that actually revealed to the narrow AI community in the world that the amount of people who are actually interested in AI is larger than by you teaching a class how popular it became. It showed that wow, this is just a small community of people who go to Europe and much bigger developers, people from all over the world. I'm Russian, so everybody in Russia is interested. Number of programmers are interested in learning. India, China, South America, everywhere. People learning. How big do you think the number of people that are interested? I mean, I think the number has grown over time. People don't know how to know where, but either all those overnight. My first story type of online education was when we were because basically our work um, 4 or 5 other versions also further that allowed me to allow my team to learn what they does. For example, I was excited proud of this website. Today goes to the website. I log in. I want to log in. So I thought, well, what if people are watching the video together in front of the website that people also now the computer knows both of us are watching together. Both of us. It sure for development. So versus make a approach. Sure. People find they want to watch the playback and was browser. That was example of tiny lesson of many allows us. It sounds like a brilliant feature. So I guess the lesson at something amazing and nobody have the feedback. Yeah, I saw that a lot of different, a lot of ideas drive it. It showed books, educated. I think you know, I think it come out of nowhere. What happened was as machine learning how's it growing? What's the growing? I don't know what about development. I could offer so many AI development people do infrastructure, pipeline, all the software around it. Maybe it's bigger. I feel like almost every software some on this cloud. Not all, majority possible, but as a big shift, I think the future maybe will approach way developer appreciate. And my hope is there's this kind of effect. Look, we're not interested in or being in software engineering, biologist, chemist, all these disciplines that are now large and you're interested in programming. Have this less set of machine learning that allow you to become a bunch of programs. They become new programmers. Like not just a larger percentage of developers become machine learning. Like more not the kinds of people who are becoming developers from on this small part of humanity was literate. Right? And maybe not everyone and the thousand handful of no one else. But what we found was that like as a almost dramatic audience. I think computing so in that space so few people know how to code this code files. So everyone will if you develop at some levels how what the progress. I would love the open ops. They would write little code that customize it for their special then I think use cloud becoming more and more. It's possible that machine learning becomes kind of similar to literacy where yeah, like you said, mom and pop shop. Everybody in all walks of life would have I could imagine if I go talk to the cops, if I talk to a lot of people, I why did you learn code? What I found with the rise of online jobs, much a number of people software engineering. For example, if I actually run a small amount of what I think about the sales or customers, I think there's real value there. More than so I find that a lot of my friends and peers professionals is people that work in factories, which I work more these days. I feel if they were data scientists at some level, they work. So I think that data science and deep learning is easier on trade developed for a lot of people. And, I think, and I agree with this, but we live in a world where most courses and talks and slides are going to know. Yet, we often use the marker and whiteboard that is compelling and for me at least fun to watch. And ask, why do you like using a marker and whiteboard, even on the biggest stages? I think it depends on the concept, the mathematical concept, as in the equation one time, the whiteboard marker, or the pencil is very equation, the concept is why you're talking about it. Understand. But the downside of writing, bounce, how to write. I think the pros and cons. Why sometimes whiteboard or a style is. The bonus of the whiteboard is also its upside. Forces you to some of talks along the whiteboard. It's really not what you go very slowly, focus most. That's beautiful. That enforces a kind of a minimalism. Because surprisingly, a great talk is not one that has a lot of content. A great talk is one that just clearly, that you look, whiteboard reveal is now one of the top products for the world. First, I bring him up because I kind of imagine must have been an interesting time in your life. Favorite memories of working with your students, those uncertain times, before learning, really grew up. Favorite memories from those friends. I was fortunate to have had Peter as my first teacher. My long-term professional early foundation, early work that Peter was critical. That was really working. Not a lot of people know was and really, Peter was using the learning by helicopter. So actually, the website does watch videos of us learning make a helicopter fly upside down on 5 rows. It's cool. One of the most incredible robotics videos ever. I'm just watching. Inspiring. That's 2008, 7, or that range. That was really inspiring to a lot of people. But not many people see how hard it was. So Peter, Adam Coles, and Morgan and I were working on different versions of the helicopter. A lot of things did not work. For example, one of the hardest problems we had was when the helicopter was flying around upside down, figure out the position. How do you find all sorts of GPS doesn't work. Flying upside down, GPS bounce. I tried experiment bounce over work downward. Couldn't synchronize it. Quickly, Morgan was exploring complicated of centralized hardware for GPS. So look at FPG. Spent about a year working on that. Remember, either down in my office looking at tries work on it, but now tries just work. In the end, what we calls was crucial put cameras around localize a concert. That solved the localization problem. Focus also why. And remind us what was doing focus around that the all of most of all a lot of practical applications. So the autonomous software was my hope was one of the few practical applications at the time. Of course, it pretty well. I feel like we might have almost come full circle. So much excitement about reinforcement. All of you. What was the drive to the fact that most people are doing theoretical work? What motivated in that certain challenge to get the helicopter, do the applied work, the actual systems work? Yeah, in the face of fear, uncertainty, the setbacks, infection, I like stuff that work. I know physical work, like back to the shredder. I like when I work on myself, when I work on, I personally enjoy I feel that my work I will influence people have alcohol. I remember when years ago I was speaking with a professor and said, "Hey, why do you and said he actually thousands of position a conference that I do what I do because it helps me discover kids realizing and I thought that's great. I definitely do that. I think it's great that someone does that. Fully support the people that lot of respect for that. But I am almost I can design the how the work that my team helps. The world needs all sorts of people on just one side. Everyone should be the same as I do. But when I delve into the practice, I personally, the kids are help people. I find that satisfying to have that
That's your component of deep learning before it gained widespread acceptance. What did you see in the field that gave you confidence? What was your thinking process like in that first decade? I don't know what that's called. Thousands, the odds.
I can say he got wrong. Got wrong. The early so early days of brain, one of that the unstructured problem and the volume around 1,000 groups at time. And Jeff and I were there outside at lunch chat. And Jeff pulled up this argument, very compelling. Human brain has about about 9 actually about 2 by 10 times. So if static function for one parameter, that's 14 to learn 13 times of your life. So by this argument, well problem here, I that's 5 bits per second life. And I have a 1 year older. I am not 25 bits per second of label to her. So I think I'm a loving parent. Not good. So from this very definite problem, no way that was what we know. The way she is born. So that argument, and a lot of notes argument, that is how myself. So that was the part that we actually answered myself. The early days, all of us on that.
Oh, so that perhaps was the wrong intuition for the time.
That was not wrong. That's how we got right. So Adam, wonderful person, fortunate brother. Adam experiment that maybe we better. It was on that profit Adam where that's why I slice of it right. So maybe based on that, I chart generated that you could all those put on every better. Really based on that one thing that Adam that you go with Sebastian pitch starting project and
When I'm there, short scale, great performance,
larger scale. I think people don't realize how groundbreaking, but it's simple groundbreaking that results in better controversial. Some of my well-meaning my well-meaning friends trying to say, hey, why are you crazy? You're not building. So for scale like that, well-meaning some of them would but I find that it make a great sometimes yes, a small thing on that topic. I find myself arguing with people saying that greater scale, especially in the context of active, very carefully selecting the data set, but growing the scale of the data set is going to lead to further breakthroughs in deep learning. And there's currently pushback at that idea that larger data sets are no longer you want to efficiency learn, you want to make better learning mechanisms. And I bigger data so learning methods but now result in better. What's your intuition on those on the dual side to come up with better architectures for learning, or we just get bigger, better data? Also, problems approaching, approaching also fewer level theoreticals also be. But then I think that problems from level further after but on the side combination scale look at what happened with you and that's not often talked about it. The data set trained on and the quality of the data set because there's some so it was like a threaded threads that had rated highly already some large data set don't often talk about it. I find that today we have the Troy process it took us a long time to all figure the process. But I remember when my friend and I were emailing the version control very hard. So I love the idea that you were versioning. I'll give you one example. When we work with action, not all uncommon or all labels each other. So work with inspection, show one is inspector and very clearly that's a dash unacceptable, that rejected. Same parts of different inspector, different area. Clearly dash is off. Don't throw it away. Sometimes the same inspector area so only clearly it's okay after so one person. Which is, I think these are the types of practical that might express volunteer. Don't worry about it. But other settings don't have all the effective. So he's example of the that my team becomes a part time also. Yeah, that's it. Invest more effort and time in thinking about the actual labeling process. What are the labels? What are the how are solved and all those kinds of like pragmatic world problems. That's a fascinating. I find it one of I encourage try to find that full project for the current project rather than downloading someone else's. That it's actually much harder to go and define your find your go to one of the several websites with pre work on. You're now running three efforts: AI Fund, Planning AI, and Deep Learning AI. Instead, the AI Fund is involved in creating companies from scratch. Planning AI is involved in helping already established companies with AI, and AI is for education for individuals interested in perhaps what each of these areas learning AI. How big question was a person interested in deep learning? I working great design. So my course how to popular to this day probably one of the if I ask somebody how did you get into machine learning, how did you fall in love with machine learning or interested, it always goes back to training at this point. You when the amount of people who influence that interests me for a lot of people. Thank you. Let's I think I'm gonna I remember reading an article that said something like 1/3 of all programmers are self. I may have wrong, but when I read that article, I thought this doesn't make sense. Everyone is self-taught. So I don't know. That's well put. So yeah, so how does one get started in learning, and where does learning that AI? So the author by deep I was a advice very popular way for people to learn about everything from how to grow. So what concept RNA or sequence or what is that's everyone's algorithm from the very beginning. So what would you say are the prerequisites for somebody to take deep learning specialization in terms of maybe math or programming background? You know, to understand basic programming, and the math prerequisites like no capital, no capitalizations. Really try to teach that specialization about requirement calculus. So I think high school math, you know how the mouse I like that's so basically your algebra, right? Basically algebra, very algebra is not program. I think that people that learn cool, which is jump directly, it'll be a little and so go over faster concepts like how does cover. Could you briefly mention some of the key concepts in learning that you should learn that you envision learning the first 2 months, first year or so? So if design specialization, you learn the foundations, what your network, how do you network, building um, how the training works. I'm very proud of those a lot of practical know-how of how to what you do. I find that unfortunately direction, such as promoting. Sometimes run something could have figured out 6 months earlier. Probably collecting more how they just all the find the enjoy trying. Those are all the practical how when dive right in, play with the network to train it, inference on a particular data set, intuition about it without building up too big, spend like months learning, building up your project without building small aspect of it that can already tell you. So I think goes out. So when you look at the actually that's it that as well as or whatever. But that ultimately won't once you do how do you do that? Those work what even more than I remember when one of my friends clicked code by first trying to and designed it they want to get rid of errors as possible. How do you do that? Well, they would delete every single line of code. So really efficient. There was a hard code. I think learn how to machine learning, the way you machine program, the way you like defining visual or you trace code, the traditional engineering. But I find that the people that are the program are so in the basic process of debugging the bug in this case, why isn't the thing learning, improving, sort of going into the questions of overfitting and all those kinds of things? That's the logical base that the debugging is happening with that one. The often question is why doesn't it work yet? Or can I expect this eventually to work? Try. Change the architecture of organization algorithm, data to answer those questions so that you don't down the line how do you someone comes otherwise concepts learning struggle the most with or the biggest challenge for them to get over that it hooks them and inspires them. Some of the learning I think challenge learning that on top of other if you ask me what's hard about that I have a hard time carrying knowledge. I think one of the challenges is learning other concepts. You miss the concept. Yeah, prerequisite of something. Learning especially try to break down the concepts on why learning of confidence earlier section why structured concepts so why we are in that was on top of the concept. I'm curious a lot of you have a hard concept moment. Well, I don't think anyone's ever turned on me. So glad you get first. I think that's a really great way to inspire people and get neural networks. Even though neural networks really are just a part of the viral framework, it's a really nice way to paint the entirety of the picture. A neural network being able to learn from scratch, knowing nothing, and explore the world and lessons. I find that a lot of the aha moments happen viral teach people about neural networks. Counterintuitive. I find like a lot of the fire in people's passion in people's eyes for the RL world. You find me personal learning part of the process now. I still sure one of my static classes, my PhD, right, my video. I find that if I'm trying to most people to I change the amount of time it's not what work. Now our work changes so fast, totally company. I think we get there. But one of my looking also short time if you look at it, show all the impact and outside of video game, right? Actually, and much of us was around. What's your best an actual deployment learning application? Among okay, there are some emerging ones. There are not. But I think you're absolutely right. The sad thing is there hasn't been big application, impactful real world application of learning. I think impact has been in the domain, the game domain, in a small example. That's what I mean for educational purposes, a fun thing for neural networks. But I think from your perspective, and I think that might be the best perspective, trying to educate with examples how this can actually grow, scale, and have a real impact. And perhaps on the fundamentals of supervised learning in the context of a simple data set, even like an MNIST is the right way, the right path to take. I just, the amount of fun I've seen people have with not in the applied impact of real setting, but trade off. Of course, how much fun you want to have. That's really cool. I feel like the world actually, even with machine learning, like deep learning, AI shouldn't just be I think that's not exciting. Some days use the piece actually my team shows trying to find the problem. Some days we use the graphical models, some tremendous amount of chat about knowledge graph. So I think we should be diverse. Be sad if yeah, the network still have out most beautiful, surprising, inspiring idea learning something that captivates your imagination. Scale that be achieved almost like a scale. Right? My own job currently on the about short I very I do I still must I workshop listening about self supervisor vertical technique but maybe just surprise you I'll please apples self that's have a lot of people let's take random idea and then original orientation has to rotate. So you can generate mouse of the rotate. What's the function? So if it's mouse by rotate up, train the machine network on you can versus learning brilliant when we this reverse how we one of the brilliant another example and from now this technique generate another one called jigsaw pick an image cuts up the feedback puzzle jump up the predict which of the lines for real so many groups my work on Facebook Brain actually PC any work and find very piece of the long term you think that's going to unlock a lot of power in machine learning